Oh, isn't this the crown prince of the Golden Lion clan? On such a joyous day, why do you look like you're attending a funeral? The sharp, sarcastic voice came from the side, with undisguised mockery. Inside the luxurious carriage at the center of the grand wedding procession pulled by 8 lions, Shi Huang didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Damn, it's those scum of the Black Tiger clan again. Isn't it annoying? Black Tiger Xian, mind your filthy mouth. The old lion clansman guarding the carriage trembled with rage, his golden fur bristling. Outside the carriage window, a young man riding a black-scaled fierce tiger grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Third Master Lion, did I say something wrong? The last bloodline of the Golden Lion clan sent to be a life-prolonging mate and a seeding tool for a dying Nine-Tailed Fox Empress. Isn't that a great joy? I wonder if our crown prince is strong enough or if he'll die on the bed. Suppressed laughter erupted around him. The faces of the Lion clan guards turned purple with rage, their fists clenched audibly, but they dared not act. No choice. They couldn't win. The once mighty Golden Lion clan, which once shook the demon world, had fallen so low that even a third-rate clan like the Black Tiger clan dared to insult them to their faces. Inside the carriage, Shi Huang finally opened his eyes slowly. There was no anger in his heart, only a trace of pity. A bunch of fools. Still gloating over a few broken minds of the mortal realm, they had no idea what they were about to miss. A nine-tailed sky fox. That was the pinnacle of the demon bloodline. Even if she was dying now, she was still a divine SSR card that could turn the tables at any moment. You bunch of trash, not even worth in our card, what do you know? Your Highness. The old lion's voice was filled with grief and humiliation. It's fine. Shi Huang's voice rang out calmly, passing through the carriage curtain. Let him talk. After all, some people have nothing left but their mouths. The laughter outside stopped abruptly. Black Tiger Xian's face darkened instantly. Shi Huang, what do you mean? A useless crown prince like you dares to lecture me? Shi Huang didn't reply. Wasting words on such a background character wasn't worth it. His mind was already on the wedding night. A nine-tailed sky fox. Legend said that a mature nine-tailed sky fox could sway the laws of heaven and earth with a single smile, enchanting all beings. Although she was now a dying patient, the foundation was still there. He wondered what her fur felt like, soft or hard. Would it shed when touched? As he was lost in thought, the carriage slowly came to a halt. A thick medicinal smell mixed with a faint cold and enchanting fragrance entered his nostrils. The Qingqiu Fox Kingdom had arrived. There was no festive decoration, the entire capital was shrouded in deathly silence. A servant girl in blue with a face as cold as ice was already waiting at the palace gate. Her aura was strong, at least at the 9th level of the Xianling realm. Prince Shi Huang, please follow me. The servant's voice was as cold as her face. The Empress is unwell, so the wedding will be kept simple. Your only task is to complete the union ceremony and leave a bloodline for the Fox clan. As she led the way, she warned coldly. Remember, don't have any extra thoughts and don't do anything to harm the Empress. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making the Golden Lion clan disappear from this world forever. A naked threat. Shi Huang's heart was calm. He felt like laughing. Hurt her. He would cherish her. She was the production material for his many future powerful offspring. Through the deep, cold palace corridor, the servant stopped before a massive door. The Empress is inside. Go in. Then she stood like a statue, clearly to watch the whole process. Shi Huang pushed open the door. A stronger wave of medicinal fragrance and that unique scent hit his face. The room was large and empty. On the enormous white jade bed in the center lay a figure. She wore a fiery red wedding dress, which made her pale, bloodless face even more pallid. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if that movement had exhausted all her strength. Yet even so, her breathtaking beauty made Shi Huang's breath catch. Her skin was like congealed fat, but with a sickly translucence. Her cherry lips were slightly open, but without a trace of color. This was the nine-tailed sky fox Empress Su Ji. Holy moly, a battle-damaged version of a peerless beauty. I'm ready. Shi Huang felt his heartbeat skip. He walked over step by step, and Su Ji, sensing his approach, struggled to open her eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They seemed to contain a galaxy, yet they were dim, filled with death and despair. You are Shi Huang of the Golden Lion clan. Her voice was light like a feather, as if it would vanish into the air at any moment. It's me. Shi Huang sat down by her bed, a gentle smile on his face. From tonight, I am your husband, your majesty. Su Ji's gaze showed no fluctuation. She only coughed weakly, and a streak of bright red blood seeped from the corner of her lips. No need to say these useless words. She turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, her voice full of resigned numbness. Let's begin. For the continuation of the Fox clan. This is my last value. Shi Huang looked at her passive, vulnerable form, and instead of pity, he felt his blood begin to boil. Conquering such a lofty empress, even if she was gravely ill, was enough to drive any male creature wild. He leaned down, bringing his mouth to her ear, and whispered in a voice only they could hear, Your Majesty, this is not a task. This is our wedding night. We should enjoy it, shouldn't we? The warm breath sprayed on Su Ji's sensitive ear, making her cold body tremble involuntarily. A very faint blush flickered across her pale cheek. Just as the atmosphere was about to blossom, a cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in Shi Huang's mind. Warning. Detected target Nine-Tailed Sky, Fox vitality below 5. Conventional union success rate below 1. Will cause the target to deplete her life force during the ritual and die on the spot. The smile on Shi Huang's face instantly froze. Damn. Is this for real? Emergency plan activated. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Abandon the union. Preserve the target's life, but for incompetence, you will fail the wedding ritual and be executed by the Fox clan elders tomorrow. Option 2. Forced union. 99 chance of target death. The host will be torn apart by the furious Fox clan. Option 3. Consume 99 of the host's golden lion royal blood to perform the forbidden technique bloodline, same origin life, sacrifice using the royal blood as a catalyst to forcibly ignite the target's life fire. Note the host will be drained of blood and fall into a near-death state, but the union success rate will increase to 100. There is a high probability of triggering a divine bloodline mutation during the ritual. 3 options, all were death. Shi Huang's mind raced. Option 1, die tomorrow. Option 2, die tonight and die ugly. Only option 3 offered a sliver of life. Use his life to trade for hers. Bet it all. Su Ji felt the man beside her suddenly fall silent, and the scorching breath disappeared. A trace of self-mockery crossed her mind. Indeed, even a useless man from a fallen clan would reject her broken body. She closed her eyes, a clear tear sliding from the corner of her eye, her voice barely a whisper. Do it. Give me a quick end. The next second, a warm, large hand gently wiped away the tear at the corner of her eye. Shi Huang's hoarse voice, carrying a hint of madness and determination, sounded in her ear like a thunderbolt. A quick end. Don't be ridiculous. He suddenly leaned down, his hot lips almost touching her icy earlobe, and declared with a tone of absolute dominance, Woman, listen well. Tonight not only will you not die, but I will have you bear the strongest offspring in this world. Continental System 1. Mortal Realm 2. Spiritual Energy Realm 3. Qilin Realm 4. Earth Heart Realm 5. Heavenly Human Realm 6. Sky Covering Realm 7. Sovereign Realm 8. Earth Sovereign Realm 9. Heavenly Sovereign Realm 10. Tribulation, Transcendence Realm. Each major realm is divided into 9 levels. The moment the words fell, Shi Huang let out a beast-like roar in his heart toward the system. Choose 3. I choose 3. Choice confirmed. Executing forbidden secret art bloodline homology life sacrifice. Warning. 99 of the host's golden lion primordial royal blood is burning. Life force is rapidly draining. Without any hesitation, Shi Huang bit his tongue hard. Hawk. A mouthful of golden blood without any fishy smell, filled with the supreme dignity of the most young and righteous imperial authority. Like a small son, he sprayed it all onto Su Ji's pale, paper-like cherry lips. You? Su Ji's starry eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief and shock. This man is crazy. What is he doing? That is the primordial royal blood. The foundation of an imperial son of the demon race. He actually burned all of this to save her. The moment the golden blood touched her lips, it transformed into a scorching torrent of life, forcibly breaking through her teeth and surging into her icy, lifeless limbs. Boom. It was as if a riverbed that had been dry for 10,000 years suddenly welcomed a flood. Su Ji felt as if billions of volcanoes were erupting simultaneously in her body. That domineering golden royal blood with an irresistible will rampage through her body, igniting the last flickering flame of the nine-tailed celestial fox deep within her bloodline. A suppressed moan escaped her throat. Her cold body began to heat up rapidly, and under her pale skin a layer of tempting pink appeared. The deathly aura that had been clinging to her like a parasite melted away like snow under the blazing sun in the face of the supreme young royal blood. The strong medicinal smell in the room was instantly replaced by a cool, noble, and extremely seductive strange fragrance. Boom. 9 huge, snow-white fluffy foxtails could no longer be restrained, suddenly stretching out from behind her like 9 blooming lotuses, instantly filling half the room. Each tail radiated a divine light full of surging vitality. Alive. She is truly alive again. However, Shi Huang, who had sacrificed almost all of his primordial royal blood, fell into an endless abyss. A strong sense of weakness swept over his body. His vision began to blur, his body swayed, and he directly collapsed onto Su Ji. Damn. This side effect is deadly. He lay in the warm, soft embrace, feeling the amazing elasticity and smoothness, but his consciousness was rapidly fading. Su Ji subconsciously hugged him. This man, this husband who traded his life for hers, his body was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, his life force as faint as a candle about to go out. A never-before-felt complex emotion, mixed with shock, emotion, and heartache, violently struck her heart. Why? She trembled, extending her jade-like hand that had regained its color, gently caressing Shi Huang's face. You? Why did you do this? Shi Huang twitched the corner of his mouth, trying to smile, but he didn't even have the strength for that. Using the last of his strength, he buried his face into the soft white, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance, and mumbled indistinctly. 4. Having a child. After saying that, he completely lost consciousness. Suji's body stiffened. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about this. Looking at the man in her arms whose face was pale and breath was faint, but who still remembered his original intention, Suji's eyes became extremely complicated. She bit her red lip as if making a major decision. Okay, I grant your wish. Holding Shi Huang, she slowly laid down her fiery red wedding dress, spreading across the entire white jade bed. The 9 huge fox tails gently stretched out like the warmest feather quilt, tenderly wrapping the two of them. The light in the room became hazy and ambiguous at this moment. The bed curtains moved without wind, slowly falling, covering the spring scene. Only the faint outlines of 2 figures intertwined, rising and falling, could be seen. And on the wall, the huge shadows of the 9 fox tails, sometimes tensed, sometimes relaxed. I don't know how long it took. When the final tremor subsided, the cold mechanical voice sounded again in Shi Huang's mind like a heavenly sound. Ding. Life sacrifice successful. Target Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox life, force restored to 100. Bloodline purity greatly enhanced. Ding. Marriage ceremony completed. Detected perfect fusion of Golden Lion royal blood and Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox divine blood. Pregnant with divine level offspring. Pregnancy successful. Congratulations, host. You have given birth to your first offspring, merging charm, an Imperial might, awakening a new divine level bloodline for you and your offspring. Nine-Tailed Lion Emperor. Newbie gift pack released. Reward Demon Emperor's heart. Host near-death state repaired, strength skyrocketing. Boom. An indescribable terrifying power appeared in Shi Huang's chest. It was a golden heart, as if forged from lava. As soon as it appeared, it replaced Shi Huang's original heart and began to beat powerfully. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat was like the heavenly emperor beating a war drum. Vast life essence and imperial dragon energy gushed out from this demon emperor's heart, instantly flushing his nearly collapsed body. The dry meridians were refilled. The exhausted primordial royal blood was not only instantly replenished, but became 10 times, 100 times thicker than before. His cultivation level rose like a rocket. Spiritual Qi realm, 1st level, 3rd level, 7th level, 9th level. Boom. The bottleneck was instantly broken. Qianling realm, 1st level. Qianling realm, 3rd level. Until the peak of Qianling realm, 9th level, only 1 step away from Dixin realm, this surge finally slowed down. Shi Huang suddenly opened his eyes, 2 dazzling golden lights flashing. He could feel his unprecedented power. Now he could kill 100 of his former selves with 1 punch. He looked down at his arms. Suji was lying quietly, long lashes still wet with crystal tears, her stunning face still flushed with a hint of fatigue, but full of amazing radiance. She was no longer the lifeless medicine jar, but a true, unparalleled empress. As if feeling Shi Huang's gaze, Suji slowly opened her eyes. Eyes met. An awkward and ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. At that moment, boom, the door of the bedchamber was kicked open with violence. Your Majesty. The cold and anxious voice of the green-clad maid came, holding a long sword, emitting a fierce, murderous aura as she rushed in. When she saw the scene on the bed, she was completely petrified. Her empress, who had been on the verge of death moments ago, was now rosy-cheeked with divine light within, and her aura was even stronger than in her prime. And that Golden Lion clan waste, who was used as a tool for the happy marriage, not only did not die, but his aura was deep and majestic, his golden eyes staring coldly at her, and that invisible pressure actually made her, a Qianling realm 9th level, feel a palpitation. What on earth happened? How dare you? Qingyi immediately reacted, thinking that Shi Huang had used some evil art to control the empress. She pointed her long sword, shouting with murderous intent, You waste. How dare you? You're courting death. The sword flashed, about to stab Shi Huang. However, her sword had only been raised halfway when it could no longer advance. A gentle yet irresistible, terrifying force locked her in place. Suji slowly sat up from the bed, her snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbone vaguely visible under the slipped bedding. Without even looking at Qingyi, she reached out her jade hand and gently straightened the slightly messy lapel of Shi Huang beside her. Then her clear, slightly lazy, and supremely authoritative voice slowly echoed through the entire bedchamber. Qingyi, withdraw. Do not be rude to the husband of this empress. Qingyi stood utterly dumbfounded. Could it be? An absurd and shameful thought uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Could it be? The art of yin-yang harmonization and essence extraction. But even if it were extraction, the emperor should have been the one drained dry. How could it be reversed? Damn, my wife's protective look is really hot. Shi Huang's heart was blooming with joy, yet his face remained impassive. He even leisurely pulled the blanket to cover Suji's stunningly white shoulder, then lifted his eyelids and cast a cold glance at Qingyi. You're Qingyi, right? You pointed your sword at my wife, and then at me. You have quite the nerve. His flat tone made Qingyi shudder as if plunged into an ice cavern. Only then did she realize what she had just done. Qingyi's face turned deathly pale, and the hand holding the sword trembled. Your Majesty, I was only concerned for your safety. Su Ji's gaze finally shifted from Shi Huang to Qingyi, her eyes regaining a hint of coldness. This emperor knows his own safety well enough. She paused, her voice carrying an unyielding command. He is Shi Huang, the imperial son of the Golden Lion clan, and my only husband. He burned his own royal blood to save me. From now on, treat him as you treat me. If there is a next time, I will personally cripple you. Boom. Burned his own royal blood to save the emperor. Qingyi's mind completely exploded. This man. He actually. She looked at Shi Huang's face, still pale, but strikingly handsome, and her expression shifted from hostility and murderous intent to profound complexity, even tinged with admiration and guilt. This subordinate admits guilt. Qingyi knelt with a thud, her head deeply bowed. Enough, get up. Shi Huang waved his hand lazily with an air of magnanimity. You were just being loyal. Don't let it happen again. He was in a great mood and too lazy to argue with a little maid. Su Ji glanced at him in surprise, not expecting such magnanimity. Thank you, Imperial son. Qingyi cast a grateful look at Shi Huang, then rose from the ground, still keeping her head down, not daring to look at the two on the bed. Your Majesty, your health. It's already no longer a concern. Su Ji said calmly, yet a hint of joy was hard to conceal in her voice. Not only had she survived, but she felt her nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline had become unprecedentedly pure and powerful after being baptized by that domineering royal blood. That's wonderful. Qingyi wept with joy, but then recalled something, her expression changing. Your Majesty, it's bad. The Grand Elder and the others. They are heading this way. They sensed your life force had completely vanished and thought that the Imperial son's marriage to avert disaster had failed, and you were already. Now they are coming to handle the aftermath. The so-called handling the aftermath was nothing but capturing Shi Huang, who had failed in the marriage, as a target for their anger, and then smoothly taking over the entire Qingxiu Fox Kingdom. Su Ji's eyes instantly turned cold. A bunch of old fools, so impatient when I haven't even died yet. But Shi Huang smiled. Perfect timing. He had just boosted his strength and was itching to show off. Sleepy, and someone brings a pillow. How thoughtful. He slowly got off the bed, his disheveled robe unable to conceal his perfect silhouette. After being reshaped by the Demon Emperor's heart, his body brimmed with explosive power, every muscle seemingly a masterpiece of the heavens. Su Ji's gaze inadvertently swept over him, her cheeks heating up again, and she quickly looked away. You? Don't worry, my wife. Shi Huang turned back, giving her a reassuring smile. Just a bunch of clowns. Let me handle them. Rest now. You were exhausted last night. Boom. Su Ji's face flushed crimson, as if it would bleed. That bastard. Qingyi buried her head, even lower, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Before the words had faded, the door to the bedchamber, which had just been kicked in, was blasted into countless fragments by an even more ferocious force. Your Majesty. A hoarse and authoritative voice rang out, laced with a hint of well-timed grief. Your old minister has arrived late. Please punish me. A white-haired elder in a luxurious purple robe, leaning on a fox-headed staff, stormed in with a large group of Fox clan elders, all exuding formidable auras. The moment the Grand Elder entered, his gaze locked onto the bed, ready to stage a drama of mourning the Empress and slaying the culprit. However, the next second his expression froze completely. The Empress's cold corpse he had anticipated was nowhere to be seen. On the bed, Su Ji sat upright, her clothes neat, her complexion rosy, her eyes icy, and the terrifying pressure radiating from her was several times stronger than before she fell ill. And beside the bed, the so-called waste of the Golden Lion clan, who should have been drained dry of vitality, stood with his back to them, leisurely adjusting his collar. The entire bedchamber fell into a deathly silence. All the elders who had barged in stood frozen, as if struck by a petrification spell, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Gr Grand Elder, what? What is going on? Stammered one elder. The Grand Elder's eyes twitched wildly, and the storm within him nearly capsized his composure. Alive. Not only alive, but stronger. How is this possible? He had used a secret technique to confirm that Su Ji's life flame had completely extinguished. All elders barging into my bedchamber at this late hour. Are you plotting rebellion? Su Ji's icy voice shattered the silence. The Grand Elder shuddered, quickly masking his shock with a surprised expression, bowing. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We sensed your life force had ceased, and were frantic with worry, so we rashly entered. Please accept our deepest apologies. As he spoke, he fixed his sinister gaze on Shi Huang's back. It must be him. This waste must have used some sorcery. Oh, is that so? Shi Huang finally finished adjusting his clothes and turned around slowly, a playful smirk on his face. I wonder, the expression on the Grand Elder's face looks more like shock than surprise. The Grand Elder's face darkened. Insolence. You, a waste from a fallen clan, dare to prattle before me. An elder behind him immediately jumped out, pointing at Shi Huang's nose and cursing. Exactly. A waste who only survived by marrying into the imperial family. What right does he have to speak here? Your Majesty, this man's bloodline is lowly and his status humble. He is unworthy of you. Please strip him of his title and choose a worthy husband. Yes, my son Bai Feng is a once-in-a-thousand-year prodigy of the White Fox clan. He is your perfect match. A chorus of elders chimed in, utterly dismissing Shi Huang. In their eyes, he was just a lucky tool, now worthless and fit to be discarded like trash. All of you shut up. Su Ji erupted in fury, her terrifying aura exploding outward, forcing the clamoring elders to pale and retreat. My husband is not for you to meddle with. Guards, drag these insolent fools out and give them 100 slaps on the mouth. However, the Grand Elder snorted coldly, stamping his staff heavily on the ground. A similarly powerful aura burst forth, neutralizing Su Ji's pressure. Earth Heart Realm. This Grand Elder was actually a powerhouse at the Earth Heart Realm. Your Majesty, though you are the Empress, you cannot be so autocratic. The Grand Elder's eyes were sinister, fixed on Shi Huang. This man's origins are unknown. He used sorcery to restore you. Who knows what he intends? For the purity of our Qingqiu Fox Kingdom's bloodline, I must take him down today and interrogate him thoroughly. As his words fell, his withered hand shot out, transforming into a massive energy claw that tore through the air, heading straight for Shi Huang's crown. He intended to cripple Shi Huang in one strike. Su Ji's expression changed drastically, but Shi Huang raised his hand to stop her. My woman is not for you to discipline. Shi Huang watched the howling energy claw approach his face, showing no fear, only a scornful sneer. He didn't move. He didn't even lift a finger. With a mere thought, the Demon Emperor's heart gave a faint beat. A brand new bloodline pressure, blending the majesty of the Golden Lion and the divinity of the Nine-Tailed Fox, erupted like an awakened ancient god. The aggressive energy claw just 3 inches from Shi Huang's head suddenly froze, then shattered inch by inch into specks of light. All the Fox clan members in the bedchamber, elders and guards alike, when hit by this bloodline pressure, trembled violently, their blood congealed, and a primal, irresistible fear and submission surged from the depths of their souls. Thud, thud. Except for the Earth Heart Realm Grand Elder, who struggled to stay standing, all the other Qilin Realm elders collapsed to their knees in unison. They looked at Shi Huang in sheer terror, as if beholding a deity. What kind of bloodline was this? Why did it feel more noble than even the Empress's Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline? You? Who are you? The Grand Elder's face was ashen, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice trembling. His proud Earth Heart Realm cultivation was so fragile before this pure bloodline suppression. Shi Huang walked step by step to him, looking down, his golden eyes filled with indifference. Who am I? I am your Empress's man. Now do you still think I am unworthy of her? The Grand Elder's face turned purple, a mix of humiliation, anger, and fear churning within him, driving him nearly mad. He couldn't accept it. He had schemed for decades, and when success was within reach, it could not be ruined by some unknown brat. He lifted his head abruptly, a desperate madness flashing in his eyes, and roared with all his strength. So what if his bloodline is strong? According to the 10,000-year ancestral teachings of our Qingqiu Fox Kingdom, any outsider who marries the Empress must pass the trial of the ancestral fire heart-refining formation to prove his loyalty and worth. He extended a trembling finger, pointing straight at Shi Huang, his voice like a venomous curse echoing through the bedchamber. Shi Huang, do you dare to enter the ancestral fire heart-refining formation 3 days from now? If you don't dare, you are a spy with malicious intent, and we have the right to kill you on the spot. Ancestral fire refining the heart. Shi Huang nearly burst into laughter upon hearing those 4 characters. What era is this to still be playing such an archaic farce? He began calculating what reward the system would grant this time. As expected, as heart steadied, he couldn't be bothered to glance at the Grand Elder's twisted, excited face. Option 1, refuse firmly. You will bear the name of a coward, your prestige will be ruined, and Su Ji's favor toward you will drop by 50. Option 2, seek Su Ji's protection. The Empress will forcibly suppress this matter, but you will become a kept man, and in the Qingqiu Fox Nation you will never lift your head. Option 3, proudly accept and boldly demand, execute immediately. With the Nine-Tailed Lion Emperor bloodline, he forcibly devours the source of the ancestral fire, refining it into his own divine power. Reward the divine skill, Red Lotus Karma fire cultivation, risen to the Earth Core Realm, First Heaven. The Qingqiu Fox Nation's ancestor spirit grants 100 approval. Hey, there are such things. Shi Huang stared at the gold glittering reward behind option 3, his mouth watering. Where's this a test? This is clearly a VIP exclusive experience gift. No. Su Ji's icy voice rang out. She stepped forward, blocking Shi Huang, her exquisite face frosted with cold. Grand Elder, you are crazy. Ancestral fire refining the heart is the highest punishment of my clan, who for 10,000 years no outsider has ever survived it. If you send him, you are sending him to death. She is truly anxious. That man had just burned his source royal blood to save her. His body is still weak. How could he endure the ancestral fire's flames? The Grand Elder, seeing Su Ji defend Shi Huang, so fiercely, burned with envy and sneered coldly. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The ancestral precepts cannot be disobeyed. If he truly cares for you, truly for my fox tribe, he should willingly accept the trial to prove his innocence. If he dares not, it will prove his treachery. His heart must be elsewhere. That's right. Let him enter the great array. If he dares not, he is a traitor. The elders behind them clamored, each speaking with righteous zeal, as if Shi Huang were already a condemned traitor. Seeing Su Ji's anxious defense of him, Shi Huang felt a warmth stir inside. He gently took Su Ji's hand and said softly, "My lady, do not let anger harm you." Her hand was cold and soft. When he held it, she trembled, then glared back, snapping, "What is this now? At a moment like this, you still speak of the weather. You can't go." "Who says I can't go?" Shi Huang drew her into his embrace, leaning close to her ear, and in a voice only the two of them could hear whispered, "My woman, I will guard you." Just a tiny flame, could it scorch your man to death? The warm breath brushed her ear and her cheeks flushed, her heartbeat leaping by half a beat. This bastard. He was speaking of serious matters, yet his words sounded so improper. Having steadied his wife, Shi Huang released her, stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over all the elders, finally landing on the Grand Elder's weathered chrysanthemum-like face, a highly contemptuous curl at the corner of his lips. "Isn't that just a broken fire pit? I'm going." With those words, the hall fell into shock. The Grand Elder was stunned. He hadn't expected Shi Huang to agree so straightforwardly. However, Shi Huang's tone shifted leisurely, lifting 3 fingers. "I have 3 conditions." The Grand Elder's eyes flashed with disdain. "Dying at the brink, and you dare to bargain." First, Shi Huang ignored him and spoke. "If I pass the trial from now on in the Qingqiu Fox Nation, my wife's words shall be law and mine the ground. Whoever disobeys shall be killed without mercy. Do you understand?" He pointed at the Grand Elder, his tone calm, but bearing imperial authority that brooked no challenge. The Grand Elder's beard trembled with anger. "You." Second, Shi Huang continued, "I require all the texts in the Qingqiu Fox Nation's treasury concerning bloodlines and body refinement, the more the better." Third, Shi Huang paused, his smile blazing. "I am in a hurry, I cannot wait 3 days. Now immediately unleash the great formation." Boom. Shi Huang's words struck like thunderbolts upon the foxes' foreheads. Mad. The man had completely lost his mind. Not only did he agree, but he dared to set conditions. Not only did he set conditions, but he seemed to crave a quicker death. "Yes, yes, yes." The Grand Elder laughed with fury, fearing Shi Huang might back out, tapping his staff on the ground 3 times. "I, the old man, agree to you. As long as you come out alive, we will grant all your conditions. People, open the ancestral shrine, welcome His Imperial Highness the Prince." Into the formation, he gnashed his teeth, uttering the last 2 words. The killing intent and pleasure nearly overflowed from his eyes. In his view, Shi Huang was already dead. Soon the group arrived at the ancestral shrine deep within the palace. The hall was vast and ancient, at the center lay a colossal circular array inscribed with countless arcane runes. As the Grand Elder and several Earth Core Realm Elders poured their spiritual power in, the array roared to life. A sigh echoed. A ball of dark crimson flame sprang from nothing at the center of the array, quickly swelling into a sky-reaching fire dragon vortex. The flame was incredibly eerie, though it emitted a terror-induced high heat capable of burning all. One felt no scorching, instead a deep cold and tremor rose from the soul. As if a single glance could ignite the soul and condemn it to eternal submersion. This is the ancestral fire refining the heart formation. Shi Huang. Su Ji gripped Shi Huang's sleeve with cold, sweaty hands. Her eyes were filled with fear and reluctance. "Don't be afraid." Shi Huang turned, pinched her cold hand, leaned to her ear, and whispered with a sultry smile, "My lady, keep the bed warm for me. Go and come back soon." After saying this, he no longer hesitated, and under everyone's astonished gazes strode toward the dark crimson fire dragon vortex. "Oof. A fool who knows nothing of life or death." The Grand Elder glared at Shi Huang's back and let out a poisonous cold laugh. "The ancestral fire will burn away your filthy soul, turning you to ashes in endless torment." Shi Huang's steps did not falter. It was as if he hadn't heard. Just as one foot was about to step into the flames, he suddenly stopped and turned his head, asking a question without looking back. The voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly, and the hall fell into a deathly stillness. "By the way, I forgot to ask. This thing, can it amplify the firepower? I'm afraid the temperature isn't high enough to wash it clean." "What did you say?" An elderly face deeply etched with wrinkles. The Grand Elder flushed a deep shade of liver purple, his entire body trembling with rage. "Arrogant. Foolish. Still spouting nonsense at the threshold of death. Mad. This trash has gone completely insane. What does he think the ancestral fire is? Hey, a humble campfire." The elders behind him erupted into chaos, each pointing at Shi Huang's retreating back and cursing viciously, as if they had already witnessed his miserable fate of being burned to ash. "Shi Huang, come back at once." Su Ji was utterly panicked. She clutched his arm with all her might, her fingertips turning white from the strain, her voice tinged with tears. "That is not ordinary flame. It will devour your soul. I beg you do not go. This man was the only light in her life. She could not stand idly by and watch him walk to his death. Shi Huang turned his head, gazing into those starry eyes brimming with fear and tears, and his heart softened. He raised his hand and gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her eye, with his thumb, his movements tenderness personified. Be good, do not cry. I said I'll be right back. Before the words had even fully left his lips, he gave Su Ji no chance to react. With a slight flick of his arm, he broke free from her grasp. In the next instant, amid the horrified gazes of all present, he took a single step forward and disappeared entirely into that sky-piercing vortex of dark crimson flames. No! Su Ji let out a heart-wrenching wail of despair, her vision going black as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Huh! He actually went in. The Grand Elder burst into a pathological manic laugh, his aged eyes brimming with vicious satisfaction. Fool! This is the price for provoking me. Savor the exquisite torment of your divine sense being seared apart, inch by inch. The moment Shi Huang entered the flame vortex surged to several times its former size, roaring like the bellowing of demonic ghosts. Those dark crimson flames seemed to possess a life of their own, wildly sweeping toward the figure at the center. It is over. Every member of the Fox clan harbored these same two words in their hearts. No one could endure the center of the ancestral fire for even a single breath. Yet Shi Huang, standing at the heart of the flames, felt no scorching pain as one might have expected. A bit tingly. He glanced down at his body. Those dark crimson flames, like hundreds of millions of red-hot steel needles, frantically burrowed into his divine sense. It truly hurt. But that was about all there was to it. It felt like getting an enormous tattoo, one etched directly onto the soul itself. Warning. The source of ancestral fire is detected corroding the host's divine sense. Nine-Tailed Lion Emperor bloodline has been stimulated. Imperial aura automatically protects its master. Demon Emperor heart absorption attribute activated. Beginning to counter-absorb source of ancestral fire. Oh, the buffet has begun. Shi Huang grinned broadly. He could feel that the Demon Emperor heart within his chest, like an awakened black hole, was now radiating limitless suction. Those once towering and domineering flames of the ancestral fire, the moment they came into contact with his body, seemed to encounter their ultimate nemesis. They each emitted a mournful cry as they were forcibly drawn, relentlessly flooding into his body. That bone-chilling agony rapidly transformed into a warm, soothing comfort, like soaking in a hot spring. Tisk, the water temperature is just right. Shi Huang even had the leisure to stretch his body lazily within the flames. Meanwhile, on the outside, the smiles on all the Fox clan elders' faces gradually froze. G Grand Elder. Look at this. An elder pointed at the formation, his voice trembling. Has that flame? Has it shrunk? The Grand Elder's laughter abruptly ceased. He narrowed his eyes and looked closely, nearly having his eyeballs pop out of their sockets. That once violently raging flame vortex was now shrinking at an astonishingly visible rate, like an air-deflated balloon. That terrifying aura capable of incinerating all things was also rapidly diminishing. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Grand Elder let out a blood-curdling scream, acting like a madman. The ancestral fire has burned for 10,000 years without extinguishing. How could it possibly weaken? It must be an illusion. A final flash of life before the brat's death. Yet no matter how much he refused to believe it, the truth lay plainly before his eyes. The flame vortex grew smaller and fainter with each passing moment. Soon they could even clearly discern the upright silhouette at its center. He was not struggling. He was not screaming. He simply stood there quietly, his hands clasped behind his back with a leisurely expression, as though he were taking a stroll in his own backyard rather than enduring a brutal torture. He's absorbing the ancestral fire. Someone let out a terrified shriek, completely igniting the terror in everyone's hearts. Insanity. The entire world had gone mad. Su Ji had also stopped crying. She stared blankly at that figure, her beautiful eyes filled with awe and utter disbelief. Her man. What kind of monster was he after all? Burp. At that very moment, a faint sound of a satisfied belch echoed from the center of the formation. Amidst the petrified stares of all the Fox clan members, Shi Huang patted his stomach as though he had eaten his fill and quenched his thirst. The last wisp of dark crimson flame was inhaled into his palm, with a crisp slurp, much like someone devouring noodles. The entire formation's radiance faded to nothing, completely extinguished. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully devouring the source of ancestral fire. Reward technique. Red Lotus Karmic Flame has been granted. Reward cultivation boost. Breakthrough initiated. Boom. An aura far more terrifying than ever before erupted from Shi Huang's body, with tremendous force. The bottleneck of the 9th layer of the mystic spirit realm shattered on the spot. Earth Heart Realm 1st layer. That oppressive aura, heavy as a mountain range and resonating with the pulse of the earth, swept across the entire ancestral shrine like a tsunami. Thud. Thud. This time, even those elders at the Earth Heart Realm could no longer sustain themselves. Their legs buckled and they fell to their knees in unison. Only the Grand Elder still struggled to hold himself up through sheer willpower backed by his late-stage Earth Heart Realm cultivation. Yet his legs trembled like leaves in a storm, his face ashen, as paper, his eyes left with nothing but boundless terror. Shi Huang slowly opened his eyes. He extended his right hand, and with a mere thought a sinister crimson lotus quietly bloomed in his palm, radiating a terrifying aura capable of purifying all sins. Is this the power of the Earth Heart Realm? Decent enough. He nodded with satisfaction, withdrew his technique, and stepped down from the now dim and lifeless formation. He ignored all those elders prostrated upon the ground, and strode directly toward the tottering Grand Elder. He leaned close to the Grand Elder's ear, his face wearing a smile as warm as a spring breeze, yet his voice colder than the deepest ice of the Nine Nethers. Grand Elder, I'm done with my bath. Now shall we discuss those 3 conditions of mine? Let us begin with, those who refuse shall be executed without mercy. What do you think? How about it? The smile on Shi Huang's face was in the eyes of the Elder 10,000 times more terrifying than the grin of a demon from the abyss. That gentle spring breeze felt as though it were freezing his very soul. Elder, you've grown old. Is your hearing failing you? Shi Huang's voice remained cold and measured, yet it struck the Elder's heart like a hammer blow. I ask you, now shouldn't we discuss my 3 conditions? The Elder's body trembled like leaves in a storm, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Discuss? Discuss what? With what bargaining chip? His greatest reliance, his Earth Heart Realm cultivation, was nothing but a mockery in this man's presence. His last trump card, the ancestral Fire Heart Cleansing Formation, had been treated like bathwater by this man, who had even managed to upgrade it. How was he supposed to play this hand? By using his head. You. The Elder stammered for what felt like an eternity, yet could not form a complete sentence. It seems the Elder has no desire to talk. Shi Huang's smile gradually faded, a hint of impatience flashing in his golden pupils. In that case, let us proceed with the first condition. Those who refuse will be put to death without mercy. His gaze slowly swept over the kneeling Fox clan elders as though selecting tonight's hors d'oeuvres. Every elder caught by that gaze froze in terror, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. They buried their heads deeper, wishing they could die on the spot. No, don't. The White Fox Elder, who had previously been the loudest boasting that his son by phone should marry Suji, had completely broken down. He crawled and stumbled to Shi Huang's feet, tears and snot streaming down his face as he kowtowed desperately. Your Imperial Sonship, show mercy. Your Imperial Sonship, spare my life. This humble one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This humble one had a foolish tongue. My son by phone is a waste. He doesn't even deserve to carry your shoes. Please, with your boundless magnanimity, release me like a breath of wind. Shi Huang watched him with keen interest, the corner of his mouth curling into a predatory smile once more. Oh, if your son is unworthy, then who is? You are worthy. Only you are worthy. The White Fox Elder shouted without hesitation. Your union with Her Majesty the Empress is a match made in heaven. It is the ultimate pairing for 10,000 generations. A blessing for our demon kin forever. I like hearing those words. Shi Huang nodded approvingly. The White Fox Elder's heart leaped with hope, believing he had escaped disaster. However, Shi Huang's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Unfortunately, it is far too late. Shi Huang raised his right hand, and the sinister red lotus in his palm bloomed once more. You offended my wife and sought to usurp my position. Your crime is unforgivable. Before his words had even finished echoing, he flicked a finger. That crimson lotus detached from his palm, arcing gracefully through the air before settling softly atop the White Fox Elder's crown. There was no earth-shattering explosion, not even the faintest sound. The lotus simply merged silently into his skull. Ah! The next instant, the White Fox Elder let out a blood-curdling shriek that was hardly human. He curled into a ball on the ground, frantically clawing at his own body, as if enduring the most excruciating torment imaginable. Bizarrely, there were not a single wound upon him, nor any trace of flames. Yet in the perception of all present, his divine sense was being ignited inch by inch, consumed by an invisible power. My sins. My sins. The White Fox Elder rolled upon the ground, 2 streams of bloody tears flowing from his eyes, his voice brimming with endless remorse and terror. I shouldn't have coveted the Empress's throne. I shouldn't have secretly embezzled resources meant for our clan members. I shouldn't have. Oh. Amidst his piercing confessions, his body began turning to ash from the feet upward, not scorched, but utterly annihilated, leaving not even the faintest trace of existence. Within mere breaths, an elder at the peak of the profound spirit realm was purified, completely clean before everyone's eyes. The entire ancestral shrine fell deathly silent. All remaining elders, including the Grand Elder, were drained of color, their courage shattered to pieces. What divine art was this? Directly incinerating karmic sin and purifying the spiritual essence. This was simply the natural nemesis of every schemer and wrongdoer. Now, does anyone still object to my first condition? Shi Huang withdrew his hand and scanned the assembly with an impartial gaze. Thud! The Grand Elder could no longer sustain himself. His knees buckled, and he crashed heavily onto the ground, the fox head, cane symbolizing his authority, clattering aside. Using every ounce of his strength, he pressed his forehead deeply against the cold floor, his voice hoarse and trembling. This old servant obeys your command. From this day forward, the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom shall revere Her Majesty the Empress and your imperial sonship above all. We obey your decree. Behind him, all the remaining elders desperately kowtowed in unison, their voices filled with the relief of survival and submission from the deepest reaches of their souls. Excellent. Shi Huang nodded contentedly. He approached Su Ji, gazing at her breathtaking face that still bore traces of shock and concern, then gently scratched the bridge of her nose. It's all right, my lady. No one will dare bully you now. Su Ji snapped back to reality, looking at the man before her who had settled the fate of the nation with mere words. 100 emotions surged within her heart. Astonishment, admiration, a profound sense of security, and a faint thread of sweetness. She said nothing, merely extending her small hand to tightly grasp his. Shi Huang turned her hand over and held it firmly, then glanced toward the Grand Elder and continued. For the second condition, all the classics and texts within the treasury must be delivered to my chambers within the time it takes one incense stick to burn. Yes, yes, this old servant will attend to it immediately. The Grand Elder felt as though he had received a reprieve from heaven itself. He scrambled to his feet, snatched up his cane, and dashed away like a startled rabbit. With all troubles resolved, Shi Huang paid no further heed to the kneeling elders. Holding Su Ji's hand, he turned and walked toward the exit. The crowd parted automatically, every Fox clan member bowing their heads, daring not even to breathe loudly. Only after the two figures had completely disappeared from the ancestral shrine doorway did they dare slowly raise their heads, each one collapsing to the ground, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Inside the bedchamber, the seductive and intoxicating ambience still lingered. Shi Huang waved his hand and closed the door, shutting out the world beyond. He turned around, hoisted Su Ji into his arms, and strode firmly toward the white jade bed adorned with fiery red wedding garments. Up. Su Ji let out a startled cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. What? What are you doing? What am I doing? Shi Huang gently laid her upon the bed, then leaned over, bracing himself on both arms on either side of her body, enveloping her completely within his shadow. He gazed into her starry eyes, shimmering with tension and shyness, a wicked smile playing upon his lips as his warm breath caressed her face. My lady, I'm home. Tell me, has the bed been warmed yet? A scorching breath thick with potent male pheromones washed over her. Su Ji's a beat. She gazed at the handsome face, so close at the golden eyes that seemed to draw the soul itself in, and her mind went blank. This man, he had just laid waste to the ancestral hall, suppressed all the, and in the blink of an eye returned to this unseemly, shameless rogue. Such an extreme contrast gave her an unprecedented, at once shameful and comforting, strange thrill. You let go. Su Ji's voice was as soft as cotton, powerless and more like a coquettish plea. She extended her jade-white hand to rest on Shi Huang's solid chest, but it felt as if she touched a burning hot iron, the heat numbing her fingertips, and she hurriedly drew it back. Let go. Shi Huang chuckled softly, not releasing her, but pressing down a little further. Madam, you mustn't forget our wager. If I return alive, you. His gaze, purposeful, swept over Su Ji's chest, rising with a blush, and that exquisitely beautiful face that had reddened so deeply. Boom. Su Ji's mind exploded. This rogue, this scoundrel, he actually remembers. When did I ever bet with you? Embarrassed and furious, Su Ji turned away, not daring to meet his predatory eyes. Oh, not at all. Shi Huang deliberately lengthened his tone. Madam, you cried in the ancestral hall, tears streaming like pear blossoms, and you pulled my hand to keep me from leaving. What was that for? Isn't it because you're afraid your future husband will be gone, eh? I was. Su Ji faltered, unable to finish. She can't admit that she simply doesn't want him dead. That's too embarrassing. Seeing her blushing and anxious yet unable to refute, Shi Huang felt great amusement and stopped teasing her. He knew the moment was right. Too much would spoil it. Just as he prepared to take the next step and savor the fruits of victory. Knock, knock. A rapid, respectful knock broke the silence. Your Highness the Grand Elder. Outside, the Grand Elder's humble voice could be heard. The text you asked for, I have brought them. Shi Huang's movements paused, his brows furrowed slightly. Damn this old fool. He never comes at the right time, but at this moment he does. What timing? The Su Ji in his arms, as if granted mercy, quickly pushed him away. Hurry. Go fetch the things. Shi Huang, resigned, had to rise from her. In his heart, he was already tallying a debt to the Grand Elder. He walked slowly over and opened the door. Outside, the Grand Elder led a dozen young Fox clan disciples, each holding a thick stack of leather scrolls piled high like a hill. Seeing Shi Huang open the door, the Grand Elder collapsed to his knees with a thud, and those behind him followed suit, kneeling all around. Your Highness, all the treatises about bloodlines and body refinement, totaling 3721 scrolls, are here. The Grand Elder bowed his head, not daring to look at Shi Huang. Shi Huang replied coolly, then with a wave of his hand. An invisible force rose and smoothly shifted that mountain-like stack of volumes into the corner of the room. Understood, retire. Then, the old minister withdraws. The Grand Elder, as if pardoned, crawled away with his people, as if pursued by a ghost. Shi Huang closed the door and turned to see Suji already sitting up on the bed, curiously inspecting the stack of ancient books. You? What are you going to do with these? Of course to study. Shi Huang said matter-of-factly, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. To understand the strengths and weaknesses of the various bloodlines so you can give our child stronger nutrients later. Suji's cheeks flushed again. This man never leaves the child behind. Yet watching Shi Huang's earnest profile, a warm current welled in her heart. He wasn't acting rashly, he had his own plan. For their future, for their child. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice rang again in Shi Huang's mind. Ding. Divine grade offspring status report generated. Offspring bloodline Nine-Tailed Lion Emperor mythical. Bloodline trait 1. Imperial might to subdue the prison inherited from the Golden Lion Emperor's blood and strengthened 100-fold. Bloodline trait 2. Charms all beings inherited from the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox blood and strengthened 100-fold. Bloodline trait 3. Yin-Yang Sacred Body, a mutated trait born from the fusion of 2 god-level bloodlines. Born immune to water and fire, impervious to 100 poisons, capable of practicing 2 opposing cultivation paths simultaneously and merging them perfectly. Current status, embryo stage. Potential assessment, immeasurable. If this offspring can be born successfully, he is guaranteed to reach the supreme realm in adulthood. Damn. A guaranteed supreme realm. Shi Huang drew a cold breath, his heart pounded. This was not about having a child. This was the birth of a future universe ruler. It's happening. This time it truly has happened. Yet before he could rejoice, the system's next prompt drenched him with cold water. Warning. The life energy required by a god-tier offspring is far too vast. It is draining the mother's origin energy from Jiawei Tianhu. Warning. The mother Suji, though recovered the origin, is not yet fully stabilized. It is estimated that within 72 hours the origin will exhaust, and she will fall into a near-death state again. Shi Huang's face instantly sank. What happened? Suji, keenly sensing his mood, asked with worry. Shi Huang did not answer at once, but fixed his gaze on the system panel. Emergency mission released. Nourish the mother, stabilize the fetal source. Plan 1. Find and devour the essences of 10 Earth Core Realm experts, refine them into the primal source, and inject into the mother. Plan 2. Head to Wanyaozonggu to seek the legendary holy herb Jiuqiao Linglong Shun, which can keep mother and child safe for 100 years. Task reward: host cultivation rises to Earth Core Realm 3 Heaven. The offspring gains a chance for a bloodline evolution. Wanyaozonggu. Shi Huang's eyes narrowed. He knew this place was one of the demon realm's most dangerous forbidden zones. Rumor said a mighty demon from the overturning heaven realm had fallen there, and for 10,000 years there were entrants with none returning. Shi Huang. Suji looked at his changing face, her unease growing. She walked to him and gently held his hand. What happened? Tell me. Shi Huang came to his senses, looked at her concerned eyes, and warmth bloomed in his heart. He took her cold little hand, drew her to sit by the bed, and softly said, "Don't be afraid, it's a good thing. Our child is too gifted. He needs too much energy, your body is stretched thin." Suji, hearing this, was stunned at first, then a warm maternal glow lit her cheeks. She instinctively stroked her flat belly and whispered then, "What should we do?" "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Shi Huang looked at her with unwavering determination and dominance. "I need to leave for a few days to go somewhere and fetch something. When I return, the two of us will be safe from danger." Suji's heart trembled. She knew the place would be a life or death journey. She wanted to say, "Don't go, and we can find a way together." But seeing the man's eyes filled with confidence and responsibility, she couldn't utter a word. She knew this was his decision. As a husband, as a father, he must shoulder the responsibility. The only thing she could do was believe in him. Good. Suji nodded, her beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture. She leaned forward and pressed a cold, soft kiss to Shi Huang's lips. "I'll wait for you to return." Shi Huang's body tensed. He looked at this near-at-hand, crimson-tinged, utterly gorgeous face, feeling the kiss's lingering softness and sweetness, as if a volcano were about to erupt within him. This woman, she actually kissed me first. She's playing with fire. Shi Huang could no longer endure it. He seized Suji's nape and, turning the tables, kissed her fiercely. In a hoarse, almost feral tone, he whispered near her ear, "Madam, wait for my return. The wager between us shall be repaid with interest." "Damn you." Suji's voice carried a tremor of tears, an unhidden vexation muffled, as it came from Shi Huang's embrace. Shi Huang finally released her, and looked at her lips, slightly reddened and lush from his kiss, with a smug smile. "Madam, this is merely the deposit. Wait for me to return with interest, and we will reclaim it all together." Suji was both shy and furious, lifting a pink fist to strike his chest, but her strength was weak, more like a coquettish tease. "Who would bargain with you? Hurry back soon." Her tone was firm, yet worry glimmered in her eyes. "Understood." Shi Huang's smile faded, his expression turning serious. From his fingertips, he drew a drop of golden imperial blood brimful with life, and sealed it inside a smooth jade pendant. Wear this well. He clasped the pendant around Su Ji's snow-white neck. The icy pendant touched warm skin, making her tremble. Inside it lies a strand of my origin, able to shield your heartline, and that of the child for a time. If I am not here, crush it if danger comes. Most importantly, it will allow me to know at any moment that you and the child are safe. Su Ji gripped the pendant to her chest, still warm with his touch and breath. She nodded gravely, words failing her. In the end, only this: I will wait for you. Very well. Shi Huang gazed at her intently, as if to burn her image into his soul. In the next moment, he shed all hesitation, turning into a golden streak and vanishing at the horizon. Time waits for no one. Qing Yi stepped from the corner, eyes red. Your Majesty, he will return. Su Ji caressed her belly, her gaze more resolute than ever. My man is a steadfast hero, upright and tall. What he promised me he will surely fulfill. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shi Huang left the Qingxiu Fox Nation and headed straight for the Valley of 10,000 Demons. The news spread through the Elder Council like a gust of wind. The elders who had just been terrified to death were now gathered at the Grand Elder's residence, each with a different expression. Valley of 10,000 Demons. Is that kid crazy? That place is deadly. Rumors say even masters of the heaven-shrouding realm have fallen there. If he goes, he may not come back, right? An elder glanced cautiously at the Grand Elder, asking in a low voice. The Grand Elder set down his tea, blowing on the steam, his cloudy old eyes glittering with a dark, inscrutable light. He said nothing, but the faint smile at the corner of his mouth spoke volumes. Grand Elder, then what should we do? The Grand Elder swept a glance over the crowd and stated that the Crown Prince's safety was the Fox clan's priority. Such loyalty moves the heavens. This is the truth. His Highness the Crown Prince stands for the Fox clan's safety, willing to risk himself. Such loyalty moves the heavens. Let us not stand idly by. The Grand Elder continued, my grandson, he recently breached Earthcore realm and has mastered the illusory fox art, excelling at scouting and concealment. Let him go to aid His Highness the Crown Prince and to demonstrate our Fox clan's gratitude. Gentlemen, what do you think? On hearing this, the elders drew in a cold breath. The Grand Elder's ruthless and knife hidden with a smile, grandson. Let him go to help. He might end up hindering the effort. Valley of 10,000 Demons is perilous enough, and to have a watchful, knife-ready ally nearby would make this plan even deadlier. The Grand Elder is wise. Indeed, let he go, and let His Highness the Crown Prince see our Fox clan's sincerity. The elders quickly wore obsequious smiles and began to agree. The Grand Elder nodded with satisfaction, a snake-like cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Shi Huang, no matter how strong your fate, you may rise from the ancestral fire, I do not believe you can walk out of the Valley of 10,000 Demons alive. High above, golden light crackled like electricity. Shi Huang drove his speed to the utmost, shattering the surrounding clouds with his advance. He could sense Su Ji's life energy being drawn bit by the unborn child within her, slow but never ceasing. Must go faster. At that moment his expression shifted, speed unchanged, and a cold smile curled at his lips. The old fox, your tail has finally shown. He could sense a highly subtle aura behind him, following not far behind. That aura belongs to Earthcore realm as well, and its concealment is superb. If not for bearing the Demon Emperor's heart, his senses would be far beyond his peers, and might not have detected it. Do you want to play cat and mouse? Very well, I will play along. A trace of mischief flashed in Shi Huang's eyes, and not only did he not expose it, but he deliberately slowed a touch, and feigned oblivion, continuing toward the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Half a day later, an endless chain of ominous black mountains appeared at the horizon. The sky wore a strange dark red, the land blackened, the air thick with deathly and demonic energy, forming visible black tornadoes that connected heaven and earth. There was no living thing here, not a breath of wind, a deathly stillness. The Valley of 10,000 Demons had arrived. Shi Huang hovered before the valley's entrance. The entrance was the skull of an unknown giant beast, its mouth agape like an abyss to hell, constantly swallowing dark demonic energy. Even standing at the threshold, Shi Huang could feel a pressure emanating from the core of his soul, as if millions of demon souls cried and roared within. No wonder this is the demon realm's premier forbidden ground. Just as he prepared to step in, a gentle voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please stay. Shi Huang slowly turned. A youth in white with a face as fine as jade held a white jade folding fan and stood smiling not far behind him. The youth appeared cultured and refined, scholarly and elegant, yet the slightly narrowed eyes carried foxish cunning and a chill. Who are you? Shi Huang asked, feigning ignorance. I am he, grandson of the Grand Elder. He bowed to Shi Huang, his courtesy impeccable. The Grand Elder heard that your Highness ventured alone into danger, and his heart was heavy, unable to sleep. He sent me to guide you and clear away unnecessary troubles. He spoke while waving the folding fan, his smile gentle, his tone sincere, as if he were truly a loyal junior come to help. Oh, guiding me. Shi Huang smiled with a meaningful expression. Is this the path to treasure or the road to the Yellow Springs? Shi Huang's smile remained as radiant as ever, yet his words cut, like a blade forged from the 9 netherworlds, ice instantly shattering the veneer of refinement that graced Bai Chei's face. For a fleeting moment the smile plastered on Bai Chei's face stiffened. But his recovery was instantaneous. He nearly seamlessly resumed his posture of deference and humility. The white jade folding fan in his hand snapped shut with a sharp click, and he bowed deeply once more toward Shi Huang. Your Highness jests. The road to the underworld stretches long and perilous. This humble one's heart is bound to your Highness's safety and her Imperial Majesty's well-being, to the point where I would gladly surrender my own life in their stead. I have come on this journey specifically to clear the path before you to carve through every obstacle in your way. His words were flawless and dripping with sincerity, as though he truly embodied the loyal minister willing to sacrifice himself for his sovereign's protection. Had Shi Huang not already seen through his true nature, he might well have fallen for this Oscar-worthy performance. Is that so? Shi Huang's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. Then truly. Thank you for your trouble. He stepped forward, placing a warm, familiar hand on Bai Chei's shoulder, like a leader who genuinely cared for those beneath him. In that case, lead the way. Shi Huang tilted his chin toward the dark entrance carved within the enormous beast's skull, his tone carrying the weight of unquestionable authority. I would like to see where this path to survival of yours actually leads. Bai Chei's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. He had not anticipated Shi Huang's directness. Not a trace of polite pretense, just an immediate push to the front. This was nothing like the script he had envisioned. According to his plan, he should have trailed behind Shi Huang using his knowledge of Wanyao Zonggu and the illusion fox arts to silently guide him into a deadly trap where he would perish without a whisper. But now, what? Too afraid. Shi Huang observed his fluctuating expression with a light laugh, his tone brimming with unmistakable mockery. Weren't you the one claiming you would clear the thorns for me moments ago? And now that we have reached them, you are faltering. I would never dare. Bai Chei's heart seethed with rage, but he dared not let it show on his face, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than joy. To guide your Highness is this humble one's greatest honor. With that he clenched his teeth, forcefully suppressing the killing intent and humiliation burning within, then turned and walked into the beast-bone entrance that yawned before them like the maw of an abyss. Shi Huang watched his retreating figure, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth as he followed at a leisurely pace. Old fox, little fox, think you can play games with me? Fine. Today I will show you exactly what that means. The moment they crossed into Wanyao Zonggu, the surrounding scenery transformed instantly. All external light was severed, darkness enveloped them completely, rendering them unable to see their own hands. A dense, cloying aura of decay and death hung in the air, cold enough to penetrate bone, seeping insidiously into one's very spirit. Beneath their feet lay not earth, but a thick carpet of bone ash left by creatures unknown. Each step produced a sickening crunch that echoed through the oppressive silence, making the scene all the more chilling. Your Highness, this place is called Wanhun Yuan, the first trial of the Burial Valley. Bai Chei's voice came from ahead. In his hand had appeared a luminous pearl, casting a soft white glow, barely illuminating 3 feet around them. Endless battle-slain demon spirits haunt these grounds year-round. They possess no intellect, and will attack all living beings. We must conceal our presence and pass through swiftly. As he offered his helpful explanation, he covertly tracked Shi Huang's reaction from the corner of his eye. Yet Shi Huang seemed oblivious, maintaining an air of languid nonchalance, even glancing about as though merely sightseeing. Bai Chei sneered inwardly. Fool, unaware even at death's door. Without a trace, he channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the luminous pearl. The soft white radiance flickered faintly in the darkness, and an almost imperceptible wave of allure, carrying seductive undertones, silently spread outward into the surrounding blackness. This was the secret art of the Huanhu clan's soul-guiding incense. Harmless to the living, yet for those mindless demon spirits it shone like a beacon in the night, possessing a fatal attraction. Whoa! Brewer. Almost instantly a cacophony of shrill, vengeful roars erupted from the darkness, all around brimming with malice and madness. Countless crimson eyes, each burning with hatred, popped into existence in the blackness, dense as stars in a blood-red galaxy. Bad. Your Highness, careful. Bai Chei let out a perfectly timed cry of alarm, his face a mask of manufactured anxiety and dread. These demon spirits have been stirred. We must flee. As he shouted, he slipped away, his figure blurring into a white streak as he bolted toward the only so-called safe passage ahead. Yet that so-called safe passage, in the perception of Shi Huang's demon emperor heart, was actually a core trap swarming with powerful demon spirits. In the direction he fled might appear panic-stricken, but it would place Shi Huang directly in the path of the oncoming demon horde. A masterful maneuver, diverting disaster and wielding another's blade. Flee. Watching his feeble performance, Shi Huang chuckled. Why flee? Such abundant treasures. What a waste to leave them behind. Bai Chei's steps faltered as he turned to stare at Shi Huang in utter disbelief, as though gazing upon a madman. Treasures. He called these demon spirits capable of rending Earth's soul realm experts apart. Treasures. Before he could process this, the demon horde descended like a black deluge, carrying resentment potent enough to tear souls asunder, sweeping toward them both. We are finished. Bai Chei's face drained of color. He had not anticipated the demon spirits to react with such speed and ferocity. His aura had already been locked on by their presence. There was no escape. Yet just as he braced for death alongside Shi Huang moved. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, placing himself between Bai Chei and the approaching horde. He extended his right hand palm upward. A sinister crimson lotus no larger than a thumb blossomed gently in his palm. Disperse them? What a waste. Staring at the surging black tide, Shi Huang's expression softened with transcendent compassion, his voice as light as a sigh. Living as demons, dying as spirits, none escape suffering. Today I grant you all liberation, guiding you to blissful rebirth. Before his words had even faded, the crimson lotus in his palm erupted in radiant brilliance. That radiance was neither harsh nor burning. Instead, it exuded warmth and purification. Every demon spirit caught in its glow froze mid-air, as though ensnared by an immobilizing spell. The vicious, venomous expressions upon their faces rapidly dissolved, replaced by an expression of release and peace. The feral crimson in their eyes gradually faded, yielding to a fragment of clarity. Sighs brimming with gratitude and relief drifted from those demon spirits. They bowed deeply toward Shi Huang, as though worshipping their deity. Then their bodies dissolved within the crimson light, particle by particle, transforming into pure luminescence that dispersed into the air. No screams, no struggle. Only tranquility and serenity remained. In merely a few breaths, the demon horde that once could have sent any Earth Soul Realm expert's scalp tingling was utterly cleansed. The entire Wanhun Yuan fell silent once more. No, deader than before. For even the bone-chilling resentment that had permeated the air had vanished. Bai Chei stood rooted to the spot, his mouth agape, his eyes bulging like bronze bells threatening to burst from their sockets. Witnessing this divine spectacle, the man bathed in crimson light, appearing godlike with his back turned. His mind went completely blank. What manner of power was this? Was this even something a mortal could accomplish? Shi Huang slowly withdrew his hand, the crimson lotus fading from existence. He turned to face the thoroughly stunned Bai Chei, a warm smile gracing his features. Brother Bai Chei, look, it is clean now, is it not? He gestured toward the darkness ahead, now rendered even more profound and perilous following the purification, his smile growing all the more sincere. You said you would clear the thorns for me. I despise owing debts to others. The thorns ahead appear even denser than those we just cleared. Now I will trouble you to clear that path, first won't I? Bai Chei's face turned whiter than the bone ash beneath his feet. He knew there was no way out. In front of this monster, any slight movement would only hasten his death. Why, yes, your highness. Bai Chei forced out these words from between his teeth, his voice hoarse, as if ground by sandpaper. He forcibly pressed down the fear and murderous intent in his heart, forced out another humble smile, and turned toward the darkness. This time his silhouette carried a hint of stiffness and despair. Shi Huang looked at him with a dead parent's expression and sneered coldly. Little fox, you want to duel with me? You're still too young. The two moved into the darkness one after another for about the duration of a joss stick's burn. The surrounding deathly aura and demonic energy thickened, even condensing in the air into black droplets that dripped from above, making a ticking sound of drip drip. Your highness, ahead is Qilin. Bai Chei's voice carried a trace of excitement and tremor. Here lie the bodies of ancient battle-dead demon clans. Their corpses, stained by the demonic chi of this place, have turned into mindless bone demons that only know slaughter. These bone demons, their flesh is strong, they fear not divine powers, and they hunger for the flesh of the living. As he spoke, he subtly drew from his sleeve a black bone fragment, exuding an ominous aura. But your highness, rest assured. Shi Huang handed the bone fragment over his face, wearing a smile of utter loyalty. This is my clan's secret treasure, Lianqi bone. As long as it is worn on the body, it can perfectly hide our life aura. So long as we do not actively provoke them, those bone demons will not detect us. Shi Huang looked at the fragment and laughed. Lianqi bone. In the perception of his Yao Dgxian, this thing should be called Inma Xiang. The aura attached to it was like a super-invincible spiraling neon beacon in the night, likely to draw bone demons from hundreds of miles away. This little fox truly thought he was fooling someone. Oh, so magical. Shi Huang feigned astonishment, taking the fragment and turning it over in his hand. That must have tired you preparing such a treasure for me. Bai Chei, seeing him fall for it, was inwardly ecstatic, and his face grew more humble. To ease your highness's burden is my duty. Very well. Shi Huang nodded, and in Bai Chei's astonished gaze, he directly affixed the Lianqi bone to Bai Chei's forehead with a sharp snap. Since it's a treasure, it should be given to the one who has earned merit. Shi Huang patted his shoulder as if it were only natural. You guided me all the way, your diligence and merit are great. This treasure is most fitting for you. Your highness. This cannot be done. Bai Che panicked. He had never imagined Shi Huang would pull such a stunt. He reached out to pull the bone fragment from his forehead. However, as his hand rose halfway, Shi Huang pressed it down with a firm grip. An irresistible, terrifying force surged through him, making his arm immovable. What, you won't listen to me now either? Shi Huang's smile vanished, his golden pupils turning ice cold. Or is there some problem with this treasure? And no, absolutely not. Bai Che was terrified into a cold sweat, knowing that one more word would crush his throat without hesitation. That's enough. Shi Huang loosened his grip and resumed his gentle smile. Let's go. The meritorious servant continued to lead the way. Bai Che wanted to cry, but had no tears left. He felt as if the bone fragment on his forehead was a death talisman. He could only hope that the effect of Yin Ma Xiang was not as strong as he imagined. Yet reality is cruel. Just as he steeled himself and stepped forward, not even 10 steps away, a roar deafened the air. A thunderous bellow ripped out of the dark ahead. The ground then began to tremble violently. Crack, crack. The sounds of countless bones breaking and reassembling came from all directions. One towering giant after another, each several zhang tall, and formed from countless pale bones, crawled up from the earth. In their hollow eye sockets, blue soul fire burned, locking onto Bai Che with greed and brutality. It's over. Bai Che looked at the dense bone demon army, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. All his scheming and plots at this moment became endless remorse for lifting the stone to crush his own foot. Don't be afraid. Shi Huang's voice like a demon's whisper rang in his ear. See your treasure's effect, isn't it excellent? You've drawn out so many thorns, you a meritorious one have not gone unrewarded. Bai Che snapped around, staring at Shi Huang's devilish smile, and finally broke down. You knew all along. You've been toying with me all this time. What else would it be? Shi Huang crouched, pinched Bai Che's chin, and forced him to look into his eyes, speaking slowly. You and your old dead grandfather really think your petty tricks can fool me. Today I will teach you a lesson. In the face of absolute power, any scheme is a joke. With that, he released him, stood up, and ignored the utterly hopeless Bai Che. He turned and looked at the bone demon army that had formed an encircling ring, advancing step by step. There wasn't a trace of fear on his countenance. Instead, a spark of battle lust appeared. Roar. The leader of the bone demons, the largest in size, and wielding a huge bone blade, reached the pinnacle of the Earth Core realm's 9th heaven as it roared and charged first. The enormous bone blade, tearing through the air with a whistling sound, slashed downward. Bring it on. Shi Huang answered with a long howl, and surged forward instead of retreating. Within him, the Yao Di Ji Xing beat wildly. The bloodline power of the Jiawei Shi Huang burst forth at this moment. Brilliant golden light erupted from his body, and the Dark One Qilin shone as bright as daylight. Facing that devastating blow capable of splitting mountains, Shi Huang did not use any divine power, not even blinking. He simply raised his right hand and clenched his fingers into a fist. Then, meeting that massive bone blade, he struck with a punch. Perfect. Take that, you bunch of useless bones, and test these new sinews and bones of mine. Break. The fist and the blade crashed together in the darkness of the myriad bones forest with tremendous force. There was no earth-shattering clang of metal colliding as anticipated. Crack. A sharp, brittle sound like porcelain shattered by a blacksmith's hammer. That colossal bone blade, capable of cleaving an entire mountain peak, struck against Shi Huang's seemingly modest golden fist, and felt as though it had collided with a meteorite hurtling from the heavens. Countless fissures erupted from the point of impact, spreading ravenously across the blade's surface. The next instant, boom, the massive bone sword shattered into pieces. It disintegrated into a storm of skeletal shards raining through the air. Shi Huang's momentum did not falter in the slightest. The moment the bone blade shattered, his golden iron fist, wreathed in supreme imperial authority, tore through the resistance with devastating momentum and crashed heavily onto the skull demon chieftain's enormous head. Bang! A dull, thunderous report echoed through the air. The chieftain's skull, harder than tempered steel, burst apart instantaneously like a crushed watermelon. The twin pools of ghostly blue soul fire let out a mournful wail within the golden radiance before being completely extinguished. Its towering body, several zhang high, crashed down and collapsed into a scattered heap of worthless bone fragments. One punch. Just a single strike. A bone demon at the peak of the 9th heaven of Earth realm cultivation did not even earn the privilege of making Shi Huang's fist hesitate before being utterly annihilated. Bai Che collapsed on the ground, had his eyes bulging wide and his mouth gaping open wide enough to swallow a fist. His mind had completely shut down from shock. What had he just witnessed? Barehandedly detonating a bone demon at the peak of Earth realm cultivation. Was this something a mere Earth realm cultivator could accomplish? Even a body cultivator at the 9th heaven of Earth realm could not achieve such effortless ease. What kind of monster was this man? Roar! The chieftain's death did not intimidate the other bone demons at all. Instead, it completely ignited their ferocity. The dense horde of bone demons, like sharks scenting blood, saw their soul fire blaze with intensity as they unleashed a series of deafening roars, surging toward Shi Huang frantically from all directions. The earth trembled violently under their stampeding feet, as though it would be completely swallowed by this flood of death. Good. Shi Huang stood at the center of the bone demon encirclement, his face showing not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, a hint of excited frenzy appeared. He drew in a deep breath, his chest swelling high. The next moment, he let out a long howl to the heavens. Roar. This was no ordinary sound. It was the Lion Emperor's soul-quelling roar, a fusion of the supreme Imperial Majesty of the Golden Lion clan and the enchanting allure of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. A visible golden sound wave like a tidal tsunami exploded outward from Shi Huang's position, spreading frantically in all directions. Where the sound wave passed, space itself twisted violently. The bone demons charging at the forefront froze rigid the instant they came into contact with the golden sound wave. The ghostly blue soul fire burning in their eye sockets flickered wildly like dying candles in the wind, then with a soft poof, was completely extinguished. Deprived of their soul fire's support, their bodies, cobbled together from countless skeletal remains, crumbled and scattered into heaps. With a single roar, 100 demons fell. But this was only the beginning. The golden sound wave continued to spread, devastating everything in its path with irresistible force. Countless bone demons fell in succession like wheat, slashed by a scythe, their soul fires extinguished, reduced to piles of shattered bone. Across the entire myriad bones forest, a ghastly white bone rain began to fall. In merely a dozen breaths, the bone demon army that had once filled any Earth Realm powerhouse with despair was completely cleared away. The world fell silent once more. Only Shi Huang remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back amid a sea of bones wreathed in golden radiance, like an invincible god of war. Shi Huang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling profoundly satisfied throughout his body. The sensation of absolutely crushing everything through pure power was truly exhilarating. Just then a cold system notification chimed once more. Ding. Detected a substantial amount of absorbable energy. Soul death, demonic chi. Shall I absorb it? It can be used to refine the Demon Emperor's heart. Shi Huang's expression shifted. He noticed that rising from the scattered bone fragments were wisps of blackish-gray aura and faint specks of ghostly blue light. Absorb. Without the slightest hesitation, Shi Huang confirmed. The next moment, the Demon Emperor's heart in his chest gave a violent throb. A terrifying suction force erupted. The soul death demonic chi that blanketed the mountains and valleys as though drawn by an irresistible magnetism surged into Shi Huang's body in countless converging streams. Shi Huang felt a cold and refined energy continuously washing over his heart, making that golden Demon Emperor's heart grow denser and more powerful. So this place is no forbidden zone for me. It's a dining hall. Shi Huang, sensing the surge of power within his body, broke into an extraordinarily brilliant smile. He turned and walked step by step toward Bai Che, who was utterly terrified and trembling in a shaken heap on the ground. Hey! Shi Huang nudged his foot. Stop shaking, or you'll fall apart. Bai Che jolted violently, snapping his head up to see Shi Huang's face, wearing a gentle smile, his eyes filled only with endless dread and despair. Demon, devil, you're a devil. He babbled incoherently, scooting backward, desperate to put distance between himself and this man who inspired boundless terror. Demon. Shi Huang squatted down, grasped his chin, and forced him to look into his eyes, wearing an expression of harmless sweetness. No, I am your savior. He gestured to the sea of bones around them, and spoke with a look of utter sincerity. Look, I've cleared away so many thorns for you. Shouldn't you thank me? Bai Che's teeth chattered, uncontrollably unable to utter a single word. It seems you have no intention of showing gratitude. Shi Huang feigned disappointment with a shake of his head, then hoisted him off the ground in one motion, holding him as easily as a chick. In that case, continue leading the way. Shi Huang's gaze turned toward the endless darkness deeper within the myriad bones forest, his eyes gleaming with the predatory light of a hunter spotting prey. I get the feeling there are even more thorns inside, and they seem even more nutritious. My stomach is still a bit hungry. He patted Bai Che's paper-white face, his smile growing impossibly kind. Come along, my dear guide. Let's not keep our lunch waiting too long. Bai Che had grown utterly numb. He was like a soul-drained puppet hauled by Shi Huang, stumbling through the forest of 10,000 bones. He did not know where he was headed, nor how long he had to live. All he knew was that following this man was the most wrong, the most foolish decision of his life. They crossed the endless sea of bones, and the view ahead changed again. A black, poisonous, ominous swamp appeared before them. Over the swamp hung a kaleidoscopic miasma, roiling and condensing into shapes of various fiends, emitting silent roars. Within the marsh, huge bubbles rose now and then, bursting with a gurgle, exhaling a stench enough to dissolve a Qilin realm expert in an instant. This is the Fuhan Marsh. Bai Che's voice sounded hollow like a marionette without emotion. The toxic miasma here can erode the soul and corrode the flesh. Even an Earth Core realm expert once tainted will surely die. Oh, Shi Huang answered flatly, his face showing no fear but a hint of curiosity. He could sense that this marsh harbored death energy, pure and more vast than in Wan Hun Yuan and Wan Qilin. To others this was a dead end. To him, it was paradise. Move on. Shi Huang tossed Bai Che to the marsh edge, as if discarding garbage. Keep leading the way. Bai Che lay on the ground watching the roiling swamp of deadly toxic miasma, a trace of madness and resolve flickering in his eyes. He knew he had no path left to live. If so, then let us perish together. Master. Bai Che struggled to rise from the ground, his face once again forcing a humble smile, but the smile looked strange and even ferocious. Master, crossing this marsh will reach the center of Zonggu Valley. But the marsh's toxic miasma is too fierce, ordinary methods cannot pass. There is only one place that is safe. He stretched a trembling hand pointing to the marsh center, a black stone platform about 3 feet across, the only patch not covered by the toxic mist. There, the Baidu stone left by an ancient power. If we can jump onto it, we can pass through this marsh unharmed. Shi Huang followed his finger. The stone platform looked plain, but beneath it lay the Yao Diji Xian, sensing a faint, yet terrifying, world-shattering aura of destruction. That aura surpassed the Earth Core realm, even surpassing all he knew. It was the aura of the Zetian realm. Little fox, you finally stopped pretending. Shi Huang laughed, turning toward Bai Che, his gaze like that of looking at a corpse. Bai Che's body suddenly stiffened, the smile on his face completely solidified. Master, what are you saying? I cannot understand. Not understanding. Shi Huang stepped forward, pinching his neck, lifting him up, the golden pupils full of mockery and coldness. That below is a band left by a great demon of the Zetian realm. Once there is life on it, it will explode. The demon essence accumulated for 10,000 years, its power enough to blow everything within 100 miles to nothing. You are trying to drag me to death together. Bai Che's fear and disguise vanished, completely replaced by hysterical madness, as Shi Huang's single line exposed all his schemes. That's right. He roared with a feral face. I want you dead. You monster. You ruined everything of mine. I want you to pay with your life. He suddenly unleashed all remaining demon power within him, breaking free of Shi Huang's restraints, transforming into a white light, and charging toward the black stone platform with unwavering resolve. Shi Huang, let us descend to hell together. He aimed to trigger the deadliest trap with his dying breath. Want to die? Do I agree? Done, came a cold word from Shi Huang, and Bai Che's forward rush froze in midair. Bai Che's silhouette froze an inch away from the stone platform. Still in the forward rush, the expression stuck in the final frenzy and ferocity, but his body could no longer move an inch. Zhou Wei, Shi Huang's bloodline power. Imperial might, suppressing the prison. With a word, all things are suppressed. At this moment, the cold system prompt arrived as promised. Ding. Detected Zetian Realm Jaime Yao Yuan. This is the Zetian Realm Great Demon's final counterattack before death, with immense power. Please the host choose from the following options. Option 1, immediately retreat. Abandon this place and take a detour. Reward shrinking turtle title Su Ji's favor toward you -99. Option 2, detonate forcibly. Endure the annihilation demon essence with your flesh, 9 lives at the edge of death. Reward brute title, a tombstone engraved with walk well. Option 3, devour it. Use the Yao Diji Xian as furnace with Honglian Yahua as catalyst to forcibly refine the Jaime Yao Yuan. There is a high chance to gain insights into the Zetian law. Reward the divine ability Yao Huang Tun Tian Shu cultivation raised to Earth Core Realm 3rd Heaven. Is there any need to choose? Shi Huang looked at the long list of rewards behind option 3, grinning widely. I take what others feast on, I plant trees where others dig graves. I will accept the legacy of this Zetian Realm great being. He did not hesitate for a moment, stepping toward the stone platform with decisive certainty. He stepped onto it without hesitation. Boom. At the moment his foot touched the platform, the entire Fuhun Marsh, indeed the entire Wanyao Zonggu Valley, trembled violently. That black stone platform instantly turned into a terrifying vortex. A breath of annihilation powerful enough to topple stars and collapse space erupted from the depths. Come on. Shi Huang cried to the heavens, battle intent boiling. He spread his arms, the Yao Di Xian bursting with brilliant gold light, as if a sun had been lit in his chest. Yao Huang Tun Tian Shu. He opened his mouth and inhaled with force. A huge vortex formed from gold light and Honglian fire inside his mouth. That storm of annihilation demon essence powerful enough to destroy all found a vent and formed a gray-black pillar of terror, which he swallowed into his body. Bai Che, suspended in midair, was brushed by a trace of that annihilation essence and let out a wailing scream as his body turned to ash with no trace of his soul left behind. Shi Huang at that moment felt as if he were drinking a giant bowl of hot, numbing, and spicy broth. The mind boiled with fragments of the laws of annihilation and termination exploding within him. His cultivation rose again like a rocket, ascending the Earth Core realm through the 1st heaven, the 2nd heaven, then the 3rd. Boom. The Earth Core realm, 3rd heaven. When the last trace of annihilation demon essence was devoured, the toxic miasma of the Fuhun Marsh vanished completely, revealing a clear pool. Shi Huang slowly descended, his aura restrained, yet several times stronger than before. He clenched his fist, feeling that one punch could kill 10 of his former self. Hick! Shi Huang belched contentedly. This meal was fairly satisfying. Then his expression shifted and he looked toward the end of the swamp. There a pure holy fragrance of medicine filled with abundant life energy drifted from the source. Found it Jiuqiao Linglong Shun. Shi Huang's eyes flashed with gold, and he no longer lingered, turning into a streak of light that sped toward the source. Yet when he reached the destination, he found that beside a ginseng emitting 7-colored radiance there lay a huge monstrous beast Qilin-like, but with 9 snake heads dozing there. With each breath the surrounding space cracked and split. That aura was clearly the Zhetian realm. The terrifying beast, resembling a Qilin, yet bearing 9 serpent heads, slowly opened its eyes. Not a pair. 9 pairs. 18 vertical pupils, some crimson as blood, others ghostly green or ice blue like ancient frost, fixed their gaze simultaneously upon Shi Huang. Boom! An indescribable pressure, as though emanating from the primeval epoch, crashed down like hundreds of millions of sacred mountains. The earth beneath Shi Huang's feet cracked instantly. The surrounding space under this overwhelming pressure emitted a grinding creak, spiderweb-like pitch-black fractures spreading across the void. A mere glance nearly caused this very space to collapse. This is the heaven-shading realm, an ant at the earth-heart realm. An ancient rasping voice utterly devoid of emotion echoed deep within Shi Huang's soul. Dare you covet my eternal life medicine? The beast's 9 serpent heads slowly rose, each skull radiating a distinctly different, yet equally terrifying aura of law. It gazed at Shi Huang as a deity looks down upon a foolish insect daring to crawl onto its dining table. Shi Huang felt his very soul trembling, his bones crying out in agony. His demon emperor's heart pounded frantically, and the 9-tailed lion emperor's bloodline power automatically surged to protect him, barely preventing him from kneeling on the spot. Run! The thought barely formed before he extinguished it. Within the heaven-shading realm's domain, he couldn't so much as move a single finger. How could escape even be considered? Fight! That would be laughable. A single breath from the opponent would annihilate both his body and soul. In this critical moment between life and death, the cold system prompt finally arrived. Ding! Detecting an inescapable death scenario. Divine tier survival protocol generated. Host, please select from the following options. Option 1, kneel and beg for mercy. Offer your wife Su Ji as tribute in exchange for a chance to survive. Reward Ninja Turtle title, granting a century of continued existence, but permanently stripping away your dignity as a man. Option 2, rise in defiance. Burn all your life force and bloodline to launch a suicidal strike against the target. Reward most spectacular cannon fodder achievement. Your heroic deeds will be celebrated for approximately 3 seconds. Option 3, push your pretense to the absolute limit. Amplify the 9-tailed lion emperor bloodline and the aura of the demon emperor's heaven-devouring technique to their utmost. Disguise yourself as a peerless great power wandering the mortal realm. Use words to intimidate the opponent and transform certain death into a sliver of hope. Note this option has a success rate below 0.1. Upon failure, your fate will be far worse than option 2. Reward: if successful, you will receive the King of Deception title and an extremely high probability of obtaining the 9-hold exquisite ginseng. You may even gain the allegiance of this heaven-shading realm beast. Fuck! Shi Huang cursed viciously in his heart. What rotten schemes was this damn system proposing? Could anyone reasonably choose the first 2? As for the third, 0.1 success rate. What difference does that make from a direct death sentence? But there were no other choices. I'll gamble. How hard can bluffing be? In my past life, I once scolded immortal emperors through a keyboard. An ant. Shi Huang forcibly suppressed the trembling of his soul, yet fear did not appear on his face. Instead, he slowly, incrementally curled his lips into a smile of utmost contempt and mockery. He raised his head, gazing directly into those 9 pairs of godlike eyes looking down upon him, and spoke in a tone even more ancient and indifferent than the beast itself. How many epochs has it been since anyone dared address me this way? You, 9-headed watchdog. The moment those words fell, the entire myriad demon's burial valley plunged into deathly silence. For the first time, those 9 pairs of eyes belonging to the heaven-shading beast revealed something almost human. Utter disbelieving shock. Watchdog. He, a peerless existence of the heaven-shading realm, the overlord who had guarded this place for tens of thousands of years, was being called a watchdog by an earth-heart realm ant. You seek death. Terrifying, killing intent as substantial as a tidal wave instantly engulfed Shi Huang. Yet Shi Huang seemed entirely oblivious. Within his body, his 9-tailed lion emperor bloodline and the newly acquired aura of the demon emperor's heaven-devouring technique erupted without restraint. An aura of bloodline, fusing supreme Imperial Majesty with unmatched divine elegance, shot toward the heavens. A terrifying Tao resonance, as though capable of devouring all heavens and myriad worlds, causing all paths to submit, spread forth. That horrifying killing intent powerful enough to crush the very fabric of space melted away like spring snow meeting the scorching sun before these two auras. The heaven-shading beast's 9 serpent heads jerked sharply backward, all 18 eyes brimming with shock and uncertainty. This bloodline. This Tao resonance. It had only ever felt such terror echoing from the deepest, most ancient memories inherited through its bloodline. It was the instinctive trembling one experiences when facing the primordial emperor of the demon race, the most supreme sovereign. You? Just who are you? For the first time the beast's voice carried a note of uncertainty and gravity. Who am I? Shi Huang smiled. With each step forward his aura grew stronger, that peerless majesty belonging to a supreme great power becoming ever more pronounced. I have wandered through the heavens witnessing epics rise and fall. I have had so many names I can no longer recall them. He approached the 9-hold, exquisite ginseng radiating 7-colored auras, extended his hand, and gently touched its white plump form as though caressing a radish from his own backyard garden. Though this little herb does seem somewhat familiar. Shi Huang turned his head to look at the thoroughly bewildered beast, a flicker of sudden realization crossing his face. Oh, I recall now. Perhaps 3 epochs ago when I passed through this place, I casually scattered a seed. I never imagined it would have matured by now. By my calculations, the time has come to harvest it. He spoke with such casual indifference, yet his words struck the heaven-shading beast like bolts of divine thunder from the highest heavens. 3 epochs ago. A casually scattered seed. This cannot be possible. As for you. Shi Huang's gaze returned to the beast, scanning it up and down as though appraising an object. Your bloodline is reasonably pure, a descendant of the ancient anomaly Jiao, though marred by impurities. To have cultivated to the heaven-shading realm speaks to your fortune. Given that you have guarded my medicinal garden for so many years on my behalf, I may grant you a chance. Shi Huang extended a single finger, his face wearing an expression of divine compassion. Submit to me. I can purge the impurities from your bloodline, giving you hope of glimpsing that supreme, heavenly venerable realm. Otherwise, the smile vanished from Shi Huang's face, instantly replaced by boundless coldness and indifference. Die. That single character, lightly spoken, seemed to contain the overwhelming authority of words manifesting reality. The 9 serpent heads of the heaven-shading beast trembled violently, in unison. It could sense that the other party spoke the truth. That absolute suppression emanating from both bloodline and soul could not be feigned. Could it be? Could he truly be a supreme demon emperor who had slumbered for countless epochs, now playing among mortals? Its meager cultivation meant nothing to this being. In his eyes it was perhaps truly no different from a watchdog. Yet it refused to submit to what it perceived as an earth-heart realm, and words mean nothing without proof. All 9 serpent heads of the beast let out a collective roar, shaking the entire burial valley. If you truly are a supreme great power reborn, you should know that my Qilin clan never yields easily. Unless you can withstand a single strike from me. It seemed aware that attacking directly might offend this great power, so it changed its wording. This technique is called Nether Soul Devouring Light, my innate ability. It does not harm the flesh, but annihilates the soul alone. If you can endure this strike at the earth heart realm without your soul perishing, no little beast will willingly accept you as my master. It was testing him while also providing itself an escape route. However, before the beast finished speaking, Shi Huang impatiently waved his hand, his face revealing extreme disappointment and disdain. Endure your strike. Do you think yourself worthy? He raised his head, sharply golden pupils blazing with light more brilliant than sun, moon, and stars. The peerless majesty of the nine-tailed lion emperor reaching its absolute zenith. I am pressed for time. No patience for childish games. Now I offer you one final chance. Shi Huang's voice thundered across the entire myriad demon's burial valley like divine decree from the highest heavens, cold and merciless. Kneel or die. Silence. The entire Wanyao burial valley fell into an unprecedented suffocating stillness. That Jiao beast of the heaven-shading realm with 18 eyes locked firmly upon Shi Huang was filled with struggle, fury, resentment, and a trace of terror deep from its very soul, which even it refused to acknowledge. Kneel or die. As a supreme existence of the heaven-shading realm, it had reigned terror over this forbidden land for tens of thousands of years. How could it have ever suffered such devastating humiliation? Yet the bloodline pressure radiating from the other party was beyond doubt. That terrifying Tao resonance, as if capable of devouring the myriad heavens and all laws, could never be feigned by someone of mere foundation establishment. What if he truly were some ancient demon emperor who played among the mortal world? If he were truly struck down, his fate would be 10,000 times more wretched than complete soul dispersal. Too risky to gamble. He truly couldn't afford to gamble. Time at that moment seemed infinitely stretched. Every second was a purgatorial torment for Jiao. Shi Huang's face remained as impassive as still water. But inwardly his mind was screaming. Damn it, his heart was about to burst from his throat. Why hasn't this beast knelt yet? If he keeps holding out, I'll lose my composure. System. Is that 0? 1 success rate, even correctly placed. Just as Shi Huang's internal drama was about to reach its zenith. Thud. A heavy mountain-toppling crash shattered the suffocating silence. Jiu Ying's mountain range-like colossal body, with its central Qilin primary head slowly inch by agonizing inch lowered itself beneath an endless weight of humiliation and resentment. Next came its 9 ferocious serpent heads. Finally, those limb pillars capable of crushing stars slowly bent. Crash. The supreme beast of the heaven-shading realm Jiu Ying had knelt. Its colossal form lay prostrate before Shi Huang, 9 proud heads buried deep into the scorched earth, trembling violently, daring not lift the slightest amount. Ding. Maximum pretense succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully intimidated the ancient prodigy, Jiu Ying, turning a death trap into salvation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the unique legendary title, King of Bluffing. King of Bluffing. When wearing this title, the authenticity of all your boasts, posturing, and intimidation increases by 50. Against targets with weak willpower, there is a high probability of triggering this self-rationalization effect. The target will frantically overthink and rationalize your actions. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ownership of the 9-cavity exquisite ginseng. Congratulations, host. You have secured the absolute loyalty of the ancient prodigy, Jiu Ying. Fuck. It worked. It actually worked. Shi Huang almost couldn't resist jumping up on the spot. This damn system was actually reliable when it mattered most. He forcibly suppressed his inner euphoria, maintaining his expression of everything is under control, and slowly walked toward the prostrate Jiu Ying. You have made a wise choice. Shi Huang's voice retained that lofty godlike cadence, as though bestowing grace upon a believer. This humble beast Jiu Ying pays respects. To my master. A voice filled with humiliation and trembling echoed from deep within Jiu Ying's soul. Shi Huang replied indifferently, as though this were a trivial matter. He circled Jiu Ying's massive body once, as if inspecting a new pet before stopping in front of it, and shaking his head. Your bloodline is impure, your demonic energy chaotic, your foundation unstable. Never mind. Shi Huang extended his right index finger, drawing forth a single drop of resplendent golden essence blood from the nine-tailed lion emperor, within which countless stars seemed to be born and perish. In recognition of your years guarding my medicinal garden today, I shall grant you a transformation. He flicked his finger. That drop of essence blood transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into Jiu Ying's forehead. Boom. Jiu Ying's colossal body shuddered violently. An indescribable supreme imperial aura exploded within it. It could clearly feel those impure chaotic genes within its bloodline being forcibly purged, refined, and restructured by an overwhelmingly domineering power. Its cultivation bottleneck, stagnant for tens of thousands of years with no room for advancement, showed signs of loosening at that very moment. This is... All 9 serpent heads of Jiu Ying rose abruptly, 18 eyes filled with boundless ecstasy and shock. Those hazy memories of the ancient demon emperor buried deep within its bloodline became extraordinarily clear at this moment. No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. This sensation, this aura. Only the peerless demon emperor who founded the demon race's era could possibly possess it. Master. He truly is a demon emperor who plays among the mortal world. It had gambled correctly. At this moment, the last shred of humiliation and resentment within Jiu Ying's heart vanished, completely replaced by endless worship, fanaticism, and relief. Thank you, master, for granting this supreme fortune. Jiu Ying prostrated itself once more, this time wholeheartedly and completely. Its 9 heads knocked furiously against the ground before Shi Huang, shaking the entire Wanyao burial valley. Enough. Shi Huang waved his hand impatiently, his aura utterly majestic. Rise. Your noise disturbs my eyes. Yes. Yes, master. Jiu Ying hastily ceased its movements, carefully rose to its feet, and stood respectfully at the side like the most loyal guard. Shi Huang disregarded it, and turned toward the 9-cavity exquisite ginseng. That plump white ginseng, resembling a doll, seemed to sense the immense life, energy, and supreme bloodline pressure radiating from Shi Huang. Rather than flee, it actively pulled itself from the soil, scurried over on 2 short legs with little pattering sounds, and affectionately rubbed against his pant leg. At least you know what's good for you. Shi Huang smiled contentedly, and bent down to lift it. Warm to the touch, it pulsed with life energy of the purest caliber. With its Su Ji and the child's safety were completely secured. Master, the death chi here is overwhelming and not suitable for lingering, Jiu Ying said respectfully from the side. Please permit this humble one to escort you to my cave dwelling, where I may offer protection. No need. Shi Huang carefully placed the 9-cavity exquisite ginseng into a specially crafted jade box, his heart set on returning home. My consort awaits me at home. I must return. Consort. Jiu Ying paused, and an even greater tsunami of astonishment surged within. This supreme demon emperor already had an empress. What magnificently radiant existence must be the woman favored by a demon emperor? Master, the distance from Wanyao Burial Valley to Qingqiu Fox Kingdom is vast. It matters not. Shi Huang directly interrupted, leaped onto Jiuying's broad back, and sat cross-legged. You will carry me back. Perfect. I shall let my consort see the new pet I have found for her. Upon hearing this, Jiuying felt not the slightest offense, but instead trembled with excitement. To serve as my master's mount, and even encounter the legendary Empress. What boundless honor. As you command, my master. Jiuying let out a roar that shook the clouds asunder, its colossal body transforming into a streak of light, carrying Shi Huang straight into the heavens. It tore directly through the spatial barrier that had trapped Wanyao Burial Valley for 10,000 years, racing toward Qingqiu Fox Kingdom at a speed surpassing lightning itself. A heaven-shading realm powerhouse, traveling at full capacity. What terrifying speed. In merely half an hour, the unbroken, immortal-shrouded peaks of the Qingqiu mountain range came into distant view. Shi Huang stood upon Jiuying's crown, hands clasped behind his back, robes billowing in the wind. Gazing at the palace he had left filled with worry and reluctance, a gentle curve touched his lips. Suji, I'm back. Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. Above the imperial capital, the sky stretched cloudless for miles, radiating an atmosphere of serenity. Ever since Shi Huang had crushed the Grand Elders faction with a thunderous display of power, the entire Fox Kingdom had fallen into an eerie calm. All knew that the imperial heir of the Golden Lion clan had become the true uncrowned sovereign of Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. At this moment, within the sleeping chamber, Suji sat by the window, her jade-like hand gently stroking her lower abdomen. Her exquisitely beautiful face carried a trace of tender maternal radiance, yet between her brows lingered an inextinguishable worry. He had been gone for nearly a day. Wanyao Burial Valley. That legendary restricted zone of life. Could he truly return unscathed? Just then, a piercing alarm, as though capable of rending the very heavens, suddenly erupted throughout the entire imperial capital. Enemy raid. Powerful foes are breaching our defenses. Activate the National Protection Formation. The terrified screams of countless Fox clan warriors rang out from beyond. Suji's expression shifted. She rose abruptly in one motion, stepping forward and instantly appearing in the skies beyond the sleeping chamber. Looking upward, her pupils contracted sharply. Far upon the distant horizon, a colossal black speck hurtled toward the imperial capital at a terrifying speed that defied all comprehension. As the black speck drew ever closer, a crushing, world-destroying pressure descended upon them, like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting asunder. The National Protection Formation of all Qingqiu Fox Kingdom could not withstand this pressure for even a single breath. It emitted a mournful wail and shattered piece by piece. Every Fox clan member within the imperial capital, regardless of cultivation level, trembled violently under this overwhelming pressure. Those with weaker cultivation were directly crushed to their knees, their courage utterly shattered. That is what manner of monster? Nine heads. Its form resembles a Qilin. It is the legendary ancient beast from antiquity, Jiuying. Good heavens. A ferocious beast at the heaven-obscuring realm. Why has it come to our Qingqiu Fox Kingdom? The Grand Elder and all the high-ranking Fox clan officials stood ashen-faced, their eyes filled only with endless despair and terror. It was over. Qingqiu Fox Kingdom would perish this day. Suji's delicate face turned deathly pale. Yet she did not retreat. She fiercely guarded her lower abdomen. The bloodline power of the nine-tailed heavenly fox within her erupted with tremendous force. 9 pristine white fox tails unfurled behind her, and an equally formidable aura soared skyward, barely resisting that world-destroying pressure. Gazing at the ever-approaching, terrifying, ferocious beast, her beautiful eyes blazed with absolute resolve. Shi Huang, even if you cannot return, I shall protect our child with my own life. Yet just as she prepared to burn her bloodline and fight to the death, she saw clearly. Upon the central Qilin head of that heaven-obscuring, ferocious beast, a tall and upright figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind. That face, those golden pupils, that carefree smile. If not Shi Huang, then who could it be? Suji was utterly stunned. The entire Qingqiu Fox Kingdom, every Fox clan member who could still lift their heads, stood completely frozen. What was happening? Could it be that the imperial heir had returned riding a heaven-obscuring, ferocious beast? Under the petrified gazes of all present, Jiuying's colossal body slowly descended upon the vast square before the imperial palace. Crash! The earth shook violently. Jiuying retracted all its pressure and respectfully prostrated itself upon the ground, its 9 ferocious serpent heads bowed deeply like the most docile kitten. Shi Huang lightly leaped from its crown and landed steadily before Suji. He ignored the Fox clan elders kneeling all around him, who had been completely stunned into silence. In his eyes there was only this woman before him who had worried herself sick and risked everything for him. He reached out and habitually flicked the tip of her elegant nose, a doting smile playing upon his lips. Wifey, I'm back. Such a simple sentence caused Suji's defenses to crumble instantly. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, rolling down like pearls from a broken string. She threw herself into Shi Huang's arms, embracing him with all her strength, as though trying to merge him into her very being. You fool. You absolute fool. You nearly gave me a heart attack. There, I'm perfectly fine, am I not? Shi Huang gently patted her back, feeling the trembling of the jade-like woman in his embrace, his heart softening completely. He bent his head and whispered tenderly by her ear, "Not only have I returned, but I also brought you a small gift." From his bosom, he took out that specially crafted jade box. The moment the jade box opened, an extraordinarily pure medicinal fragrance, so potent it could revive dead wood and restore spring to withered branches, permeated the entire square in an instant. All the Fox clan members who inhaled this medicinal fragrance felt their injuries and hidden ailments heal completely at that very moment, and even their cultivation bottlenecks showed signs of loosening. This is the legendary holy medicine, the 9-aperture exquisite ginseng. The Grand Elder screamed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Shi Huang had not only returned alive from Wanyao Burial Valley, but had also brought back this supreme holy medicine that existed only in mythology. Be good, open your mouth. Shi Huang, as if holding an ordinary radish, that plump white ginseng resembling a doll, to Suji's lips. Suji stared blankly at him, then at the holy medicine radiating 7-colored brilliance, her mind going completely empty. This is far too precious. No matter how precious, it cannot compare to you and the child. Shi Huang's tone admitted no dissent. Eat it, and you shall both be safe. Suji's eyes grew moist once more. She did not hesitate further. Obediently, she parted her cherry-like lips and took a gentle bite. The ginseng melted upon entering her mouth, transforming into a warm torrent brimming with magnificent life energy that surged instantly through her limbs and every corner of her body, nourishing the slight deficiency in her foundation caused by nurturing the divine fetus. She could clearly feel the tiny life within her womb rejoicing and dancing with delight. All right. Shi Huang seemed to remember something. He pointed at the colossal, ferocious beast behind him that dared not move a single muscle and smiled at Suji. From now on, this fellow shall stay at the Fox Kingdom to guard the gate. It will also spare us from having those blind cats and dogs constantly coming to disturb us. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. To make a heaven-obscuring, peerless, ferocious beast serve as a gatekeeper, did he just call that a blind cat or dog? Yet Jiuying, far from feeling the slightest sense of insult, trembled with excitement. Its 9 serpent heads bowed reverently towards Suji, and a soul-transmitted voice resonated throughout the entire imperial capital. This humble beast Jiuying pays respects to the mistress. May the mistress enjoy eternal peace. Boom. The entire Qingxiu Fox Kingdom erupted into complete chaos. Every Fox clan member gazing at that heaven-obscuring, ferocious beast prostrating itself on the ground in absolute reverence, and then at the man who appeared as serene and unfazed, as though he had merely accomplished some trivial matter, could only entertain a single thought. The heavens were about to change. Shi Huang paid no further attention to the Fox clan members, who had gone completely numb. He lifted Suji into his arms and beneath everyone's awestruck gazes strode purposefully toward the sleeping chamber. Very well. The medicine has been taken and the gate is now guarded. He lowered his head and gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful face in his arms, flushed crimson from a mixture of shyness and happiness. The corners of his lips curled into a devilish arc as his warm breath fanned against her sensitive ear. My lady, now, is it not time for you to fulfill our wager? Boom. Suji's mind shattered, turning into a blank void. She was held in Shi Huang's embrace, feeling his solid burning chest, and those golden eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. She blushed so deeply that the back of her neck turned pink. That rogue, that scoundrel, he still remember this. I don't know what you're talking about. Suji buried her face in Shi Huang's embrace, her voice muffled like a frightened kitten trying to bluff her way through. Oh, is that so? Shi Huang let out a low laugh, lifting her into his arms and striding toward the soft white jade bed. It seems Madame's memory isn't very good, he said, gently laying her on the bed, leaning over her, his arms braced on either side of her body, completely enveloping her in his shadow. Then I, your husband, shall help you. Remember properly. He lowered his head, looking at her long lashes that trembled from the energy surge, and at her lips, slightly reddened and swollen from his kiss. Unable to resist any longer, he kissed her slowly and deeply. Yet at the moment the intimate mood reached its peak, a sudden change erupted. A hum. Suji's body erupted in a radiance of unfathomable magnitude. A pure, vast, and incomparably magnificent life energy, like a waking volcano, burst forth from her flat abdomen. 7-colored light pierced the palace roof in an instant, becoming a pillar that reached the heavens and shot straight upward. Up. Suji cried out, though the cry carried no pain, only astonishment. She could feel the little life inside devouring the 9-orifice Linglong pill like a glutton who had starved for billions of years, growing and transforming at a fever pitch. What is happening? Shi Huang's movements froze abruptly, and he sat up, the roguish expression vanishing to be replaced by unprecedented seriousness. Ding. Warning. The life energy of the 9-orifice Linglong pill is too immense. The divine offspring is forcibly absorbing it, initiating its first bloodline evolution. Evolution is brutally domineering. The mother host risks being drained dry. Damn, this brat. Shi Huang cursed softly without hesitation and immediately pressed his hands onto Su Ji's abdomen. Don't be afraid. I am here. He looked at Su Ji's pale face from the energy surge and spoke in a deep, steady voice. Steady your mind. I will help you. The nine-tailed lion emperor's ancestral imperial blood poured forth from his palms, flooding into Su Ji's body and helping stabilize the meridians that had nearly shattered from the energy surge. Meanwhile, the entire Qingxiu Fox nation seethed with activity and heat. All the foxfolk looked toward the palace, astonished by the rainbow light pillar that pierced the skies and the colossal manifestation within the pillar, an image of a golden lion intertwined with a nine-tailed heavenly fox. That sacred, noble, almost transcendent pressure caused every living being to feel a deep, reverent urge to bow before it. Heavens! This is a miracle. It is the Imperial Sun. It must be the Imperial Sun and Her Majesty the Empress practicing some supreme divine art. The Grand Elder and the Fox clan elders galloped toward the bedchamber, faces aflame with fanatic worship. Yet when they reached the square, a mountain-like silhouette blocked their path. The 9-headed serpent with its 9 ferocious snake heads lowered them slowly, 18 cold eyes watching them with indifference. The master has spoken. Anyone who dares approach the bedchamber shall die. Disobedience is death. The single word death swept like a cold wind through the 9 hells, freezing the elders' fervor in an instant. They watched the heaven-dominating beast, each one shrinking back in fear, and no one dared take another step forward. Inside the bedchamber, under Shi Huang's relentless infusion of origin, the wild energy inside Su Ji finally calmed, beginning to be absorbed by the fetus in an orderly fashion. She could clearly feel that the little life was growing stronger at an astonishing speed, and her body, nourished by Shi Huang's imperial blood, was being reborn, with cultivation bottlenecks climbing higher and higher. Not sure how long had passed. The sky-piercing 7-colored beams slowly gathered, eventually sinking completely into Su Ji's abdomen. Everything returned to calm. Ding! The God-tier offspring's first evolution succeeded. Congratulations to the offspring on awakening the bloodline talent divine power, Emperor Domain. Emperor Domain, innate domain-type divine power. Within the domain, all methods retreat, words become law. It can suppress enemies by up to 90% and deprive them of control over the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ding! The nourishment of growth begins. Congratulations, host, your understanding of the will of the Emperor has deepened greatly. Congratulations, host, your cultivation has risen to Earthcore Realm 3 great perfection. Boom. A stronger aura flashed within Shi Huang's body and then vanished. He felt his control of power reach a new height. Huff. Shi Huang slowly lowered his hand and exhaled. He looked down and saw Su Ji lying quietly on the bed, her flawless face bathed in a holy radiance from the energy's baptism, her breath lingering. Her cultivation had clearly broken through to Earthcore Realm 5th layer. How does it feel? Shi Huang asked softly. Su Ji slowly opened her eyes. Her starry gaze was brighter and more captivating than before. She looked at Shi Huang's face, worn by the exhaustion of energy, and her heart filled with emotion and love. She did not speak. Instead, she reached out, looping her arms around his neck and pressing her red lips to his. This time it was no fleeting touch, it was a deep, ardent, flawless response. Shi Huang was first momentarily stunned, then a surge of joy rose in him, turning passivity into action and eagerly seizing the fragrance of the jade beauty in his arms. Looks like our son is quite the helper after all. After a long while their lips parted. Shi Huang stroked Su Ji's cheek with a sly smile. Su Ji's cheeks flushed, she buried her head against his chest, whispering, "You bad guy. The bad guy's still ahead, you know." Shi Huang chuckled and rolled over, preparing to resume the unfinished bet from earlier. However, at this critical moment, ding, 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 emergency alert. An unprecedented shrill system prompt exploded in Shi Huang's mind. Detected a forced bloodline summoning from the Golden Lion clan's ancestral homeland. Royal bloodline restored. The Emperor's Son inheritance trial has been forcibly activated. Warning. The host must reach the ancestral homeland within 3 days to undertake the trial. Those who fail to arrive will be deemed to have forfeited the inheritance, and the bloodline power will be forcibly seized and reclaimed by the ancestral homeland. The smile on Shi Huang's face froze in an instant. Shi Huang's smile froze in an instant. What had surged within him just moments earlier like a volcanic eruption of joy and desire was suddenly washed clean by a basin of icy water above. Forced bloodline summons. The Emperor's Son inheritance trial. Must reach within. Bloodline deprivation if you miss the deadline. Damn, are you playing me? Shi Huang cursed inwardly. Why now at the worst moment? Just as I had coaxed my wife to bed and was about to strip. Is this damned ancestral land rigged with surveillance? What's wrong? Su Ji sensed his unease at once. The golden eyes that had just been filled with lust and flame had grown cold and grave. Her heart tightened, instinctively grabbing his arm. Is there something wrong with the child again? No, the child is fine. Shi Huang regained his senses, looking at Su Ji's face full of worry and forcibly suppressing the irritability in his heart, producing a smile that was uglier than crying. It's my business. He took a deep breath and in plain terms repeated the damned alarm from the system. So I must return within 3 days to the ancestral homeland of Huangjin Shizizu. Su Ji upon hearing this stood stunned. Her small hand unconsciously clenched Shi Huang's arm, the fingertips whitening from the grip. Going again. Her voice carried a trace of tremor and grievance. It was only after a long while that he had just returned from the perilous Wanyaozonggu. At last she felt an unprecedented sense of safety and happiness. But now he must go again. And it's to take part in a seemingly extremely dangerous inheritance trial. Su Ji's eyes reddened, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, but not a single word escaped. She did not want him to go. Yet she knew this was his fate, the responsibility of the emperor's son of Huangjin Shizizu. She couldn't be so selfish. Seeing her about to cry, yet holding back, Shi Huang's heart felt a sting, painful, as if pricked by a needle. He pulled her tightly into his embrace, his chin resting on the top of her hair, and spoke with a tenderness he had never shown before. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I just came back and now I must leave again. But rest assured, this time is different. Shi Huang cupped her face, forcing her to meet his gaze, and spoke with grave sincerity. The Huangjin Shizizu used to be a fallen clan, a people who were trampled by others. I am the emperor's son, and I was once just a name, a useless waste. But now things are different. His eyes blazed with unwavering confidence and a world-dominating aura. I'm going back not to face judgment, but to reclaim all that already belonged to me. A mere inheritance trial can hardly stop you, my man. When I return, I will be the true emperor of Huangjin Shizizu. Then let's see who in the demon realm dares to say a word against us. Su Ji stared blankly. Seeing the flame in his eyes that could burn through the heavens and the undeniable imperial might, she was shaken. Her unease and worry unknowingly were soothed by this overwhelming confidence, gradually calming. Indeed, her man was no longer the boy who needed her shelter. He is now the supreme powerhouse who could make even the ferocious beasts of the sky dominion kneel in submission. I trust you. Su Ji nodded, then on tiptoe pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. But you must promise me. She looked into his eyes with utmost seriousness. Come back safe and sound. The child and I will be waiting at home for you. Yes, I promise you. Shi Huang felt a warmth in his heart and drew her into his embrace again. Time was tight, and he would not waste another moment. The two lingered for a moment, then Shi Huang released her and turned to go outside. Jiuying. Shi Huang's voice, though soft, echoed clearly through the entire palace. Boom. The next moment, the mountain-sized terror beast appeared outside the bedroom and knelt on the ground in reverence. Master, what are your orders? During my absence you stay here. Shi Huang's tone left no room for doubt. Protect the Empress and the entire Qingxiu Fox Nation. If a single hair is harmed, I will tear out your 9 heads and kick them like balls. My master. The 9 heads of Jiuying nodded frantically, trembling with excitement. What an honor to guard the master and the Empress. Having arranged everything, Shi Huang cast a final glance at Su Ji, his eyes full of reluctance and tenderness. Wife, wait for me. The words were not yet spoken when his figure flashed, becoming a golden streak that tore the heavens and vanished into the horizon. Su Ji stood at the door of the bedchamber, gazing after him in a daze, unmoving for a long time. High above the world, the sea of clouds roiled. Shi Huang pushed his speed to the limit, his mind racing with plans. The ancestral homeland of the Huangjin Shizizu lay far in the demon realm's westernmost reaches at Wansheng Shinshan, more than 100 million miles from Qingxiu Fox Nation. If he relied on his own cultivation to fly at full speed, 3 days would be impossible. Ding. A divine-level travel plan has been generated due to the host's predicament. Plan 1. Burn the origin essence blood of Jiuwei Lion Emperor and use the blood escape technique to arrive within 3 days. Side effects: cultivation regresses by 1 major realm. Plan 2. Command Jiuying to tear space and perform an astral jump. Estimated time: half a day. Side effects: none. Shi Huang looked at these 2 options, speechless. Is there really a choice? He immediately issued orders to Jiuying via a soul link station in Qingxiu Fox Nation. Jiuying, tear open space and send me to Wansheng Shinshan. As you command, my master. Jiuying, far in the Qingxiu Fox Nation, received the order without hesitation. Its 9 heads roared toward the heavens, and the terror of the Sky Dominion exploded. Rip. The space before Shi Huang was like fragile cloth ripped open by an invisible force into a pitch-black, bottomless great mouth. A void channel filled with chaotic time-space turbulence appeared before him. Shi Huang stepped in without hesitation. The scenery around him flashed and changed at breakneck speed, countless bizarre and dazzling colors whizzing by. After who knows how long, when the lights stabilized again, a gold divine mountain exuding endless majesty and a sense of desolation appeared at his feet. Wansheng Shinshan arrived. Shi Huang hovered above the mountain, looking down at the familiar land below. A trace of complex emotion flashing in his golden eyes. He could sense an ancient and authoritative calling emanating from the depths of the mountain. At the same time, he sensed several powerful bloodlines belonging to the Huangjin Shitzi Zhu converging here from all corners of the demon realm. It seems there are others qualified for this trial, not just me. A cold arc curled at Shi Huang's lips. Huangjin Shitzi Zhu, I have returned. I wonder whether you are ready to welcome back this emperor's son, or to judge me the former waste. Wansheng Divine Mountain. The ancestral land of the Golden Lion clan, a sacred ground renowned throughout the entire demon realm. The entire mountain gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, as if forged from divine metal. Upon the mountain there were no plants or trees, only natural totemic patterns resembling roaring lion kings, exuding an ancient, vast, and supreme Imperial Majesty. The primal demonic energy so dense it nearly materialized swirled around the mountain, forming golden seas of clouds. Any creature not of the Golden Lion bloodline upon approaching within 10,000 li of the mountain would be crushed to dust by that overbearing imperial might. Shi Huang floated above the mountain peak, gazing down at this land that was both familiar and foreign, his golden pupils utterly indifferent. He had returned. This place, which had once brought him immense oppression and humiliation. At that moment ripples began to appear in the space behind him. Several streaks of light, also radiating the bloodline aura of the Golden Lion, shot forth from different directions, landing one after another on the vast platform atop the mountain. As the light faded, 3 figures were revealed. The leader was a burly young man with a wild mane of golden hair like a lion's mane, clad in a crimson flame battle armor. His aura was fierce as fire, and he was already at the 5th level of the Earth Heart realm. His name was Shi Yin, the most renowned combat prodigy among the collateral branches of the Golden Lion clan. Beside him stood a young man with an arrogant expression and eyes like lightning surrounded by strands of lightning. His cultivation was also at the 4th level of the Earth Heart realm. He was Shi Lei, famed for his speed and explosive lightning arts. The last one was a young man with a sinister countenance and eyes like a viper. His aura was slightly weaker at the 3rd level of the Earth Heart realm. He was called Shi Yin, skilled in concealment and assassination. They were all outstanding members of the current generation of the Golden Lion clan, qualified to participate in the Imperial Heirs inheritance trial. As soon as they landed, their gazes locked onto the figure floating in the void with his back to them. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the waste, back again. Shi Yin spoke first, his voice booming with undisguised contempt and mockery. Shi Huang, I heard you were sent to cheer up the sickly empress of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. How come you didn't die in bed and still have the nerve to return for the trial? Ha ha ha. Shi Lei and Shi Yin burst into harsh laughter. Brother Yin, you can't say that, Shi Lei sneered. He's now the empress's man, an imperial heir with a lofty status. We mere collateral branches dare not offend him. Lofty? Shi Yin scoffed, his disdain deepening. A waste who sold himself as a marriage tool. Does he deserve to be called lofty? If you ask me, he came back because he knew the Fox clan was draining him dry, and he wanted to beg for a way to survive in the ancestral land. Their words grew more venomous and cutting with each sentence. In their eyes, Shi Huang was still that waste with thin bloodline, low cultivation, and abandoned by the family. Shi Huang slowly turned around. He showed no anger, no retort. He only looked at the 3 jumping clansmen before him with the calm gaze of one regarding the dead. Are you done? Shi Huang's voice was flat, betraying no emotion. If you're done, then let me speak. He took a step forward, and an intangible, terrifying imperial might, as if from a primordial deity, descended. Thud, thud, thud. The mocking smiles on the faces of Shi Yin, Shi Lei, and Shi Yin instantly froze. They felt as if their souls were being gripped by an invisible giant hand. Their bloodlines were congealing. Their demonic power was dissipating. An irresistible fear and submission stemming from the deepest levels of life itself caused their legs to give way, and they all fell to their knees. How is this possible? Shi Yin raised his head in horror, staring at the man approaching them step by step, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. What kind of bloodline pressure was this? Why did it feel even more terrifying than the shrouding heaven realm ancestors of the clan? Wasn't he a waste? Noisy flies are always annoying. Shi Huang stopped before the 3, looking down at them, his golden pupils utterly indifferent. Is it for you worthless curs to utter this imperial heir's name? Is it for you impure-blooded bastards to discuss this imperial heir's personal affairs? His voice was not loud, but it struck like thunderclaps from the 9 heavens, smashing into their souls. You dare call us bastards? Shi Yin was both shocked and furious. He struggled to stand, but found that under this terrifying imperial might, he could not move even a finger. Call you bastards? Shi Huang laughed a laugh of icy coldness. No, I'm merely stating a fact. He raised his foot and gently, slowly placed it on Shi Yin's head, grinding that once arrogant skull into the hard golden rock. 5th level of the Earth Heart realm, bloodline reversion of no more than 30%, impure and chaotic. A piece of trash like you dares to covet this imperial heir's throne. Who gave you the nerve? Boom. Shi Yin's mind exploded. Not physically, but spiritually. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. He, the leader of the younger generation of the Golden Lion clan, was being trampled beneath the foot of a former waste, mocked and humiliated so casually. Shurian let out a beastly roar, his demonic power burning wildly in that instant. Shi Huang, I'll kill you. He abruptly activated his innate divine ability, Crimson Flame Lion Heart. A phantom of a lion formed of crimson flames materialized behind him, radiating a terrifying heat that could incinerate all. It opened its massive maw, ready to devour Shi Huang. A mere grain of rice dares to shine before the sun. Shi Huang looked at the flame lion, disdain flickering in his eyes. He didn't even move his foot, merely willed it. Imperial domain. An intangible domain filled with supreme imperial might radiated from Shi Huang, expanding instantly. The ferocious flame lion, upon contact with the domain, seemed to have cold water poured over it. Its flames visibly dimmed and extinguished. Finally, with a reluctant whimper, it dissipated completely. His divine ability broken, Shurian was struck as if by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his aura instantly wilting. He stared at Shi Huang in disbelief, his eyes filled only with boundless terror. A domain. This was a domain-type divine ability, and an unparalleled domain that could annihilate laws. How could this be power within the Earth Heart realm? Now do you still want to kill me? Shi Huang applied a little pressure with his foot, and Shurian's entire head was buried into the ground, leaving only a pool of blood. Beside them, Shirley and Shirin were already frightened out of their wits, collapsed on the ground, unable to even beg for mercy, a foul stench emanating from their pants. They had been scared into soiling themselves. Waste. Shi Huang glanced at them with disgust, pulled back his foot. He did not kill them, because it was unnecessary. Stooping to deal with these ants would only lower his standing. Just then, a majestic, approving, aged voice slowly echoed from the ancestral shrine atop the Divine Mountain, resounding throughout all of Wanqing. Divine Mountain. Not bad. Truly worthy of being the imperial heir of my Golden Lion clan. You have the bearing of my younger days. Shi Huang, come in. The inheritance trial begins now. Shi Huang withdrew his gaze, and no longer looked at the three kinsmen on the ground, who had been completely reduced to mere background. He adjusted his robes as though he had merely brushed off some dust, then set forth, stepping steadily toward the golden ancestral shrine, radiating boundless majesty. His pace was unhurried, yet profoundly steady. Each step he took seemed to merge with the very pulse of Mount Wanqing, drawing forth deep, rumbling echoes from the mountain itself, as if honoring the return of its true master. Behind him, Shirley and Shirin collapsed to the ground, watching that receding figure, their eyes filled only with endless fear and bewilderment. Shurian trampled into the earth, strained to raise his head caked in blood and mud, glaring venomously at Shi Huang's retreating back, his teeth gnashing, yet daring not a single defiant word. He knew that from this day forth the heavens of the Golden Lion clan would change. The ancestral shrine's gates, 100 zhang high and forged from a single piece of divine metal, were carved with magnificent murals depicting the heroic campaigns of every Golden Lion demon emperor across the heavens. The doors parted silently as though clearing a path for Shi Huang. A crushing imperial pressure, thousands of times denser than the outside world, surged toward him like a tangible golden tide. This pressure alone could shatter the soul of any clan member at the Earth Heart realm on the spot. Yet Shi Huang walked through it, as if strolling in a gentle spring breeze. The moment his nine-tailed lion emperor bloodline encountered this pressure, it emitted a joyous hum, actively absorbing the overwhelming force and transforming it into nourishment for itself. Inside the ancestral shrine, vast and solemn, stretched the space. No gilded splendor greeted the eye. Only 12 towering pillars supporting this ancient realm. Upon each pillar sat a spectral figure in meditation. Their auras varied, some ferocious and domineering, others restrained, solemn, or chillingly cold. Yet without exception, all radiated an atmosphere that transcended the Earth Heart realm, reaching the terrifying heights of the heaven-shrouding realm. They were the 12 ancestral elders of the Golden Lion clan who had achieved nirvana here throughout the ages. It was they who, sensing from their slumber Shi Huang's unprecedented bloodline aura, a return to primordial origins, forced open this inheritance trial. Shi Huang. From the central pillar, the most substantial and commanding figure slowly opened his eyes. Those golden eyes seemed to contain the birth and destruction of the cosmos itself. Looking upon Shi Huang, his voice thundered like the Tao itself. Do you acknowledge your transgression? Acknowledge my transgression. Shi Huang smiled, scanning the 12 terrifying phantom figures with no trace of reverence. Only amusement. What crime have I committed? Audacious. From another pillar, a phantom wreathed in crimson flames thundered. You, our clan's imperial heir, were treated as nothing more than a bargaining chip for political marriage handed to foreign tribes, bringing utter disgrace upon the Golden Lion clan. This is your first transgression. Your bloodline has grown weak, your ambition non-existent. When you departed, you barely reached the spiritual energy realm, yet now you carry such chaotic and unnatural aura. You have undoubtedly embraced heretical paths. This is your second transgression. You, Enough. Shi Huang waved his hand impatiently, cutting him off. Gazing at the 12 figures seated in their lofty positions, the sneer on his lips grew sharper. What right do you have to judge me? You are nothing but ancient relics who couldn't even preserve your own flesh, clinging to existence by a thread. You say I brought shame to the family. Shi Huang let out a derisive laugh, his voice suddenly rising like thunder crashing through the sky. I should be the one asking you. Our Golden Lion clan was once the imperial house of the demon realm, ruling over 10,000 demon tribes with unmatched glory. Now we have fallen so low that we must rely on a useless imperial son to secure survival through marriage alliances, while even third-rate clans like the Black Tiger tribe dare to insult us to our faces. How exactly have you ancestors protected this clan? You are the greatest traitors to our Golden Lion clan. His words landed with the force of thunder, absolute in their dominance. The entire ancestral shrine fell into deathly silence. The 12 ancestral phantoms all shook violently, their faces filled with unbelievable shock and raging fury. They had never imagined that a junior descendant would dare speak such blasphemous words in their very presence. You seek death. The Crimson Flame ancestor erupted in rage, summoning a colossal hand of fire that descended upon Shi Huang with heaven-scorching force. Yet Shi Huang didn't so much as blink. A resonant hum filled the air as his imperial domain exploded outward. The moment the flaming hand crossed into the domain, it collapsed like a smoldering cigarette, extinguished in an instant, vanishing without a sound. A domain-type divine ability. Wait, this domain can annihilate laws directly. What overwhelming bloodline. What pure imperial authority. This surpasses even the first ancestor. All 12 ancestors were utterly stunned. They stared fixedly at Shi Huang, their anger gradually giving way to shock and amazement. It seems you possess extraordinary fortune. The foremost elder spoke again, his tone considerably softened. Enough wasted words. Shi Huang, since you are our clan's imperial heir, you must pass the inheritance trial to prove you are worthy of inheriting our supreme imperial throne. As his words fell, the ground at the center of the ancestral shrine slowly split open, and a throne built from countless golden bones rose forth. Above the throne floated a golden pulsating heart. With each beat, the entire Mount Wansheng resonated. The heart of the first Lion Emperor. The Golden Lion clan's most powerful inheritance treasure. The trial is simple. The dignified elder pointed at the heart and said sternly, ascend the throne and use your bloodline to awaken resonance with the heart of the first Lion Emperor. The stronger the resonance, the greater the inheritance you will receive, and the firmer your status. If you cannot evoke it, it proves you are unworthy, and we will strip you of your imperial title and cast you into eternal damnation. Begin now. Just then the cold system prompt arrived precisely as promised. Ding! Ultimate inheritance event detected, heart of the first Lion Emperor. Host, please make a choice from the following options. Choice 1, abandon the trial. You will become a complete traitor to the Golden Lion clan, pursued endlessly. Reward a fine coffin. Choice 2, accept the trial. Use the Nine-Tailed Lion Emperor bloodline to awaken the heart of the first Lion Emperor and obtain partial inheritance. Reward cultivation raised to the 5th heaven of the Earth Heart realm and the Lion Emperor battle armor. Choice 3, devour it. Your demon emperor's heart is the source of all demons, far more exquisite than this heart of the first Lion Emperor. Forcibly consume and fuse with it, making your heart the new and sole source of inheritance for the Golden Lion clan. Reward evolution of the demon emperor's heart. Cultivation raised to the 7th heaven of the Earth Heart realm. Acquire the innate divine ability, Eternal Imperial Tribulation. Gain complete control over the Golden Lion clan's ancestral grounds. Devour it. Shi Huang's eyes lit up instantly as he read choice 3. This damn system truly understands him. What are you waiting for? Begin your trial. Seeing Shi Huang hesitate, the Crimson Flame ancestor urged impatiently, assuming he was afraid. Trial. At these words, Shi Huang suddenly smiled. He shook his head regarding the 12 ancestors with pity reserved for country bumpkins. No, you have misunderstood one thing. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the ancestors, Shi Huang walked step by step toward the bone throne, his voice calm, yet filled with unquestionable majesty, echoing through the entire ancestral shrine. I have not returned to accept your outdated trials. I have returned to tell you. He suddenly raised his head, golden pupils erupting with divine radiance. From his chest, a golden heart phantom, more resplendent, more domineering than the heart of the first Lion Emperor, as if capable of devouring all heavens, materialized with thunderous force. From this day forth, I, Shi Huang, am the new law of the Golden Lion clan. And this worn heart of yours. Shi Huang reached out, grasping toward the floating heart of the first Lion Emperor, a devilish smile spreading across his face. Will serve as an appetizer for this imperial son. How dare you, you wretch! The 12 furious roars at the peak of anger surged like 12 apocalyptic thunderbolts exploding within the ancestral hall. The Wansheng sacred mountain trembled violently beneath this fury. The leading elder, a phantom figure almost condensed into reality, in his eyes, which held the birth and death of the cosmos, burst forth boundless killing intent. Desecrate the ancestors. A crime beyond forgiveness. Today I, the Emperor, will personally purge the lineage, casting you, this treasonous fiend, into the nine hells, never to be reborn. He suddenly raised his hand, a colossal golden palm forged from the endless rules of the Imperial way, blotting out the heavens, carrying an unassailable majesty that judges all things, and struck toward Shi Huang head-on. This palm could crush a cultivator at the Earth Core realm along with their spirit into nothingness in an instant. Yet facing this world-ending strike, Shi Huang's smile did not waver at all. Purging the lineage. He did not even bother to lift his gaze to the golden palm, only giving the 12 furious elders a look of pity, as if they were fools. Old things, have you slept too long, growing dull? I am the Golden Lion clan's sole prince, the only emperor. You bunch of soulless wraiths, what right do you have to judge me? As the words faded, Shi Huang's hand, which had seized the heart of the first lion emperor, shot forward without a moment's hesitation. Come here. He clenched it fiercely. The golden heart, suspended above the bone throne, beating with a stubborn tremor, let out a reluctant wail, and was dragged from the throne by an irresistible, terrifying pull. No! The 12 elders roared in horrified astonishment. The sky-shrouding golden palm descended with a roar. Boom! A terrifying energy storm raged wildly within the ancestral hall, yet at the storm's center, Shi Huang remained upright, like a pine unscathed. Around him, an invisible domain filled with the supreme authority of the Emperor had spread. That strike, powerful enough to kill the Earth Core realm, entering the DU, dissolved without a trace, as if washed away by the sea. This is impossible. The stern elder watched his attack dissolve so easily, the illusory figure flickering violently, his face full of disbelief. My law power was actually annihilated by his domain. What exactly is his domain? Hurry up. Attack together. We must not let him desecrate the heart of the first lion emperor. The red flame elder roared, and the 12 elders unleashed with no mercy. 12 powers surpassing the Earth Core realm, and reaching the heaven-shielding realm, condensed into 12 doomsday torrents, and charged towards Shi Huang from all directions. The space of the ancestral hall groaned under this force, spiderweb-like black cracks appearing everywhere. You fools would dare to be rude before this emperor's son. Shi Huang watched the 12 doomsday torrents with a hint of impatience. He gripped the heart of the first lion emperor, which struggled violently in his palm, like squeezing a rebellious bouncy ball. Perfect, let you all witness what a true emperor is. He suddenly lifted his head from the chest. The phantom of the heart of the Yao D Emperor exploded forth. Demon Emperor swallowing heaven technique. A terrifying vortex formed from gold light, and the karmic fire of the Crimson Lotus exploded at the center of Shi Huang, centered on his body. The 12 torrents of law capable of destroying all touched the vortex and let out a wail. They were forcibly dragged, twisted, and disintegrated, eventually becoming the purest energy devoured by the vortex. Pop! Pop! The illusory forms of the 12 elders trembled in unison and dimmed considerably. They stared in awe and fear at the man bathed in golden light, like a demon god, their eyes filled with endless fear. Swallowed. Swallowed. The 12 Heaven Dominion Realm elders' combined strike was astonishingly devoured by him as nourishment. Now it is your turn. Shi Huang lowered his head, gazing at the heart of the first lion emperor, still beating unwillingly in his palm, a devilish smile curling on his lips. Stop struggling. Becoming a part of this emperor's son is your supreme honor. After speaking, he no longer hesitated and pressed the heart hard against his own chest. Ding. The host is undergoing a highly dangerous fusion. The heart of the Yao D Emperor devouring program begins. Two hearts representing the Golden Lion clan's past and future collided with a bang. An indescribably terrifying energy enough to make the entire demon realm tremble erupted from Shi Huang as its center. The most dazzling golden light pierced the hall's dome, becoming a pillar of light that traversed heaven and earth, shooting toward the cosmic rivers. Wansheng's sacred mountain trembled in surrender under this power. Countless Lion King totems on the mountain seemed to come alive, bowing their heads toward the ancestral hall. Oh! Shi Huang howled to the heavens, his voice filled with extreme pain and extreme ecstasy. He could feel his heart being torn, reassembled, and evolved by a more ancient and tyrannical force. Ding! The heart of the Yao D Emperor fused with the heart of the first Lion Emperor successfully, beginning evolution. Ding! Congratulations, the host cultivation has risen to Earth Core Realm 4th layer. Ding! Congratulations, host cultivation has risen to Earth Core Realm 5th layer. Ding! Congratulations, host cultivation has risen to Earth Core Realm 6th layer. Ding! Congratulations, host cultivation has risen to Earth Core Realm 7th layer. Ding! The heart of the Yao D Emperor has completed its evolution. Congratulations, the host has gained the innate divine power. Eternal Emperor Tribulation. Eternal Emperor Tribulation. By drawing upon your own imperial blood, you can summon the spirits of past demon emperors to unleash a tribulation that judges all things. Under the tribulation's light, all beings are equal, all are mere ants. Ding. Congratulations, you have completely mastered the Golden Lion clan's ancestral land. Boom. When the last thread of golden light converged into the body, Shi Huang slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had become pure, brilliant gold like two eternal suns, within which reflected the cycles of the cosmos and the ascent and descent of myriad paths. His aura was restrained to the extreme, making him seem like an ordinary youth. Yet the 12 elders beneath this calm felt an absolute suppression of life level, so immense it could freeze their souls. You. The stern elder pointed at Shi Huang, his illusory body trembling like a candle in the wind, unable to finish a sentence. Shi Huang paid them no heed. He simply savored the unprecedented, terrifying power within him, a devilish smile curving at the corner of his mouth. But at that moment, a voice older, more dignified, and more weathered than the 12 elders rose without warning from the depths of his soul. That voice bore no joy or anger, yet seemed to contain the truths of all paths. Interesting. There really are living beings who can swallow this emperor's inheritance with their own heart. You surpassing even my expectations. Shi Huang's pupils suddenly narrowed. The first Lion Emperor. You have successfully passed the true left by this emperor. The ancient voice with a faint, almost imperceptible smile continued. Now tell this emperor, what is it that you desire? Within the ancestral hall, the 12 trembling phantom remnants of the ancestors, nearly dissipating, were all struck like lightning the moment they heard this voice. They raised their heads in sheer terror, gazing at the skeletal throne that stood utterly empty, their faces alight with boundless fervor and adoration. First ancestor. It is the will of the first ancestor. His venerable will has somehow survived and remains here. I pay my respects to the first ancestor. The 12 ancestors who had reached the heaven-suppressing realm all collapsed to the ground, prostrating themselves and bowing frantically before the empty throne, their reverence matching that of the most devout worshippers. Yet Shi Huang only paused for a moment before composing himself. Gazing at that throne, there was no trace of reverence on his face. Instead, a defiant smirk slowly spread across his features. What do you want? Shi Huang smiled, his voice low, yet resonating clearly through the depths of every soul present. I thought I had made myself perfectly clear already. I have returned not to beg anyone for anything. He took a step forward, and the terrifying aura of the seventh heaven of Earth mind merged catastrophically with the overwhelming pressure of the evolved demon emperor's heart. That heart, which seemed capable of devouring the heavens themselves. The entire Mount Wansheng trembled beneath his foot, emitting a hum of submission. I have come back to reclaim what has always been mine. From this day forward, I, Shi Huang, am the sole emperor of the Golden Lion clan, the supreme sovereign. I shall lead this decaying fallen race back to the pinnacle of all demonic beings, so that the four characters, Golden Lion, once again resonate across the heavens as an incomparable glory, not as a mockery for others to trample upon. As for you. Shi Huang lifted his head, locking eyes with a supreme being from another dimension, his golden pupils ablaze with ambition and dominance unseen before. Just tell me where you've hidden all that scrap metal you left behind. Don't make me search for it myself. I'm afraid I might accidentally tear this wretched mountain apart in the process. Deathly silence fell. The entire ancestral hall plunged into stillness once more. The 12 ancestors stood frozen in shock, watching Shi Huang, as though their very spirits might dissipate from terror. Madness. This delinquent. No, this new emperor. How dare he speak to the first ancestor in such a manner? Does he call the supreme treasures left by the first ancestor scrap metal? Ha! Ha ha ha! A wild laugh, bursting with appreciation and delight, erupted suddenly within the ancestral hall. Excellent. What a soul emperor. What a scrap metal. This emperor has waited countless epochs longing for a youngster like you. The ancient voice carried none of its usual fury. Instead, it overflowed with unprecedented satisfaction. You speak correctly, the Golden Lion clan has indeed grown corrupt in these times. What I left behind was never meant to be glory. It was a shackle. It has turned my descendants into caretakers who preserve rather than conquer, eroding the ambition and ferocity a true lion should possess. The final trial I designed was never about resonance. It was always about devourment. Only those descendants bold enough to shatter the old ways, to consume their ancestors' glory, and forge it into their own foundation deserve to become the true sovereign of the Golden Lion clan. Shi Huang, you have done it. As the words fell, the bone-white throne shattered catastrophically. An infinitely radiant beam of golden divine light, seemingly containing the secrets of the entire cosmos, erupted upward from beneath the throne and instantly merged into Shi Huang's brow. Ding! Detecting the ultimate inheritance of the primordial Lion Emperor, the Demon Emperor's indestructible body. Would you accept this inheritance? Accept. Boom. An indescribably terrifying energy violently detonated within Shi Huang's body. His physical form was torn apart, reconstructed, and tempered in that instant. Every inch of sinew and bone, every drop of blood was furiously evolving toward a more ancient, more immortal form of life. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the indestructible physique, the Demon Emperor's indestructible body. Demon Emperor's indestructible body, the supreme physique of the primordial Lion Emperor, immune to all spells, reborn from a single drop of blood. Its physical strength rivals innate supreme treasures. It can disregard cultivation barriers and forcibly absorb and refine any energy. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has advanced to the 8th heaven of Earth Mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has advanced to the 9th heaven of Earth Mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has reached the grand perfection of the 9th heaven of Earth Mind. As the final wisp of golden light withdrew into his body, Shi Huang slowly opened his eyes. He simply stood there in stillness, yet seemed to become the sole center of heaven and earth itself. Even the space-time around him warped and distorted. Little one, these are all this emperor can give you. The ancient voice grew somewhat feeble, tinged with relief. The decline of the Golden Lion clan was no coincidence. Beyond the 9 heavens lies our true eternal foe. This emperor was defeated by that very enemy in days of old. The path ahead can only be walked by yourself. Remember, trust no one except yourself. Go forth, reclaim what is yours, and forge an era of splendor so magnificent that even this emperor has never witnessed. The voice gradually faded. That supreme will which had enshrouded the entire ancestral hall utterly dissolved into nothingness. The primordial Lion Emperor, once the overlord of the demon realm, after completing his final mission, finally dispersed completely within the river of time. Farewell, primordial ancestor. The 12 ancestors once again bowed deeply toward the now empty throne. Then they slowly rose to their feet and gazed upon the young man standing at the center of the ancestral hall, his presence deep and imposing like an ancient deity. We pay respects to the new emperor. Leading with that dignified ancestor, all 12 souls at the heaven-suppressing realm knelt on one knee before Shi Huang, bowing their once arrogant heads. From this day forth, we 12 remnant souls vow to be the spear beneath the new emperor's command, fighting across the heavens until death claims us. Shi Huang slowly turned his golden eyes, sweeping over them with cold indifference. Very well. He gave a nod, his voice devoid of emotion, yet radiating unquestionable authority. Deliver my decree. Summon all Golden Lion clan bloodlines scattered abroad. They must return to the ancestral grounds within 3 days. Activate all restriction arrays across Mount Wansheng and seal the mountain gates. No one enters or exits. From this day forward, our Golden Lion clan shall enter seclusion. When shall we emerge? A chilling curve touched Shi Huang's lips. It shall be the day our clan reigns supreme over the demon realm. As you command, my new emperor. The 12 ancestors chorused in unison, their voices shaking the very cosmos. Yet at the climax of this coronation ceremony, just as Shi Huang prepared to bask in this supreme glory of ruling the world, beep, 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 emergency alert. A system notification more urgent and shrill than ever before exploded violently within his mind, without warning. Warning. The god-tier offspring within the maternal body has sensed the host's bloodline achieving its ultimate transformation and is under severe stimulation. Warning. The offspring is forcibly undergoing a second bloodline evolution. It is frantically draining the primordial demonic energy from Mount Wansheng. Warning. The mother Su Ji cannot withstand such immense energy surges. Her life essence is rapidly collapsing. Within 1 incense stick's time, both mother and child will perish as their bodies rupture. The smile on Shi Huang's face froze instantly. That supreme dominance over heaven and earth evaporated in an instant. Replacing it was boundless terror and raging fury. Fuck. This damn brat of a child. He whirled around those golden eyes that had just been as impassive as a deity's, now bloodshot, staring fiercely at the 12 ancestral shadows still kneeling on the ground, and let out a hysterical roar. What the hell are you all staring at? Activate the core formation of the ancestral land. Channel all the energy from the entire Wansheng divine mountain to me. Quick. The 12 ancestral elders were all bewildered by Shi Huang's sudden change in demeanor. One moment, he was a mighty ruler and new emperor, unparalleled in his domineering aura. How could he have transformed in the next instant into a bristling shrew, or rather a lion protecting its cubs? A new emperor. The authoritative eldest ancestor spoke cautiously. Channel all the energy of the divine mountain. This will exhaust our clan's 10,000-year accumulated foundation. May I ask, new emperor, what is the matter? What the fuck kind of matter do you think it is? Shi Huang had no patience to explain to them at all, cursing them out directly. My wife and child are about to explode. If you don't save them within the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn, I'll scatter the ashes of all 12 of you old bastards. My wife and child are about to explode. The 12 ancestral shadows all trembled violently, their faces filled with disbelief. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, they understood those four characters, wife and child. Only the Empress, who was in the Nine-Tailed Fox Kingdom carrying the divine fetus, could make the new emperor lose control to such an extent, even willing to exhaust 10,000 years of foundation. Quick! Activate the core formation. All energy redirected all to the new emperor. The authoritative elder made a prompt decision and let out a roar. This was a matter of immense significance. The new emperor's offspring was the future hope of the Golden Lion tribe. If anything went wrong, this bunch of old men would die 10,000 deaths and still not atone for their crimes. Yes, my lord. The 12 ancestral elders no longer hesitated in the slightest, their illusory figures instantly soaring toward the 12 pillar-like heavenly columns, desperately injecting their remaining soul power into them. Boom. The entire Wansheng divine mountain at this moment seemed like an ancient beast that had slept for billions of years, finally awakening. Countless golden energy torrents, thick as dragons, converged from all directions of the divine mountain, forming a terrifying energy vortex in the sky above the ancestral shrine. One that could make even a heaven-blocking realm expert tremble with fear. Not enough. Still not enough. Shi Huang watched that terrifying energy vortex, his eyes bloodshot red, roaring at the void. First ancestor. Stop playing dead, you bastard. I know you still have hidden cards. Hand over the true core of this fucking mountain. You little rascal. The ancient and weathered voice rang out once more, tinged with a trace of helplessness. Very well. The moment those words fell, the floor of the ancestral shrine cracked open with a loud crash. A golden formation composed of pure liquid primal demonic energy slowly rose. This was the true core of the Wansheng divine mountain, the ancient lion emperor formation. Come. Shi Huang did not hesitate at all, stepping into the center of the formation and sitting cross-legged. Looking at the energy vortex above that could destroy everything, a hint of madness and determination flashed across his face. Wife, son, hang in there for me. He suddenly spread his arms wide and let out a long howl to the heavens. Demon Emperor's indestructible body. Activate. Demon Emperor's heaven-devouring art. Transform. Rumble. That terrifying energy vortex, as if finding an outlet, transformed into a golden pillar of light, piercing through heaven and earth, crashing down onto Shi Huang with a world-destroying force. Even with Shi Huang's current Demon Emperor's indestructible body, which was comparable to a congenital supreme treasure, the moment it touched this energy, he violently spouted a mouthful of golden blood. His body cracked piece by piece. Every inch of skin, every bone was forcibly torn apart and crushed under this violent energy. Extreme pain, like a tidal wave, instantly drowned out all his consciousness. Shi Huang let out a tormenting scream that sounded nothing like a human voice. But he did not retreat. He clenched his teeth tightly, letting that terrifying energy rampage through his body, frantically circulating the Demon Emperor's heart, forcibly refining, purifying, and transforming this violent, world-destroying primal demonic energy into the most gentle, most pure life energy. He would use his body as a filter, a voltage regulator, a super power bank connecting the Wansheng divine mountain and the Nine-Tailed Fox Kingdom. Give to me. Transfer. Shi Huang used his last shred of strength, channeling that refined, supremely pure golden life energy. After it passed through his body, through the spiritual blood connection between him and Suji and that divine fetus, transmitting it madly across hundreds of millions of miles of space and time. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tailed Fox Kingdom Imperial Palace bedchamber. Suji suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her exquisitely beautiful face completely drained of color, becoming translucent and haggard. She could clearly feel that the little life in her womb, like an out-of-control black hole, was frantically devouring everything about her. Her primal source, her life force, even her divine soul. No, please don't. Suji tightly protected her lower abdomen, 2 trails of bloody tears flowing from her eyes. She was not afraid of death. What she feared was that this crystallization of love between her and Shi Huang would fail to come into this world because of her own weakness. Shi Huang. I'm sorry. I can't hold on anymore. Her consciousness began to blur. Her flame of life was about to be extinguished. Just at this moment of ultimate despair. An extremely familiar, incredibly warm, and overbearing golden energy appeared out of nowhere, crossing the boundless space and time, materializing within her body. That energy was pure and vast, filled with profound love and an unquestionable will. It was like a ray of warm sunlight, instantly dispelling all the gloom and deathly aura in Suji's body. It was like a sturdy dam, instantly cutting off that out-of-control devouring of the divine fetus. It was like a gentle father, softly and tenderly soothing that restless little life, feeding it the most pure nutrients bit by bit. Suji's body, on the verge of collapse, gained a moment's respite at this instant. Her life flame, about to be extinguished, reignited at this very moment. She slowly opened her starry eyes that had already lost focus, and tears silently slipped down once more. But this time it was not despair. It was happiness. Feeling that familiar, yet overbearing presence, she seemed to see that man holding up the sky for her at the other end of the world. Shi Huang. She reached out her trembling hand, gently stroking her lower abdomen, her voice soft, as if in a dream. You? Fool. Within the ancestral shrine of Wansheng divine, mountain time seemed to suspend entirely at this very moment. The 12 ancestral venerables of the heaven-shading realm, once lofty sovereigns gazing down upon eternity, now stood paralyzed before the figure swallowed by an endless cascade of golden radiance at the formation's core, as though witnessing a phantom. Their divine souls quaked, not from terror but from an ineffable tremor erupting from the deepest recesses of their spirits. He is forging his own body into a conduit. The foremost venerable's voice rasped, his ethereal form flickering violently. He forcibly draws the tumultuous demonic chi amassed across the entire sacred mountain over 10 millennia into his physique, refining and purifying it with his imperishable flesh before channeling it across hundreds of millions of miles through space and time to his wife and child. A madman. He is a consummate lunatic. The crimson flame venerable bellowed, yet his roar stripped of fury, brimming only with unadulterated dread. Such energy would rupture even a genuine, innate supreme artifact in an instant. How could he possibly endure it? Cease. The eldest venerable, whose presence held the weight of antiquity and who had remained silent thus far, spoke at last, his tone laced with pilgrim-like reverence. This is no madness. This is a husband's, a father's final, most formidable protection. This is the burden of an emperor. With those words, every venerable fell utterly silent. They watched the figure wreathed in boundless gold, his body perpetually fracturing and reknitting, enduring agony beyond mortal conception, yet holding firm without yielding. Their gazes grew infinitely complex. There was a time when they too were titans capable of shouldering the heavens, warriors with souls yearning to protect. Yet as epochs drifted by, they had gradually been corroded by dominion, prestige, and that illusory promise of immortality, forsaking their original vows. And today, a mere junior, in their eyes a good-for-naught, they once scorched with contempt, had delivered a stark, ruthless lesson to these ancient ones who had outlived countless cycles. Proclaim my decree. The sovereign venerable thrust his chin upward, his eyes igniting with unprecedented resolve. We 12 remnant souls shall incinerate every fragment of our spiritual essences to bolster the new emperor. By your command. In that instant, 12 phantom figures flared into combustion. Within the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom, inside the Imperial chambers, Su Ji's consciousness slowly coalesced from the suffocating dark. She felt as though immersed in the most temperate thermal spring warmth flooding every meridian and bone. That feral, uncontrolled, devouring force from the fetus within her had entirely vanished. In its stead flowed a gentle, yet imperious golden energy, perpetually nourishing her frame and the joyful life flourishing inside her. She could distinctly perceive her primordial origin knitting back together and her cultivation anchoring firmly. Even her divine soul, baptized by this energy, grew denser and profoundly lucid. Shi Huang. Su Ji parted her eyelids, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. She knew this entirety had been bestowed upon her by that man. He must be enduring unspeakable torment. Just then, a deep hum resonated. The tranquilized life within her belly blazed with resplendent divine radiance once more. Yet this time it was not a frenzied consumption, but a rebirth. Ding. Second evolution of the celestial progeny successful. Congratulate the progeny upon awakening the paramount innate aptitude. Chaos Dao Womb. Chaos Dao Womb, born of chaos, nurtured by the primordial mist. Innately harmonized with the myriad Daos, it renders all heavenly laws null, commanding reality with spoken word. Its maturation requires no further absorption of the maternal origin, instead, drawing the most primal chaos, chi, directly from the void. Ding. Reverse endowment initiated. Maternal vessel Su Ji, bathed in the aura of the Chaos Dao Womb, sees her bloodline reverting to its mythic ancestry. The nine-tailed heavenly fox ascends to the nine-tailed heavenly venerable fox. Cultivation surges to the 7th celestial stage of the earth heart realm. A thunderous eruption. A bloodline resonance far more regal and sacred than before detonated from Su Ji's core. Behind her, the 9 snow-white foxtails in that very moment became tinted with a faint cosmic hue, as though cradling the constellations of 100 heavens. Her cultivation skyrocketed, shattering through bottlenecks, until she stood peerless at the 7th celestial stage of the earth heart realm, matching Shi Huang exactly. This. Su Ji felt the unprecedented power thrumming through her veins and the life within her that had fully stabilized, now nourishing her in turn. Her spirit swelled with profound awe. She knew the tempest had passed. She and her child were secure, and every breath of this safety had been purchased by that man with his very life. Shi Huang. Su Ji clenched the jade pendant upon her chest, still retaining his lingering warmth, her luminous eyes brimming with boundless tenderness and yearning. You must return to us safely. At the ancestral shrine of Wansheng Divine Mountain. As the final wisp of energy was refined and dispatched by Shi Huang, that pillar of gold piercing the firmament, and earth slowly unraveled. The entirety of Wanqing Divine Mountain dimmed significantly, appearing to have weathered 10 millennia of aging in a single heartbeat. At the formation's heart, Shi Huang stood drenched in blood, his physique utterly shattered, resembling a porcelain vessel ruined beyond repair, crisscrossed, with grotesque fissures radiating not a whisper of vitality. New sovereign. The phantoms of the 12 venerables, having incinerated their cores, had grown more translucent than ever, hovering on the precipice of dissolution. They gazed upon the cadaver within the formation, their eyes drowning in grief and desolation. Had they in the end failed? Yet precisely as their hearts turned to ash. Crack. A delicate sound akin to an eggshell fracturing resonated from Shi Huang's interior. Immediately following, those grotesque fissures on his person began sealing at astonishing speed. The ravaged epidermis peeled away in shards like a serpent, molting, unveiling pristine flesh beneath that gleamed with imperishable, divine luminescence, forged akin to celestial gold. Demon Emperor's indestructible body. Rebirth from a single drop of essence, immortal and unconsumable. Within mere breaths, Shi Huang had already mended completely, emerging even more formidable than before. He rose gradually, savoring the torrential power surging within him, ready to spill over alongside the system chimes echoing in his mind, a satisfied arc curving his lips. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the concealed SSS tier quest. Father's love stands like a mountain. Reward. Demon Emperor's indestructible body and Demon Emperor's heart have perfectly amalgamated. Host has been bestowed the paramount passive aptitude, Imperial Tao Furnace. Imperial Tao Furnace, your heart is the crucible. It transmutes all hostile energies into your own sustenance. Conversion rate 50. Phew. Shi Huang exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of well-being unmatched in his existence. He pivoted, regarding the 12 venerables teetering on dissolution, and flicked his finger. 12 streaks of golden light, saturated with pristine life energy, pierced their frames, instantly anchoring their souls, poised for scattering. Gratitude. New sovereign. The 12 venerables wept openly, bowing profoundly to Shi Huang once more. Enough. Shi Huang gestured dismissively. He possessed no inclination for ceremonial courtesy at present. Through their bloodline tether, he perceived the two stable, formidable life auras, a grand and a petite one from afar, and the boulder pressing his chest finally settled completely. The wife and child are unharmed. He sighed in relief, but instantly his countenance contorted into a gnashing teeth grimace. You little brat. Wait until I return and I'll show you how I'll chastise you. I swear I'll spank your backside until it splits into 8 fragments. However, just as he prepared to mobilize and haste back to the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom to reunite with his family, a frigid, utterly emotionless mechanical synthesis voice, as though descending from the zenith of the heavens, resonated synchronously across his entire consciousness, without the slightest warning. Detected the worldly descent of the Chaos Tao womb, contravening the Heavenly Tao Equilibrium Protocol. Cleanser program initiated. Target locked: Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. Executioner: Heavenly Tao Temple's third arbiter. Mission: eradicate the Chaos Tao womb and all implicated bloodline carriers. Estimated arrival window: 3 Shurchen. The smile on Shi Huang's face froze instantly. The supreme world-dominating aura of a sovereign vanished without a trace in that moment, replaced by boundless shock and towering rage. Damn it. This wretched brat. He whirled around abruptly. His golden eyes, which had been as indifferent as a deity's moments ago, were now bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the 12 ancestral phantom shadows still kneeling on the ground, and he let out a hysterical roar. What the hell are you all standing around for? The Heavenly Tao Sacred Hall. The third arbiter. Didn't you hear me? The 12 ancestors were all bewildered by Shi Huang's sudden shift in demeanor. One moment he was a majestic, peerless new emperor radiating dominance, and the next he turned into a frantic shrew. No, a protective lion. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Hall. The dignified leading ancestor, upon hearing those 4 words, trembled violently, as if about to dissipate on the spot. For the first time in countless eons, an expression of terror far more profound than death itself, a fear born from the deepest recesses of the soul, appeared on his ancient stoic face. No. Impossible. The legend was true. The first ancestor back then was defeated by the cleaner. It's over. Everything is over. The dignified ancestor's voice was filled with utter despair and deathly stillness, as if all his vitality had been drained away. Cleaner? What nonsense is that? Shi Huang had no mood to listen to him reminisce about the past. He rushed forward, grabbed the ancestor by his illusory collar, and roared with bloodshot eyes. I'm asking you, how do we stop him? Stop. It's impossible to stop. The dignified ancestor's voice was like a sleep talker's. The arbiter represents the will of the Heavenly Tao, the embodiment of cosmic order. They are not living beings, but rules. Rules cannot be defied. Bullshit. Shi Huang slapped him across the face, though his hand passed through the phantom. Yet the overwhelming imperial might caused the ancestor's soul to tremble violently. I don't care about your heavenly Tao or earthly Tao. If he dares to touch a single hair on my wife and child, I will rebel against this heaven and slaughter this way. Shi Huang's eyes blazed with unprecedented madness and resolve. Right now he cared nothing for the throne, the inheritance, or any damned glory. He only wanted to return to that woman's side. 3 hours. It's too late. Shi Huang calculated rapidly, his expression darkening. From Wansheng Divine Mountain to Qingqiu Fox Kingdom, even if Jueying tore through space, it would take half a day. 3 hours was a dead end. New Emperor. The dignified ancestor seemed infected by Shi Huang's madness. The dead despair in his eyes gradually gave way to a hint of determination. There is another way. He looked up sharply, fixing his gaze on Shi Huang. At the core of Wansheng Divine Mountain, the Eternal Lion Emperor formation is not only an energy core, but also a spatial temporal beacon. It can ignore spatial distance and establish a temporary imperial path to the location of your bloodbound kin. However, the dignified ancestor's voice grew extremely grave. Activating the imperial path requires burning the 12 of us, our remnant souls, and the fortune of the entire Wansheng Divine Mountain for the next 1,000,000 years. Once activated, the Divine Mountain will fall into slumber, and we will be utterly vanquished. This is the final trump card of our Golden Lion clan. Stop your damn nonsense. Shi Huang roared without a moment's hesitation. Even if it costs 1,000,000 years of fortune, even if it costs my life, open it. If my wife and child are lost, what use is this mountain? What use is this throne? Excellent. The dignified ancestor's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. Worthy of our clan's new emperor. He turned abruptly and roared a final command to the other 11 ancestors who had already made up their minds. My lords, we have lingered in this world for countless eons. Isn't today the day we have been waiting for? Let us celebrate the new emperor. For the future of our clan, offer our final loyalty. Burn our remnant souls, forge the imperial path. Farewell to the new emperor. 12 ancient resolute roars thundered through the ancestral hall. In the next instant, the phantom shadows of the 12 sky-covering realm ancestors blazed up. They transformed into 12 brilliant pure soul flames, charging unflinchingly into the golden eternal lion emperor formation. Boom! The entire Wansheng Divine Mountain let out a sorrowful cry that shook the heavens. Countless Lion King totems on the mountain seemed to shed golden tears of blood. A ethereal portal constructed from infinite temporal spatial laws and supreme imperial authority, radiating dazzling golden light, slowly opened at the center of the formation. On the other side of the portal was the familiar misty Qingqiu Mountains. Darling, wait for me. With bloodshot eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, Shi Huang stepped into the golden portal that burned with the final loyal souls of the 12 ancestors. Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. Above the Imperial Palace. Su Ji had just recovered from the thrilling bloodline evolution, not yet having had time to sense the changes within her body when a terrifying heavenly might capable of freezing all things and suffocating the soul descended without warning. The entire sky over Qingqiu Fox Kingdom turned a deathly gray in that instant. All sound and color were utterly stripped away. A colossal, indescribable eye of pure golden light, cold and indifferent, slowly opened among the clouds in the 9 heavens. There was no anger, no murderous intent in that eye. Only absolute disregard for ants and the icy implementation of rules. Wah! What is that? The Grand Elder, who had just risen from the ground in the square, stared dumbly at the giant eye in the sky, his voice trembling. Jueying, prostrate on the ground, trembled violently, all 9 snake heads buried deep in the earth, unable to conceive even a single thought of resistance. It was absolute suppression at the level of life itself. The ultimate judgment of the Creator upon the created, under the despairing gaze of all living beings. A figure slowly descended from the center of the giant golden eye's pupil. It was a figure of indeterminate gender, shrouded in holy white light, its face indistinguishable. In its hand it held a golden scale radiating the aura of the great Tao. On one side of the scale was life, and on the other was death. Its descent was silent, yet it seemed to drain all vitality from the world. Target locked, chaotic Tao embryo. A cold, mechanical, synthetic voice echoed in the depths of every soul. Related bloodline bearer, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Su Ji. Crime disrupted the balance of the heavenly Tao, threatening cosmic order. Verdict: annihilation. The figure slowly raised its hand, and the golden scale in its hand began to tilt toward the death side. Su Ji fiercely protected her lower abdomen, her face pale as paper. She could feel an irresistible force of the law, named death, that had completely locked onto her and the child in her womb. All the vitality within her body was being forcibly stripped away by this power. No. 2 streams of clear tears flowed down Su Ji's cheeks, her beautiful eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Shi Huang, I'm sorry, I might not be able to wait for your return. Just then, in the instant before the scale tilted completely, boom, space was torn apart in the center of the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom's palace. A golden portal blazing with endless fury and towering imperial might burst open. A figure bathed in golden light carrying the decisive sacrifice of 12 sky-covering realm powerhouses stepped out of the portal. He looked at the figure in the sky who was the judge of all things at the golden scale, about to decide the fate of his wife and child, at the beloved woman's face streaked with despair and tears. His eyes instantly turned blood red. An unprecedented, maddening, killing intent enough to make the entire demon realm tremble erupted from within him. "Lay a hand on my wife and child." Shi Huang raised his head and let out a roar that shook the 9 heavens, a voice filled with indisputable supreme dominance. "I don't care what damn heavenly Tao sacred hall you are, nor what damn arbiter you are. Today, if a god blocks me, I'll kill the god. If a Buddha stands in my way, I'll slay the Buddha." Shi Huang's roar, like 100 million stars exploding simultaneously, engulfed with boundless fury and monstrous Imperial Majesty, crashed fiercely against that cold judgment figure towering above the 9 heavens. Yet that figure, shrouded in sacred light, did not waver at all. Him, or it, who could say, was merely an executor of rules. There was no emotion, no feeling. In its logic, Shi Huang's roar bore no difference whatsoever from the dying whimper of an ant. Warning: bloodline affiliation with a violator detected. Added to the extermination list. The cold, mechanical, synthetic voice echoed once more from the depths of all living souls. That golden scale radiating the aura of the Great Way tilted faster and faster toward the death end. Suji's fair face turned ashen white in an instant. She could feel her vitality draining from within at an irreversible, frantic pace. "You're courting death." Shi Huang's eyes burned crimson as he completely lost control. He spoke no further words. "Imperial domain. Unleash." An invisible domain surging with supreme Imperial Majesty exploded outward from Shi Huang's position, instantly engulfing the entire Nine-Tailed Fox Kingdom. Within the domain, all arts yielded retreat. That death-bearing rule force pressing down on Suji was forcibly severed for a fleeting instant. Interesting. That judgment envoy's figure spoke with a voice showing the first hint of fluctuation, as though a programmer had stumbled upon an amusing bug. "Domain-type laws. Pity before the heavenly Tao, they're all but illusions." He slowly raised his hand, pointing gently at Shi Huang's domain. "Rule annihilation." Crackle. Shi Huang's imperial domain, which could suppress all mental states, and even withstand the laws of the heaven-shrouding realm, under that single finger cracked like fragile glass in an instant, letting out a desperate groan under unbearable strain. PTH. Shi Huang felt as though struck by lightning, spurting a mouthful of golden blood. His domain had been erased directly from the rule level, simply by spoken word. Is this the power of the cleaner? Shi Huang. Suji cried out in anguish, seeing him wounded hurt more than her own death would. "I'm fine." Shi Huang wiped the blood from his mouth, madness deepening on his face. "I refuse to believe there's anything in this world that can't be killed." He drew in a sharp breath, and in his chest the Demon Emperor heart fused with the first Lion Emperor heart beat wildly at an unprecedented speed. The Demon Emperor's indestructible body pushed to its limit. The Imperial Tao furnace spinning madly. Eternal Imperial tribulation. Shi Huang let out a roar that shook the heavens. This was his newly acquired ultimate divine ability. Using his Imperial blood as a catalyst, he summoned the spirits of past Demon Emperors, calling down the Imperial tribulation to judge all things. Rumble. The entire demon realm sky darkened at this moment. Boundless tribulation clouds converged from all directions, forming a terrifying thundercloud vortex spanning billions of miles above the Nine-Tailed Fox Kingdom. Golden divine thunderbolts thicker than mountains flashed through the clouds, radiating a destructive aura that would make heaven-shrouding realm experts tremble. Roar. Howl. Each roar from the Lion Emperors, emanating from primordial ancient times, with incomparable majesty, thundered forth from the depths of the thundercloud vortex, crossing the river of time itself. One after another, towering golden lion, demon emperor phantom figures appeared and disappeared within the thunderclouds. They were the supreme beings from the golden lion lineage who had ascended to the throne across countless epochs. This is the eternal imperial tribulation. Far away at the Holy Ghost Mountain, the 12 ancestral grandparents, already at their weakest, sensed this presence and were filled with utter dread. He actually cultivated the forbidden divine ability that the first ancestral grandmaster never fully mastered. With his own power alone, he summoned the eternal imperial might. Judge the heavenly Tao. Madness. The new emperor has truly lost his mind. Kill. Shi Huang's eyes burned crimson as he pointed at the judgment envoy in the sky. Crash. Thousands of golden divine thunderbolts converged into a world-destroying thunder pillar capable of tearing apart the universe itself, carrying the supreme will of all past demon emperors, striking with undeniable force at that judgment envoy's figure. This single strike could annihilate any heaven-shrouding realm cultivator instantly. Yet facing this heaven-collapsing attack, that judgment envoy's figure remained as still as an ancient well. He merely slowly raised the golden scale in his hand. Rule balance. That small scale erupted with 10,000 feet of divine light at this moment. An invisible law force representing order and balance spread outward. That world-destroying thunder pillar upon touching this force let out a reluctant wail before being forcibly dismantled, neutralized, and erased from existence. As if it had never existed at all. PTH. Shi Huang was struck hard again, his body falling straight from the sky like a kite with a severed string. The backlash from the shattered divine ability nearly caused his demon emperor's indestructible body to collapse. How is this possible? Shi Huang lay on the ground looking up at that figure in the sky, untouched, and for the first time a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. Even the eternal imperial tribulation proved useless. In the face of absolute rules are all powers nothing but a joke. The judgment continues. The judgment envoy's cold voice rang out like a final death knell. That golden scale tipped heavily once more toward the death end. Su Ji's body convulsed violently, her life force on the verge of completely severing at this moment. No. Shi Huang's eyes seemed ready to burst, letting out a desperate scream. Just then, at this final moment when all hope was lost. Ding. Host detected entering an ultimate fatal situation. The only path to survival has been opened. Warning. This plan's success rate is below 0.0001%. If failed, the host will be completely erased from all timelines along with the target. Plan using the Demon Emperor heart as a sacrifice, the Demon Emperor's indestructible body as fuel, and the eternal imperial tribulation as a key. Forcefully open a rift toward the river of time. Send a cry for help transcending time and space to the first-generation Lion Emperor, the oldest and most powerful of the Golden Lion lineage, who may not even exist in the records of this heavenly Tao. Execute or not. Execute. Do it for me. Shi Huang poured all his remaining strength into a mad howl within his heart. He didn't know if the first-generation Lion Emperor truly still existed. He didn't know if this ancestor he had never met would respond to him. But he had no other choice. This was his last and only wager. Shi Huang roared to the heavens and plunged his hand straight into his chest. He was actually going to dig out his own heart with his own hands. With my blood ignite my body. With my heart sacrifice my soul. Respectfully invite. Shi Huang's voice, hoarse and mad, yet filled with unquestionable supreme authority, resonated throughout the entire demon realm. First-generation ancestor. Descend. Boom. That demon emperor heart, just completed and fused, evolved to its pinnacle, was brutally torn from his chest. The instant his heart left his body, Shi Huang's form erupted into flames. He offered everything he had as sacrifice. That golden radiant demon emperor heart transformed into a streak of light shooting into the dissolving tribulation clouds above. The next instant, the entire universe seemed to freeze at this moment. That judgment envoy's figure abruptly raised his head. In those eyes composed of pure light, terror flashed. Wah. Warning. Detected. Beyond this universe's dimensions. Unknown. Authority. Authority. Level. Cannot be analyzed. The cold mechanical voice for the first time stuttered and filled with chaos. At the center of those tribulation clouds, time and space were forcibly ripped open by an indescribable supreme power. A golden lion's claw, unimaginably vast, as if formed from the entire cosmic river of stars, slowly emerged from that temporal rift. Upon that lion claw there was no raging energy, no world-destroying pressure. Only an absolute existence that transcended all paths regarding the heavenly Tao as mere dust. It merely pointed gently at that judgment envoy's figure. Vile creature. A voice as if existing since the dawn of the cosmos, filled with endless vicissitudes and indifference, slowly echoed. You dare touch one of my subjects. The moment the words fell, the golden lion's claw, emerging from the spatial temporal rift and seemingly condensing an entire galaxy, moved. Warning. Warning. Detecting incomprehensible attack patterns. Analyzing. Analysis failed. Initiating highest defense protocol. Protocol. Ineffective. The Arbiter's cold mechanical voice was thrown into unprecedented chaos and panic. The moment the golden lion's claw swept past, his figure, composed of holy light, began to flicker and distort violently, like a television signal on the verge of collapse. The golden balance scale in his hand, the sacred artifact of heavenly Tao representing balance and order, cracked with a sharp sound covered in fissures. Rules are being rewritten. Elimination program is being eliminated. The Arbiter emitted its final message, filled with chaos and bewilderment. The next instant, under the horrified gazes of all living beings in the Nine-Tailed Fox Kingdom, the Arbiter's figure exalted above all and judging everything along with the golden scale in its hand, silently and imperceptibly faded from this world bit by bit, like pencil marks erased by a rubber. There was no explosion, no wailing, as if he had never existed. In the highest heavens, that enormous golden eye snapped shut in terror and retreated hastily. The terrifying divine pressure that had shrouded the entire Nine-Tailed Fox Kingdom dissipated into thin air. The sky regained its azure. Sunlight rained down once more. The entire world seemed to have been muted silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, watching the golden lion's claw slowly retract into the spatial temporal rift, their minds completely blank. Was it over already? That cleaner, representing the will of heavenly Tao sufficient to drive even heaven-shading realm experts to despair, was just swatted out of existence. Suji was also stunned, watching the slowly closing spatial temporal rift, then glancing at the man on the ground who had ripped out his own heart and burned his life force to protect her. Her tears blurred her vision once more. That colossal golden lion's claw, just as it was about to fully retract into the rift, seemed to notice Shi Huang on the ground. It paused slightly. A golden speck billions of times finer than a human hair, seemingly containing the mysteries of the universe's creation and destruction, gently drifted from the claw's tip. It disregarded space and time, instantly sinking into Shi Huang's hollow chest, where his indestructible body still burned. Boom. At this moment, Shi Huang's body, on the verge of collapse, was as if infused with the divine power of creation, detecting the source of creation beyond this universe's dimensions. The Demon Emperor's indestructible body is being forcibly reshaped. The Demon Emperor's heart is being forcibly reshaped. Warning. Energy level too high. The host is about to break through the realm barrier. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation has been elevated to Heaven Mortal Realm, First Heaven. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation has been elevated to Heaven Mortal Realm, Second Heaven. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation has been elevated to Heaven Mortal Realm, Ninth Heaven. Supreme Perfection. A series of frantic system prompts exploded in Shi Huang's mind. His broken body, bathed in golden light, reorganized and evolved at an impossible speed. A brand new, more brilliant and domineering Demon Emperor's heart, even carrying traces of power beyond this universe, condensed in his chest and began to beat powerfully. Thump, thump, thump. Each heartbeat resonated with the great Tao of the entire demon realm. Little one, this is all this emperor can do for you. The ancient and weathered voice echoed one final time deep within Shi Huang's soul, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The path ahead is yours to walk. Do not disgrace this emperor. The voice vanished completely. The last spatial temporal rift in the sky also slowly closed, as if everything had been nothing but a dream. Shi Huang slowly rose to his feet from the ground. He looked down at his intact body, far stronger than before, feeling the terrifying power within him that could seemingly create and destroy galaxies with a single thought, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Heaven Mortal Realm, Ninth Heaven. Supreme Perfection. Only one step away from the legendary Heaven Shading Realm. So this is the power of the primordial ancestor. Just a wisp of his aura allowed him to completely transform and transcend an entire major realm. Shi Huang. A sorrowful cry filled with endless longing and joy pulled him back from his shock. He suddenly looked up at the breathtakingly beautiful figure, tears streaming, running toward him recklessly. Shi Huang smiled. He didn't move, only with a thought. The next instant his figure appeared before Su Ji, tightly embracing that soft, fragrant body into his arms. I'm back. Shi Huang buried his face in her fragrant hair, his voice hoarse, yet filled with unprecedented tenderness and resolve. I'm sorry for scaring you. Woo, you bastard. You scared me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. Su Ji cried loudly in his arms, releasing all her fear, worry, and grievance through tears. All right, stop crying. Shi Huang gently patted her back, feeling the steady and powerful life breath of her and the child in her womb, the great stone in his heart finally settling completely. He looked down at the breathtakingly beautiful face, crying like a little kitten, his eyes filled with endless doting and affection. He slowly lowered his head, kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and pressed his lips to that softness he had dreamed of. After a long while they parted. Shi Huang looked at her, starry eyes glistening from lack of breath, and her cheeks flushed, nearly bleeding, a devilish curve touching his lips. Wife, I'm back. He paused, a chilling, killing intent flashing in his eyes, and gazed upward at the heavens, now calm once more. Now no one, nothing can ever take you away from me again. Heavenly Tao Sanctuary. Shi Huang's voice was light, as if spoken to himself, yet clearly heard by every living being, causing the entire demon realm to tremble. Clean your necks and wait. Soon I will visit you in person. I'll collect everything you owe me, principal and interest, bit by bit. Sunlight once again bathes the earth, driving away the suffocating dead silence and the cold. Over the Qingqiu Fox Nation, the sky lies a clear azure, as if the previously earth-shattering, the miracles beyond time and space were but an absurd dream. Yet on the square the foxfolk knelt in a sea of figures, still reeling from the peak of fear and awe, while the beast of the Zhetian realm crawled on the ground, trembling, all silently testifying to how real it all had been. In front of the sleeping palace, Shi Huang held the delicate figure in his arms, his heart filled with an unprecedented mix of satisfaction and foreboding. He could clearly sense Su Ji's body buoyed by his return, and that soul-deep sense of reassurance trembling ever so slightly. There, no more crying. Shi Huang gently patted her back, his voice so soft it seemed to drip like water. If you cry again, our future demon realm's #1 beauty will become a little flower cat. Pop. Su-ji giggled at his cheeky comfort, then quickly sobered, lifting a pink fist and punching him in the chest. It's all your fault, you bastard. Do you know how scared I was just now? She lifts her pear blossom eyes, more stunning than ever, with blame in her starry gaze as she stares at him. I thought you truly didn't want me and the child. Silly. Shi Huang's heart aches, and he pulls her into his embrace again, his chin resting on the smooth top of her hair, his voice hoarse and steady. I told you if the sky collapses I will bear it. Don't speak of that Tian Dao sacred palace. Even if the will of this universe intends to erase you, I will first tear a hole through it. His words were domineering and reckless, yet they gave Su-ji a sense of safety unlike anything else in the world, enough to weather every storm. She did not speak further, but buried her face deep in his warm, sturdy chest, greedily breathing in the aura that soothed her beyond measure. After a long while, Su-ji's emotions gradually calmed. She lifted her head from his embrace, a hint of curiosity and worry in her beautiful eyes. That Tian Dao sacred palace, what exactly is it? A group of self-important beings tasked with purging the universe. Shi Huang's eyes flashed with a cold intent, yet his tone remained calm, as if discussing something trivial. Their existence is to maintain so-called balance, erasing any variables that might threaten the current order. He paused, then gently stroked Su-ji's flat belly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Unfortunately, our son is the greatest variable this universe has ever borne. Su-ji, hearing this, instinctively protected her belly, her face tense. So, will they come again? Yes. Shi Huang nodded, then smiled again, confident and defiant. But rest assured, next time it won't be them coming to trouble us. It will be me going to trouble them. He looked at Su-ji, his golden pupils burning with a fierce flame. Give me a little time, and when I tear that damn sacred hall to pieces, see who in heaven or earth dares touch my woman and child. Then just now. Ding. God-grade heir status update. A system notification sounded in Shi Huang's mind. He instinctively opened the panel. Heir bloodline chaos, Dao embryo ultimate form. Bloodline trait 1. Imperial might, subduing the prison fused with the ancient imperial tribulation, evolved into Huangdao judgment. Bloodline trait 2, alluring all beings fused with the laws of spacetime, evolved into causality, illusory realm. Able to weave causality, create a real illusionary realm, reverse time and space. Bloodline trait 3, Yin-Yang sacred body fused with the demon emperor immortal body, evolved into chaotic immortal body. All laws are inviolable, coexisting with the Dao. Current status stable. Through the chaos, Dao embryo trait absorbing void energy, expected to be born in 7 days. Heir's message: Father, Mother, I'm hungry. That glowing bad guy just now seemed tasty. Shi Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as he reads the last line of the child's telepathic message, the corner of his mouth twitching. Good grief. That brat isn't even born yet, and he's already fixated on the Tian Dao sacred palace's judgment. And does he really think it tasted good? What the? Are you chewing on a person like a spicy snack? What's wrong? Su-ji asked, watching his fluctuating expression with curiosity. Nothing. Shi Huang cleared his throat, a fatherly smile returning to his face. Our son is praising you, saying a mother's embrace is the warmest. He decided that for now he would not reveal the cub's true thoughts to Su-ji, lest she, before being a mother, begin to worry about the child's future. Having soothed Su-ji, Shi Huang turned and surveyed the fox folks still kneeling on the square, barely daring to breathe, and Joeying as gentle as a kitten. His gaze returned to the Emperor's majesty and indifference. All rise. The 3 plain words carried the weight of a boundless decree. The grand elders and others, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to their feet, their eyes toward Shi Huang no longer filled with awe, but with feverish zeal. A miracle. They had witnessed a miracle with their own eyes. They summoned the ancestors and challenged the heavenly Dao. What power? What swagger? Joeying. Shi Huang's gaze fell upon the beast that shrouded the sky. Master. The 9 heads of Joeying rose in unison, 18 eyes brimming with worship. From today onward you shall be the guardian divine beast of Qingqiu Fox Nation. Shi Huang's voice was unequivocal. When I am away, guard all this, and guard my mistress. If there is even a hint of fault, you know the consequences. Understood, my master. Joeying trembles with excitement. To guard the gates for master and mistress is a fortune earned across lifetimes. Then, having arranged everything, Shi Huang no longer paid heed to the foxes who had been utterly subjugated, turning his gaze once more towards Su-ji in his arms. He swept her up by the waist, and with Su-ji's shy cry strode toward the bedchamber that had just endured a great battle. All major matters resolved, and the guards arranged, Shi Huang kicked open the door and gently laid Su-ji on the soft white jade bed, a wicked sly smile returning to his face. He leaned down, his hot breath brushing Su-ji's ears, which reddened with nerves, his voice husky and magnetic. Now no one in the world will disturb us any longer. Madam, shall we resume what was interrupted just now? And that doubled forfeit wager I promised you, are you ready? Within the bedchamber the air was thick with spring's ardor. Shi Huang's words, brimming with aggression and innuendo, surged into Su-ji's mind like the strongest wine. Her charming face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, even her delicate snow-white earlobes blushed a tempting shade of pink. I don't know what you're talking about. Suji's heart pounded like a drum. Instinctively, she tried to break free from Shi Huang's embrace, only to find his arms clamped around her like iron pincers, pinning her to the bed utterly immobile. Still trying to run. Shi Huang let out a low chuckle, his warm breath brushing against Suji's sensitive ear, causing her to tremble involuntarily and her body to weaken. He lowered his head, gazing at the starry eyes in his arms that shimmered with shyness and confusion, the curve of his lips growing more seductive. My lady, have you forgotten? When I returned from the 10,000 demon burial valley, who was it that threw herself into my arms crying like pear blossoms in the rain? And when I was nearly beaten to death by that bastard from the heavenly Tao sacred hall, who was it crying my name? Now that I've finally made it back, you want to renege? With each word, Shi Huang leaned closer until their noses almost touched, and they could each feel the other's scorching breath. I was just worried about you. Suji, both embarrassed and angry, turned her head away, unable to meet his golden eyes that seemed to devour souls. This bastard. How could he take the genuine emotions from a life or death moment and use them as an excuse to tease her now? Worried about me? Shi Huang chuckled softly, reaching out a finger to gently lift her smooth chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Now that I'm back, shouldn't my lady give me a little reward to soothe my terribly frightened heart? You robe. Suji was rendered speechless by his twisted logic and could only glare at him with her watery eyes filled with shame and anger. Yet to Shi Huang, her appearance was not intimidating at all. Instead, she looked like a little cat, with its fur bristled so adorable it made his heart itch. I am only a robe to you. Shi Huang's voice suddenly turned incredibly tender, his golden pupils filled with an unbreakable adoration and affection. He said no more, simply gazing at her silently. At her trembling eyelashes, her slightly parted cherry lips, her snow-white glossy shoulders that rose and fell with her nervous breaths. The atmosphere in the bedchamber grew infinitely ambiguous. The air itself seemed thick with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Suji, flustered by his gaze, breathed faster. She knew that tonight there was no escape. Slowly she closed her beautiful starry eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, as if awaiting something. Seeing her resigned, shy demeanor, Shi Huang's heart surged with unprecedented satisfaction and love. Without hesitation, he slowly lowered his head. At last their warm lips touched. There was no stormy demand, only a gentle, lingering tenderness like spring rain nurturing the earth. Suji's body stiffened, her mind blank. She could clearly feel a unique, domineering, yet gentle aura from this man spreading through her limbs via their lips, dyeing her icy jade-like skin an intoxicating rosy hue. The small hand she had pressed against Shi Huang's chest had at some point slackened, then clutched tightly at the fabric of his robe. After a long moment they parted. Shi Huang looked at the bewitching beauty in his arms, now lost in passion, her eyes shimmering and her breath fragrant, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. My lady, let us begin. As his words fell, he waved his hand gently. The ornate bed curtains, stirred by no wind, slowly descended, veiling the chamber's spring scenery and shutting out the world. Only faint silhouettes could be seen intertwining and rising and falling beneath the hazy moonlight. Garments fell away, skin like congealed fat. A suppressed, pain-laced, and infinitely shy moan drifted softly from behind the curtains, then was swallowed by heavier breathing. Even the moon outside the window seemed to blush, quietly hiding behind the clouds. The night was long. The next day, when the first ray of morning light filtered through the lattice and into the bedchamber, Shi Huang slowly opened his eyes. He didn't rise immediately. Instead, he turned his head and quietly gazed at the breathtaking beauty sleeping soundly in the crook of his arm. At this moment, Suji had shed all her Imperial Majesty and aloofness, curled up in his arms like a lazy, contented kitten. On her face of unparalleled beauty still lingered a moving blush from past pleasures. A single crystalline tear hung on her long lashes, yet the corners of her lips curved upward in a sweet, joyful smile. Shi Huang's heart was filled to the brim with an emotion called happiness. He reached out to wipe the tear from her eye, but feared waking her. He had never imagined that he, a lonely soul reborn from 2 lifetimes, could one day possess something so beautiful worth protecting with his life. Power, cultivation, dominion. At this moment, all seemed to lose their importance. The woman in his arms and the little life within her belly. These were his only true destination. Just then, thump, a faint yet unmistakably clear heartbeat emanated from Suji's lower abdomen, transmitted directly to Shi Huang's heart through their pressed bodies. Shi Huang froze instinctively, placing his hand gently on Suji's still flat belly, which harbored a great life. Thump, thump. The little life, as if sensing its father's touch, beat more vigorously and joyfully. A foolish, heartfelt smile spread across Shi Huang's face. So this is what it feels like to be a father. Yet just as he was immersed in this wondrous happiness, ding, detected preliminary father-son link with the Chaos Tao embryo. Ultimate main quest activated. The strongest daddy rearing plan. Phase 1, prepare thoroughly for the birth of the divine offspring. Countdown 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Warning: the birth of the Chaos Dao embryo will resonate with the origin of the universe, creating the 10,000 Daos converging phenomenon. This phenomenon will attract the scrutiny of almighty beings across the myriad realms. This inevitably includes the heavenly Dao Sacred Hall, which holds an undying hatred for you. Quest requirement before the offspring's birth: set up a ninefold chaos heaven-shielding great array, powerful enough to obscure celestial secrets and isolate all paths. Array material list generated. Host, please collect them promptly. The smile on Shi Huang's face instantly froze. The smug satisfaction and fulfillment from tasting the forbidden fruit and conquering the peerless Empress vanished instantly upon seeing the material list on the system panel, which could only be described as apocalyptic. 9 Revolutions Chaos Concealing Grand Array Material List 1. 9 Revolutions Chaos Origin Crystal X1, a primordial crystal born at the dawn of chaos containing a trace of creative power. 2. Temporal Dragon Reverse Scale X3, legend says it's the hardest scale of the ancestral dragon who governs the river of time imbued with the laws of time and space. 3. Stellar Nucleus Annihilation Tear X7, the last drop of essence wept by a star before its energy collapses and explodes at the end of its life. 4. Jinmu Root X1, the deepest root of the world tree that spans all realms and supports the universe. 5. Netherworld Rebirth Flower X9, a divine flower growing by the yellow springs of the 9 netherworlds, absorbing the reincarnation power of billions of souls. 6. Myriad Dao Return Stone X1, rumored to be a manifestation of the great Dao capable of bearing countless laws. Shi Huang stared at the long list of nouns, each character gleaming with blinding golden light and exuding the word impossible, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. He felt his heart aching even more than when he had torn it out with his own hands. Fuck! Shi Huang let out a despairing groan in his mind. Was this a list of array materials? This was more like a blueprint for a creator god's divine equipment. 9 Revolutions Chaos Origin Crystal, Temporal Dragon Reverse Scale. Not only had he never seen such things, he had never even heard of them. This unborn child was already planning to drain his father along with the entire demon realm to the bone. What's wrong? Suji, still in his arms, keenly sensed his stiffness and the violent fluctuation of his emotions. She slowly opened her starry eyes, still carrying a hint of laziness and satisfaction, and looked at him with concern. Is something else happening? No, nothing. Shi Huang took a deep breath, forcibly dismissing the list that would bankrupt any transcendent sky cultivator, and forced a smile that was uglier than a cry. He couldn't tell Suji that their son, before even being born, was going to dismantle the entire universe as a toy. It's just, our son is too voracious. Shi Huang cleared his throat, putting on a worried father expression. I need to prepare some supplementary food for him in advance, so he won't lack nutrition. Supplementary food. Suji blinked, then a gentle smile spread across her face. She unconsciously stroked her flat belly and whispered then, "Do you need me to do anything?" "No need." He kissed her smooth forehead, his voice once again tender and firm. "You don't need to worry about anything. Just rest while take care of yourself and give birth to our future #1 beauty of the demon realm, chubby and fair. Leave the rest to your man." After soothing Suji, Shi Huang quietly got up from the bed and covered her with the blanket. Watching her beautiful face now sleeping again with a happy smile, Shi Huang's gaze turned incredibly soft. But the moment he turned around, put on his robe, and stepped out of the palace, that softness transformed into a mountain-crushing, sea-splitting resolve and dominance. "Guards!" Shi Huang's voice rang out like thunder, instantly echoing through the entire Qingxiu Fox Kingdom. "Master!" The 9-headed serpent prostrate in the square raised its 9 ferocious heads and responded respectfully. "Return to the myriad Saint Divine Mountain immediately." Without a word, Shi Huang stepped forward and appeared atop the 9-headed serpent's head. "As you command, my master." The 9-headed serpent dared not dawdle. Its terrifying demonic power at the transcendent sky level erupted, tearing through space, once more carrying Shi Huang away from the skies above the Qingxiu Fox Kingdom. Myriad Saint Divine Mountain Ancestral Hall. When Shi Huang's figure reappeared before the 12 elders, who were so weak they seemed on the verge of dissipating at any moment. All the elders were stunned. New Emperor, why have you returned so soon?" The majestic leading elder asked cautiously. "Enough talk." Shi Huang projected the material list into the air with his divine sense. "Take a look. This is the supplementary food list my son gave me. Now tell me, where are these things?" The 12 elders' gazes fell upon the list. At first they were merely curious. But when they saw the first name, all 12 phantom figures trembled violently. When they saw the second name, their phantoms flickered unsteadily, as if about to be scared out of their souls. When they finished reading the entire list, the whole ancestral hall fell into a deathly silence. New Emperor." The majestic elder's voice was even more despairing than when facing the heavenly Dao Palace. He pointed at the list, trembling, his phantom shaking like a leaf in the wind. Are you sure this isn't a treasure map of some heavenly venerate's cave dwelling? The 9 Revolutions Chaos Origin Crystal. Legend says it's the core of the Chaos Sea, unseen even by the first ancestor. The Temporal Dragon Reverse Scale. The Temporal Dragon exists only at the end of the River of Time, a legend beyond the reach of even the Tao. And this Jianmu root. The Jianmu was broken in a forbidden war eons ago, shattered across the myriad realms. These things. Forget finding them, just hearing about them is enough to annihilate an entire lineage. I don't care what it is. Shi Huang roared impatiently at their pathetic demeanor. I only ask you, among the Golden Lion clan's 10,000-year heritage, how many items are on this list? The 12 elders exchanged glances, then all let out bitter sighs. Reporting to the new emperor, the majestic elder spoke with difficulty. In the deepest part of our clan's treasury, there is indeed one item that might be related to this list. Speak. It's a stone. The majestic elder's voice was uncertain. The first ancestor obtained it by chance from a cosmic ruin. It is indestructible, immune to all laws, and even the first ancestor could not leave a single scratch on it nor probe its interior. Because it could not be used, it was sealed at the bottom of the treasury as a cornerstone treasure. Its name is the Myriad Tao Return Stone. Shi Huang's eyes lit up instantly. After searching high and low, he found it without any effort. One of the hardest items to obtain was right in his own home. Take me there. Without hesitation, Shi Huang commanded. Yes. The majestic elder dared not delay, and immediately, together with the other 11 elders, invoked the authority of the ancestral grounds. Rumble. The ground of the ancestral hall split open again, but this time, instead of a formation, a staircase constructed of golden divine light appeared, descending deep into the earth. Shi Huang stepped onto it and vanished instantly. After descending for an unknown period, the light around him faded, revealing a colossal underground treasury beyond imagination. Here were piled countless divine metals that had not weathered for millennia, demon emperor weapons radiating terrifying auras, and heavenly treasures long extinct in the outer world. Any one of them taken out would provoke a bloody storm in the demon realm. Yet Shi Huang didn't even bother to glance at them. His gaze was locked onto the very center of the treasury. There, a stone the size of a human head, pitch black, with no luster on its surface, looking like an ordinary rock, floated silently. But Shi Huang could clearly sense that all the treasures around were paying homage to this stone from their very essence. This is it. Brilliant golden light burst from Shi Huang's eyes. He stepped forward and reached for the Myriad Tao Return Stone. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the stone, a cold, emotionless, mechanical female voice, as if from another dimension, began to sound slowly from within the stone. High authority life form detected. ARC system activating. Activation progress 1. Identity verification in progress. Verification target Golden Lion Clan new Emperor, Shi Huang. Verification passed. Welcome candidate No. 10,086. The chosen one. Shi Huang's brows knitted into a tight knot. He gazed at the utterly ordinary black stone before him, and as the cold, emotionless, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, an absurd sensation swelled within his heart. Another system, and it has to be a backup. This humble Yao Emperor, the child of destiny, is apparently the 10,086th backup. What manner of existence are you? Shi Huang did not reach for the stone. Instead, he queried with a chilling mental probe. The mechanical female voice responded without a trace of emotion. I am the Ark, an ultimate refuge plan aimed at preserving the spark of civilization. According to the final protocol, when the law of entropic silence governing a certain cosmic quadrant is breached by force majeure, pushing it into irreversible accelerated collapse, the Ark project will activate automatically. I shall screen for the life form possessing the greatest potential within that cosmic quadrant, designating it as the chosen one, guiding it to collect the Ark's construction modules, and ultimately leading the selected spark of civilization to flee this universe on the verge of eternal silence toward a new homeland. Shi Huang's eyelid twitched with each passing word. Great. Painting such a grand picture right from the start. A collapsing universe. Preserving the flame of civilization. Speak plainly, Shi Huang interrupted impatiently. This universe is about to meet its end. You have been chosen to build a ship for escape. Understood, candidate 10086. Shi Huang fell silent. He took a deep breath, forcibly restraining the urge to shatter this wretched stone with a single punch. The Ark construction modules you mentioned, are they the same supplementary recipe my son gave me? Affirmative. The 9 Revolutions Chaos Heaven-Shrouding Formation is merely the most rudimentary application of the Ark project. Its primary function is to construct a temporary signal dampening chamber, preventing premature detection by the Eliminators before the Ark's activation. Your offspring, the Chaos Tao fetus, instinctively sensed the impending cosmic crisis and thus sent forth a primal directive to construct the Ark. Shi Huang fully grasped the situation now. After all this time, the brat wasn't looking to strip bare the demon realm for toys. He was building a starship to flee the cosmos. Then why are you here? Shi Huang asked the crucial question. The Stone of Myriad Paths converging upon one serves as both the master control core of the Ark project and my vessel. I fell upon this very location during the collapse of the heavenly building tree in the penultimate epic sinking into slumber. It was not until your bloodline awakened my highest authority that I stirred once more. Alright, I understand. Shi Huang nodded, then fixed his gaze upon the stone. A diabolical smile slowly spread across his face. One final question. What is your relationship with that whining little system out there that hands out missions at every turn? Unable to parse your query. The Ark system stands as the sole highest authority civilization preservation plan within this cosmic quadrant. No similar system has been detected. Upon hearing this, clarity dawned on Shi Huang. It seemed the multi-offspring blessing system dwelling within him was far more formidable than he had imagined. Even the Ark could not detect it. Enough. Since you belong to me now. Without further hesitation, Shi Huang seized the Stone of Myriad Paths converging upon one. An icy coolness coursed through his palm, as though he had grasped an entire cosmos. Now tell me, where is the next material the star core's extinction tear? Scanning the star maps of all realms. Scan complete. Target locked: Sirius star, domain death, nebula 7th arm, designated G, 7764 stellar cemetery. This region is an ancient star field on the verge of utter extinction, harboring vast numbers of dying or already deceased stars. There is an extremely high probability of locating the star core's extinction tier. Excellent. Shi Huang nodded. How do I get there? The Ark's master control core lacks sufficient energy for ultra-long distance jumps. Alternative solution generated: the Ark core may be utilized to establish short-range spatial anchor points tearing through space for a leap. Warning: this operation demands an enormously vast energy supply. Energy. Shi Huang grinned. He took a single step, and in an instant found himself back within the ancestral shrine. He gazed upon the 12 ancestral elders who had barely caught their breath, their phantom forms solidified for less than a second. A peculiar warmth spread across his features. Esteemed ancestors. It's time for the power banks. To clock in. The 12 ancestors. Gazing at Shi Huang's wicked smile, and those utterly incomprehensible words, an ominous premonition seized all 12 of them simultaneously. New sovereign. What is the meaning of this? The ancestor of solemn majesty asked in a trembling voice. Nothing out of the ordinary. Shi Huang rubbed his hands together, smiling like a farmer ready to harvest his crop. My son is hungry again. Now I need you to burn yourselves once more and charge this ship with some energy. The phantom forms of the 12 ancestors shuddered violently, in unison, nearly scattering their souls in sheer terror. Again, is this what you call charging? That last round nearly drained our foundations accumulated over 10,000 years. New sovereign. Consider carefully. The Crimson Flame ancestor wailed miserably. Our residual souls can barely recover a fraction of energy. One more burning, and we shall truly dissipate. Dissipate. Shi Huang sneered, his tone leaving no room for objection. Rest assured you won't die. When I return, I shall find you a few heaven-shrouding realm resentful souls as supplements. You'll be restored in no time. Now spare me the nonsense. Shi Huang's countenance instantly hardened, his supremely imperious royal aura crashing down like a mountain. Activate the ancient Lion Emperor formation. Pour all your energy along with the fortune of this shabby mountain over the next 100,000 years into me. I'm going to the Sirius star domain. As you command. Under Shi Huang's irrevocable and domineering, the 12 ancestors could only swallow their tears and reignite their already feeble residual souls. Boom. The golden ancient Lion Emperor formation roared to life once more. Shi Huang stood at the formation's center, holding the Stone of Myriad Paths converging upon one high above his head. Arc, lock coordinates. Jump. Spatial anchor point locating. Location confirmed. Spatial barrier analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Energy injection. Commencing spacetime jump. An ear-splitting hum reverberated as the pitch-black stone erupted with blinding divine radiance. A pitch-black wormhole far more stable and profound than the spatial rift previously torn by the 9 fiends slowly opened before Shi Huang's eyes. Shi Huang glanced back one final time at the 12 ancestors, now nearly transparent with exhaustion, and left behind a terse remark. Guard the ancestral shrine. With that, he stepped into the wormhole, vanishing instantaneously. Time lost all meaning. When the disorienting waves of temporal and spatial distortion finally subsided, Shi Huang found himself suspended in a cold, desolate expanse of cosmos. There was no light, no sound, only boundless darkness and chilling void. In the distance, one enormous dim planet after another hung motionlessly in the void like tombstones, radiating an aura of decay and death. Some had long since extinguished, entirely reduced to great cold rocks. Others still clung to their final breaths, their surfaces smoldering with dark red flames that flickered precariously as though moments from dying out. Occasionally a dying star would emit a reluctant cry in its final moment, then violently detonate, blossoming into a magnificent, yet fleeting nebula before succumbing to eternal silence. This was the graveyard of stars. The Sirius star domain, the Death Nebula. Quite a magnificent spectacle of death. Shi Huang floated in the void, gazing at this apocalyptic landscape, an inexplicable awe rising within his chest. Warning: target star G7764, detected entering its final supernova explosion phase within 10 minutes. The star core's extinction tier has a 99 probability of manifesting at the instant of detonation. Oh, caught a live broadcast on arrival. A gleam ignited in Shi Huang's eyes, and he immediately shot forward toward the direction indicated by the system. Soon a colossal star, billions of times larger than any planet he had ever witnessed, appeared at the edge of his vision, its entire surface blazing with dark red flames. Its surface was marred by enormous black spots like ancient scars. Its light and heat were collapsing inward toward its core at an irreversible and accelerating pace. An aura of destruction so overwhelming that even a heaven-shrouding realm expert would tremble was wildly brewing within its depths. Shi Huang did not venture too close, instead halting at a safe distance, waiting in quiet observation. He understood well the so-called star core's extinction tier could only be born at the singular moment of the star's explosion, a fraction of a heartbeat. Miss that window and the opportunity would vanish forever. Time ticked away second by second. The enormous star contracted ever faster, growing smaller and denser. Yet the energy surging within its core grew increasingly terrifying. Finally, when the entire star collapsed into a singularity, smaller than dust radiating the most extreme brilliance. Kaboom! A wordless roar powerful enough to shatter the cosmos itself exploded deep within Shi Huang's soul. Terrorist energy beyond the bounds of language, enough to annihilate an entire galaxy, erupted outward from that singularity in an unimaginable cataclysm. A flower of destruction vast beyond imagination and composed of pure light and heat forcefully blossomed across the silent cosmos. And at the very heart of that catastrophic bloom, in its most brilliant and radiant instant, a single crystalline teardrop took shape. It shimmered with a gentle golden glow as though containing the very mysteries of creation and destruction of the entire cosmos, radiating an aura of quiet, poignant sorrow. The star core's extinction tier. Now, gold flashes erupted from Shi Huang's pupils as he drove the Yao Emperor's indestructible body to its absolute limit. His entire form transformed into a streak of divine light, careening fearlessly through the annihilating storm that could reduce everything to ash, straight toward the blossoming flower of destruction. However, at the very instant his fingertips were about to touch that golden teardrop, a similarly colossal pitch-black giant claw condensed from countless fragments of stars and resentful souls suddenly emerged from the deepest core of the exploding star without warning. In one move it seized the star core's extinction tier within its grasp. A crazed will filled with insatiable greed, tyrannical fury, and endless hunger swept through like a spiritual tempest. Mine. All mine. Another delicious sun. Burp. Finally, I've had my fill. You seek death. Shi Huang's pupils instantly contracted into the most perilous of needles. Without a moment's thought, his body's instinct drove him to transform into a golden streak that tore through the cosmos, charging fiercely toward the pitch-black claw gripping the tier of the core's extinction. Boom! His iron fist capable of shattering stars, laden with the terrifying might of the ninth heaven of the transcendent human realm and the supreme divine power of the undying body of the demon emperor, slammed heavily onto the wrist of that enormous black claw. Yet the anticipated scene of bone fractures and flesh tearing did not appear. Clang! A deafening sound as if divine metals had collided echoed through the silent cosmos. Shi Huang felt an indescribable terrifying backlash, force mixed with death and resentment transmitted from the claw. He was sent flying by that force, tumbling tens of thousands of li through the void before barely stabilizing himself. On his fist the golden skin cracked inch by inch, seeping strands of royal blood. He was injured. With his undying body of the demon emperor now comparable to a primordial innate treasure, he had been wounded in a direct collision. A mental wave filled with greed and madness, like the simultaneous shrieks of countless vengeful souls, swept across. The enormous black claw slowly retracted, revealing its true form. It was a monstrous being beyond verbal description. Its body, larger than the exploding star moments ago, was forcibly pieced together from countless shattered planet remnants, twisted nebulae, and billions of wailing vengeful souls. It had no fixed form, resembling a massive writhing lump of rotting flesh composed of death and darkness. At the center of that rotting mass, a horrifyingly huge mouth large enough to devour galaxies slowly opened and swallowed the tier of the core's extinction like a candy with a gulp. Delicious. Truly delicious. The maddening will echoed in Shi Huang's mind. Another sun's tear. Burp. It's been a long time since I've eaten this well. A little insect. The monster seemed to finally notice Shi Huang's existence. A pair of enormous eyes formed from countless vengeful souls, and radiating boundless malice slowly turned toward him. Transcendent human realm. No. Your bloodline. Smells delicious. Let me think. The last time I tasted such tasty flesh. Was it 3 epochs ago? That golden lion who called itself Demon Emperor. Tasted. Not bad. Shi Huang's pupils sharply contracted. 3 epochs ago. The golden lion Demon Emperor. Could it be that the first ancestor fell at its hands? Ding. Detected that the host has encountered the clan's mortal enemy, Void Predator. This creature feeds on stars and cosmic essence, its strength reaching the 9th major perfection of the heaven-shrouding realm. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Flee immediately. Burn all life essence for a 1 chance of escape. Reward title Cowardly Dog, and you will live forever in the fear of being hunted. Option 2. Kneel and beg for mercy. Sacrifice your heart to gain its pity. Reward achievement Good Samaritan, and your heart will become its dessert. Option 3. Eat it. Your Imperial Tao furnace can refine all things. Rush into the Void Predator's body, burn its vengeful souls with Red Lotus karmic flame, devour its essence with Demon Emperor's heaven-swallowing art. Refine it completely, and reclaim the tear of the core's extinction. Reward cultivation elevated to the first major perfection of the heaven-shrouding realm. Undying body of the Demon Emperor evolves. Acquire divine ability, heavenly law, earthly form. Eat it. Shi Huang looked at the third option, and the despair in his eyes was instantly replaced by boundless madness. That's right. No matter what damned predator you are in my eyes, everything is nourishment. Little insect, your eyes are quite interesting. The Void Predator seemed to sense Shi Huang's battle intent, emitting a joyful shriek. I've decided not to eat you in 1 bite. I will slowly savor your despair. As its words fell, the enormous black claw composed of countless star fragments reached out again, crashing down towards Shi Huang with the terrifying might to crush everything. Well met. Shi Huang advanced instead of retreating, his eyes blazing with overwhelming battle intent. But he did not meet it head-on. Instead, at the moment the claw descended, he flickered and voluntarily turned into a streak of light, charging straight toward the Void Predator's colossal abyss-like mouth. Want to be devoured? I'll grant your wish. The Void Predator let out a mocking shriek, its mouth gaping wide, unleashing a terrifying suction force capable of swallowing a galaxy. Shi Huang's figure offered no resistance, and was instantly swallowed into that endless darkness. Foolish insect. The Void Predator emitted a satisfied mental wave, preparing to digest this snack at leisure. But in the next second its will froze. At the core of its body, composed of endless vengeful souls and death energy, a dazzling golden light erupted. Now it's my turn. Shi Huang's cold and frantic voice echoed inside its body. Red Lotus karmic flame. Burn for me. Boom. A strange red lotus bloomed within the Void Predator's body. That terrifying flame, capable of purifying all sins of the world, like a clinging bone, instantly ignited the billions of wailing vengeful souls. The Void Predator let out a blood-curdling scream of extreme agony unlike any living being could produce. Its body began to writhe and twist violently. Not done yet. Demon Emperor's heaven-swallowing art open. Shi Huang's figure turned into a terrifying vortex of golden light inside its body. The pure death essence, enough to sustain the Void Predator's colossal form, was now forcibly pulled like a floodgate, surging endlessly into Shi Huang's body. The Imperial Tao furnace operated furiously, forcibly refining these violent energies into the purest nourishment. No, this is impossible. The Void Predator finally felt fear. It had never dreamed that it had swallowed not an insect but a sun, ready to explode at any moment. In my stomach, you still think you can turn the world upside down? It frantically mobilized all its internal power, forming countless black annihilation chains to crush Shi Huang completely. Yet these attacks, upon striking Shi Huang's undying body of the Demon Emperor, not only caused no damage, but were entirely absorbed and refined by the Imperial Tao furnace. Burp. Shi Huang let out a belch, feeling his cultivation speed skyrocketing at an unbelievable rate. No, don't. I beg you. Spare me. The Void Predators had shifted from frenzy and brutality to endless fear and pleading. Spare you. Shi Huang's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Go ask the stars you've devoured, ask the first Demon Emperor who died at your hands. Will they agree? Now explode. Shi Huang detonated the power he had accumulated to the extreme within his body. Boom. A cataclysmic roar echoed across the entire Death Nebula. That Void Predator, vast enough to swallow stars, that monstrous body of countless planet remnants and billions of vengeful souls, now burst like a balloon blown to its limit. Countless pure soul lights and refined essence energies transformed into a magnificent cosmic fireworks display, blooming brilliantly in the silent void. A golden figure slowly emerged from the epicenter of the explosion. In his hand lay a crystalline, translucent golden teardrop, exuding a faint aura of sorrow. The tear of the core's extinction secured. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden SSS-level quest Cosmic Cleaner. Reward cultivation elevated to the heaven-shrouding realm. Undying body of the Demon Emperor evolves. Acquire divine ability heavenly law earthly form. Shi Huang felt the unprecedented terrifying power within him, a strength that seemed capable of destroying this starfield with a single punch, and nodded in satisfaction. He carefully tucked the tear of the core's extinction into his bosom, then looked at the 10,000 Dao unification stone in his hand. Arc next. Searching for Arc construction modules. Next target lock Temporal Dragon's reverse scale. Location 10,000 Dragon Epic End, land Ancestral Dragon's Tomb. Warning: this location is the dragon race's final burial ground, swarming with countless powerful dragon soul spirits, and the last guardian of the dragon race. Warning detected that the Temporal Dragon's reverse scale has been pre-locked by an unknown entity. Please proceed as soon as possible. Oh, someone dares to snatch things from me. A cold arc curled at the corner of Shi Huang's mouth. Good timing, just got upgraded and my hands are itching. Arc lock on jump. Let's see which blind fool dares to touch my sons. Milk money. On the other end of the space-time wormhole, within the ancestral hall of the Vientiane Sacred Mountain, 12 ancestral projections, so weakened they were nearly translucent and seemed ready to scatter like dust upon the wind, collapsed against their towering pillars, collectively questioning the meaning of existence. Drained. Again. I feel like my 10,000 years of cultivation in his eyes might not even be worth a single energizer battery. The new emperor. He calls this. Charging up. Say no more. I want to be alone. And don't ask who alone is. The end of all ages, the land of finality. This was a vast graveyard that had buried the dragon bones of an entire epoch. The sky was an eternal twilight yellow. Across the earth, dragon bones of unimaginable magnitude formed endless mountain ranges and fathomless canyons. Some bones still faintly glowed with divine light, as if narrating the past glories of their masters. Others had completely decayed into gray bone dust blanketing the land. The air was thick with an oppressive mixture of draconic might and deathly aura, along with the anguished roars of countless dragon souls. Any non-dragon being stepping foot here would have its divine soul instantly crushed into fragments by the terrifying dragon might. Space twisted, and a figure stepped out from the pitch-black wormhole. Shi Huang hovered above the dragon graveyard, feeling the overwhelming dragon might that seemed to tear everything apart, yet his expression remained unchanged. His current indestructible body of the Demon Emperor had long surpassed the boundaries of ordinary life. This dragon might was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. His gaze locked directly onto the center of the graveyard. There, a primal dragon skeleton 10,000 times larger than all surrounding bones, shimmering in multicolored glazed hues, coiled silently, like a sacred mountain piercing the heavens. At the center of its massive skull's brow, a palm-sized scale constantly twisting and shifting, as if holding the secrets of space and time, hovered serenely, radiating a soul-stirring fluctuation of space-time laws. Space-time dragon reverse scale. Yet just as Shi Huang was about to move to claim the treasure, a cold, arrogant, and disdainful voice slowly drifted down from atop the primal dragon skull. What lowly beast dares covet what this lord has set his eyes on? Shi Huang looked up. A young man in silver dragon-patterned battle armor with a pair of proud dragon horns and a handsome, yet sickly pale face, sat cross-legged atop the primal dragon skull. His aura was powerful and holy, unmistakably that of a heaven-covering realm expert. Before him, runes constructed from sacred dragon power constantly bombarded the protective barrier around the space-time dragon reverse scale. Lowly beast. Shi Huang laughed, looking at the dragon-horned youth who wore an expression of, I am the greatest under heaven, like watching a spoiled child. You call me a lowly beast. What else? Aotan barely deigned to glance at Shi Huang, only casting a contemptuous look. That mixed and impure demonic aura of yours can be smelled 800 star domains away. If not a lowly beast, then what? I am Aotan, a prince of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, under the Heavenly Dao Sacred Hall. He declared his lineage with extreme arrogance, as if those words alone would make all beings kneel in submission. This space-time dragon reverse scale is something I have reserved. Now I give you 3 breaths to vanish from my sight. Otherwise die. Heavenly Dragon Clan. Heavenly Dao Sacred Hall. Shi Huang rubbed his chin, his smile growing even more amused. Ah, so you're the guard dogs raised by those cleaners. What did you say? Aotan's face darkened instantly, fierce, killing intent blazing in his eyes. He abruptly stood, unleashing a pure and sacred dragon might that caused countless surrounding dragon bones to hum in submission. You ignorant ant. How dare you insult my noble Heavenly Dragon Clan? It seems you have chosen death. Hold on. Shi Huang waved his hand, impatiently pointing at the space-time dragon reverse scale, speaking with righteous indignation. Shouldn't there be a first-come, first-served rule? This thing is what my son claimed first. It's his future milk money. Now you want to snatch my son's milk money and tell me to leave. Is that reasonable in this world? Aotan was infuriated into laughter by Shi Huang's twisted logic. Milk money? Huh. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. He laughed so hard, he nearly bent over tears, almost spilling. A bastard of a lowly beast dares to compete with me for such a divine treasure. Since you're so eager to collect your son's corpse, I'll send you on your way first. With those words, Aotion suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! A high-pitched dragon cry resounded through the entire land of finality. A brilliant pillar of pure sacred dragon power capable of piercing stars descended upon Shi Huang with the majesty of judgment. Heavenly Dragon, Judgment Light. Is that all you've got? Shi Huang looked at the devastating attack, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He didn't even bother to dodge. Perfect timing. I just upgraded and haven't had a good workout. Let me use this little mud eel to test my strength. Instead of retreating, Shi Huang roared back at the Judgment Light, unleashing a cry. Heavenly Law, Earthly Image. Boom. Dazzling golden light erupted from within Shi Huang. His body began to expand wildly, defying the laws of the universe. 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong, 10,000 zhong. In just a few breaths, Shi Huang transformed into a terrifying giant, tens of thousands of zhong tall, his head scraping the sky, and his feet planted on the Dragon Bone Mountains. His body was forged from divine metal muscles bulging with explosive power. Behind him, 9 chaotic fox tails as dazzling as the Milky Way interweaved with a towering golden lion emperor avatar. An unparalleled imperial aura unique to the demon emperor descended, 10,000 times more terrifying than all the dragon might in the graveyard combined. The heavenly dragon Judgment Light that could pierce stars struck his massive form, but it didn't even make him sway. It vanished like a drop of water into the ocean. This is impossible. Aotion's arrogance and contempt were completely replaced by boundless shock and terror. His proudest divine ability couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. He looked at the terrifying giant larger than the primal dragon skeleton, capable of punching through an entire era with one fist. His legs went weak, and he nearly fell off the primal dragon's skull. Little mud eel. Shi Huang looked down, his golden eyes brighter than the sun, gazing indifferently at Aotion, who was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Now do you still think you can snatch my son's milk money? He slowly raised his golden palm larger than any mountain range, and with the terrifying power to crush galaxies, he reached down toward Aotion. It's over. No. Fear. Unprecedented terror. Aotion stared at the colossal golden palm that blotted out the sky as if it could hold the entire Zhongyan land in its grasp. He felt the supreme imperial might enough to crush stars and annihilate 10,000 paths. In that moment, his dragon heart, which had been proud for countless ages, was utterly enveloped by the shadow of death. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a lowly beast in his eyes, an ant he could crush with a flick of his finger, was actually such a terrifying ancient god of destruction disguised in human skin. Dharma, heaven and earth. This was a supreme divine ability that existed only in the most ancient myths. Even the most exalted beings of the heavenly Tao Holy Palace might not have cultivated it. Who on earth is this guy? No, I will not lose. Driven by extreme fear, Aotion erupted into a hysterical frenzy. I am the prince of the Tianlong divine clan, an envoy of the heavenly Tao Holy Palace. How could I ever lose to a beast like you? Roar. A dragon's roar, piercingly high-pitched, echoed across the entire dragon clan graveyard. Aotion's body exploded with a bang, transforming into a colossal divine dragon, 1,000 zhong in length, its body covered in sacred silver scales surrounded by holy draconic flames. This was his true form, the primordial body of the Tianlong divine clan. A draconic might purer and more sacred than before burst forth from him, causing countless dragon bones around to tremble, as if worshipping their sovereign. Ant, die. Aotion roared, his massive claws tearing through the void wreathed in holy draconic flames that judged all and viciously struck at Shi Huang's enormous face. Yet, his proud true form in front of Shi Huang's Dharma heaven and earth body of tens of thousands of zhong still seemed as insignificant as a loach. Is that all? Shi Huang looked down, his golden eyes brighter than the sun, filled with undisguised disappointment and contempt. Tianlong divine clan. Heavenly Tao Holy Palace. I think Loach divine clan sounds more fitting. As his words faded, the sky-obscuring golden palm did not pause, nor did its speed change. It simply unremarkably swept down, as if swatting an annoying fly. Slap. A crisp, resounding slap that echoed across the entire Zhongyan land. Aotion's ferocious dragon claw, in the instant it touched the golden palm, shattered like paper. Then the massive palm solidly smacked his proud dragon head. PFF. Aotion couldn't even let out a scream. His 1,000 zhong dragon body, like a mosquito struck by a fly swatter, instantly lost all its strength and was slammed down from midair by an irresistible, terrifying force. Rumble. The earth quaked violently. Aotion's body carved a horrifying trench tens of thousands of li long into the hard ground of Zhongyan land, smashing countless ancient dragon bones along the way. When all the dust settled, he had reverted to human form, his armor shattered, every bone broken like a pool of mud embedded at the end of the trench. Golden dragon blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed from his mouth. His aura withered to the extreme. He was defeated. Defeated utterly. Defeated without dignity. With just a single slap. Shi Huang slowly withdrew his hand, not even bothering to glance at Ao Tian on the ground. Damn, I thought he could put up a fight. Turns out he wasn't even worth warming up for. He turned around, his body as massive as a divine mountain, and with a single step he arrived before the seven-colored, glazed ancestral dragon skeleton. He looked at the time-space dragon reverse scale, which radiated the fluctuations of time-space laws and the protective restriction built by the ancestral dragon's final will around it. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. Open for me. Shi Huang used no flashy techniques. He simply raised his golden fist larger than a mountain range and punched the protective restriction. Overwhelming force trumps all. Before absolute power, any restriction is a joke. Crack. The restriction, which could withstand the combined attacks of several heaven-sheltering realm experts, instantly cracked like a fragile eggshell under that punch. Boom. The next moment the restriction shattered. It burst into countless seven-colored light dots flying in the air. Shi Huang extended two fingers like towering pillars, carefully pinched the time-space dragon reverse scale, which was only the size of a palm, and gently lifted it. It felt warm and smooth in his hand, as if he were holding a surging river of time. Done. Shi Huang nodded with satisfaction and prepared to put it into his bosom. But at that very moment, the entire Zhongyan land, every dragon bone regardless of size or strength, simultaneously emitted a deafening hum. Streams of desolate, ancient, unwilling, and angry dragon soul wills awakened from the bones, converging into a terrifying torrent that could make even a heaven-sheltering realm expert tremble. They pressed down upon Shi Huang. This was the resentment of the dragon clan. The final judgment of the burial ground of an entire era against intruders. They would not allow any non-dragon existence to take away their ancestors' supreme treasure. Oh, Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. Looking at the overwhelming torrent of dragon souls, instead of fear a cold smile appeared on his face. A bunch of old things dead for who knows how many years, and you dare to act recklessly before this emperor. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving. Roar. A soul-quelling dragon roar merging the supreme imperial might of the nine-tailed lion emperor and the domineering divine power of demon emperor's indestructible body erupted from his mouth. This roar was 10,000 times more piercing and 10,000 times more domineering than Ao Tian's. Within it lay the absolute will of the emperor, which reigned supreme over all demons. Boom. Golden sound waves swept out like a tsunami. The aggressive dragon soul torrent upon contact with the roar let out a collective wail of anguish and was forcibly halted in midair. All awakened dragon souls showed expressions of disbelief and terror. They felt from this roar a fear and submission rooted in the deepest parts of their bloodline and soul. It was as if the being standing before them was not an alien, but a supreme dragon emperor, more ancient, more noble, and more inviolable than any of their dragon ancestors. How is this possible? A faint ancient consciousness filled with endless shock slowly came from the deepest part of the ancestral dragon skeleton. Why does your body carry the scent of him? Before the voice finished, the massive, unimaginable seven-colored, glazed ancestral dragon skeleton slowly lit up two ancient golden soul flames in its hollow eye sockets, as if they contained the rise and fall of an entire era. The ancestral dragon's soul had awakened. The two clusters of soul flames seemingly containing the vicissitudes of an entire era's rise and fall stared intently at Shi Huang, filled with boundless shock, confusion, and a trace of a tremor from the very source of its soul, unnoticed even by itself. The taste of him. The voice of Zhu Long's soul no longer came through thought, but directly resonated in this land of finality. Each syllable seemed to invoke the resonance of thousands of dragon souls, causing the entire skeletal earth to mourn. Impossible. He has long since vanished into nothingness following the original Tao in the Forbidden War. Who are you? Shi Huang's Dharma body, towering tens of thousands of zhang tall, slowly withdrew the time-space dragon reverse scale into his palm. He did not answer immediately. He merely lowered his head, his golden eyes brighter than the sun, coldly gazing down at the unimaginably enormous skeleton of Zhu Long, a playful curve lifting the corner of his mouth. And Shi Huang's voice, though not loud, seemed to carry a certain magic that made his words reality, effortlessly suppressing the mournful cries of the thousands of dragon souls. The him you speak of, there are many. I wonder which era's him you refer to. The one I trampled underfoot. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a primordial thunderbolt fiercely striking the soul flame of Zhu Long that had been burning for countless eras. The two golden soul flames flickered violently, as if they might extinguish at any moment. You're lying. Zhu Long's soul let out an enraged roar. Zhu is the source of all dragons, a supreme existence coexisting with the Tao. How dare you, a junior? No. Its voice came to an abrupt halt, because it sensed an even clearer, more terrifying aura from Shi Huang's body. That was devouring. It was the overbearing aura unique to the Demon Emperor, heaven-swallowing art capable of devouring all heavens and myriad Daos, turning everything into its own nourishment. And just moments ago it had also sensed a trace of residual aura from the Void Predator on Shi Huang. Though extremely faint, it was unmistakable. You ate it. Zulong's voice carried horror and terror for the first time. It remembered, not long ago, that terrifying monster lurking in the Death Nebula, which even it feared greatly, the Void Predator that had once devoured the first Demon Emperor of the Golden Lion. Its life aura vanished. Completely from this universe vanished. So it was eaten by this man before it. Oh, you mean that little snack that likes to eat the sun? Shi Huang pretended to have a sudden realization, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, showing a look of endless aftertaste. The taste is indeed not great. The meat is too tough, and it gets stuck in the teeth. But the tears of the sun in its belly could barely serve as an appetizer for my son. Ao Tian, who had fainted and was lying tens of thousands of li away upon hearing this, was so furious that he violently spat out a large mouthful of dragon blood and fainted again. Zulong's soul, on the other hand, fell into utter stupor. Its soul flame, burning for countless eras, flickered unsteadily, as if its worldview was being repeatedly crushed and reassembled. Ate. The Void Predator, at the 9th layer, great perfection of the heaven-shrouding realm, ate it as a snack, and complained it got stuck in the teeth. What the hell? What level of prehistoric monstrous beast is this? Now do you still think I need to explain anything to you? Shi Huang's voice turned cold and impatient. He slowly raised his golden fist, larger than a mountain, with golden light flowing and imperial might sweeping. Give me this broken scale, or I'll eat this pile of your broken bones as a snack. You choose. A naked threat. Overbearing without any concealment. Zulong's soul fell silent. It could sense that the other party was not joking. That terrifying Tao resonance of devouring all things, and that terrifying physical body that could even eat a Void Predator as a snack, absolutely could follow through. However, guarding Zulong's skeleton and this reverse scale was the only mission it had been given since its birth. Alas! After a long while, a sigh filled with endless vicissitudes and helplessness echoed through the entire land of finality. Enough. Zulong's soul fire gradually calmed down. It looked at Shi Huang, its voice becoming extremely complex. You can take this time-space dragon reverse scale, but you must prove to me that you are worthy of possessing it. Oh, Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. Again, why do you old things always like to play these childish games? This is not a game. Zulong's voice suddenly became extremely solemn. This is the trial of Zhu. This reverse scale is not only a supreme treasure left by Zhu, but also a seal. Beneath the seal, it suppresses a wisp of the origin of heavenly Tao that Zhu cut down in the Forbidden War. For countless eras, this wisp of heavenly Tao origin has been eroding the seal, trying to break free. Once it succeeds, the entire demon realm, and even this universe, will face a cataclysmic disaster. If you want to take the reverse scale, you must withstand the impact of the Tao-destroying dragon tribulation formed by this wisp of heavenly Tao origin, combined with the eternal resentment of my dragon clan. If you can endure it, proving you have the right to wield it, the scale is yours. If you cannot, Zulong's voice turned cold and ruthless. Then you will replace this reverse scale and become the new seal. Ding. Detected ultimate inheritance event Tao-destroying dragon tribulation. Please host choose from the following options. Option 1, give up. You will leave dejectedly and be forever despised by Zulong's soul. Option 2, accept the trial. Use Demon Emperor indestructible body to withstand the dragon tribulation, success rate 50. Option 3, provoke it. Anger it. Let it unleash the strongest dragon tribulation. Then, eat it. Your Imperial Tao furnace can convert all energy into your own use. Even the origin of heavenly Tao is no exception. Rewards Demon Emperor's heart, secondary evolution. Cultivation raised to the 3rd heaven of the heaven-shrouding realm. Obtain divine ability, myriad Tao dragon might. Completely control the dragon clan's land of finality. There's such a good thing. Shi Huang looked at option 3, his eyes instantly brightening like 2 supernovas. The origin of heavenly Tao. Isn't this much more nourishing than some Void Predator? Alright, stop the nonsense. Shi Huang waved his hand impatiently at Zulong's skeleton, his face full of a giving you face expression. Isn't it just getting struck by lightning? Making such a big deal. Hurry up, call out your family's most powerful lightning. I'm in a hurry to go home and cook for my wife and kids. Zulong's soul. It felt its soul fire becoming unstable again. This man, does he really know what he's saying? As you wish. Zulong's soul let out a complex roar. Its 2 golden soul flames suddenly shot out 2 beams of light, striking the time-space dragon reverse scale. Buzz! The reverse scale trembled violently. The seal that had suppressed countless eras was at this moment actively open to crack. Roar! A gray lightning bolt, even purer and more terrifying than the heavenly Tao temple's arbiter, filled with destruction and annihilation, burst out of the crack, like a world-destroying mad dragon breaking free from its shackles. It combined with the resentful dragon souls that had accumulated in this land of finality for countless eras, instantly transforming into a terrifying lightning dragon billions of li long, composed entirely of gray tribulation lightning. As soon as the lightning dragon appeared, the space-time of the entire land of finality began to collapse. And die. The lightning dragon's enormous head let out a judgment devoid of any emotion, representing the will of the heavenly Tao, opening its huge maw to swallow Shi Huang along with his tens of thousands of Zhang Dharma body in one gulp. Come on. Shi Huang was not frightened, but delighted, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Perfect, my son hasn't had enough to eat. Imperial Tao furnace. Turn it up to the max. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, the demon emperor's heart in his chest bursting with unprecedented brilliant light. A black hole vortex, as if capable of devouring the universe, formed in his mouth. Facing the Tao-destroying lightning dragon that could instantly annihilate any heaven-shrouding realm cultivator, he actually took the initiative to meet it. Today let you high and mighty heavenly Tao see who is the real prey. Facing the Tao-exterminating thunder dragon, which could reduce any heaven-covering realm cultivator to ashes in an instant, Shi Huang's colossal Dharma body, tens of thousands of Zhang tall, did not retreat a single step. Instead, it actively opened its giant maw as if capable of devouring the universe itself. Well struck. Perfect, my son hasn't had his fill yet. Imperial Tao furnace. Crank it up to the max. Boom. A bottomless, terrifying vortex composed of dazzling golden light and eerie red lotus flames roared into being within Shi Huang's mouth. The terrifying suction force capable of devouring all even twisted the surrounding spacetime. Roar. The Tao-exterminating thunder dragon, born from the origin of the heavenly Tao and the ageless dragon resentment, for the first time sensed a trace of bewilderment and shock from its emotionless judgment. Well, what is this ant doing? No defense. No escape. Does he intend to eat me? What a joke. I am the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's origin, the manifestation of laws, the ultimate destruction that annihilates all existence. And a mere creature dares to attempt devouring the heavenly Tao. Ignorant ant, be reduced to nothingness. The Tao-exterminating thunder dragon was utterly enraged. Its thunderous dragon body, spanning billions of miles, carried the terrifying power that could doom an entire epoch, and charged unhesitatingly into the black hole vortex within Shi Huang's mouth. It would shatter and annihilate this reckless blasphemer along with his soul, his domain, and everything he possessed. Yet, the moment its star-destroying dragon head plunged into that vortex, the scene of irresistible destruction it imagined never materialized. An indescribable, terrifying, refining force, as if surpassing all laws, descended with a crash. Crack. Crack. The body of the Tao-exterminating thunder dragon, composed of pure laws, was forcibly crushed and disintegrated inch by inch under the terrifying power of the Imperial Tao furnace. No, this is impossible. The thunder dragon roared with shock and disbelief. Red lotus karmic fire. Burn. Shi Huang's icy voice echoed from the center of the vortex. The blazing red lotus karmic fire instantly ignited the decomposed dragon's soul resentments. Countless agonizing screams reverberated within the karmic fire, eventually transforming into the purest spiritual energy fully absorbed by the demon emperor's heart. Not a bad taste, but a bit too pungent. While frantically refining, Shi Huang couldn't help but complain inwardly. Smells like burnt wires mixed with the sour stench of an ancient corpse. This brat sure has a heavy palate. Outside, the ancestral dragon soul was completely dumbfounded. Its two golden soul flames flickered violently, as if they might be extinguished at any moment by the terrifying godlike scene before it. What did it witness? That man. He was truly devouring the lightning tribulation. The Tao-exterminating dragon tribulation formed from the heavenly Tao's origin and the ageless dragon resentment. Bite by bite, he sucked that epic-destroying thunder dragon into his mouth, chewed and swallowed, like a giant, oversized, spicy strip. Madman. An utter madman. The ancestral dragon's soul's voice trembled. It had lived through countless epochs, yet never had it witnessed such an absurd, cosmos-shattering spectacle. Burp. After an unknown span of time, as the last wisp of gray tribulation lightning was sucked into his mouth, Shi Huang let out a satisfied burp. The overwhelmingly ferocious Tao-exterminating thunder dragon had vanished, completely transformed into the purest energy stored within his demon emperor's heart. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully devoured the Tao-exterminating dragon tribulation. Ding. The demon emperor's heart begins its secondary evolution. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has ascended to the second heaven of the heaven-covering realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has ascended to the third heaven of the heaven-covering realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine ability, 10,000 Tao Dragon Might. 10,000 Tao Dragon Might, a supreme divine ability that merges the ageless dragon resentment with the majesty of the demon emperor. It can command all dragons, and words become law. It holds absolute suppression and control over any dragon bloodline. Boom. An aura far more terrifying and profound than before erupted from Shi Huang's tens of thousands of Zhongtal Dharma body. Standing there silently, he seemed to have become the sole sovereign of this land of finality. All remaining dragon souls trembled beneath his feet, submitting from the depths of their souls. Huff. Shi Huang let out a long breath, slowly retracting his heaven and earth Dharma body and returning to normal size. Feeling the terrifying power within him, as if he could open the heavens with a single thought, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This meal wasn't a waste after all. He turned around, gazing at the time-space dragon's reverse scale, now utterly drained of all power and floating silently in midair, and the ancestral dragon skeleton, whose soul flames had dimmed as if about to extinguish. Now this thing is mine, right? Shi Huang's voice was calm, yet filled with unquestionable authority. Yes. Yes. The ancestral dragon soul's voice was weak and filled with awe. You may take it at any time. It dared not even entertain the thought of resistance. After all, a ruthless man who devoured the heavenly Tao's origin as a meal. This old set of bones wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Shi Huang nodded, took a single step, and instantly appeared before the reverse scale. He reached out and grasped it. Ding. Detected the Arc Construction Module Time-Space Dragon's reverse scale. Recovered. Material collection progress 36. Excellent. Shi Huang tucked the reverse scale into his bosom, then looked at the massive ancestral dragon skeleton, and suddenly spoke. Hey, old fellow. Wanna live a different life? The ancestral dragon soul was startled and asked in confusion. You. What do you mean? Nothing much. A devilish grin curled at the corner of Shi Huang's mouth. I just think it's a pity to leave this old set of bones here to be used as firewood. How about following me? I can't resurrect you, but I can give you a different existence, to witness with your own eyes how I overturn this very heaven. He extended his hand, and the phantom of the evolved demon emperor's heart slowly materialized in his palm. Submit to me, become a part of my heart, and a part of the power I will wield in future battles across the heavens. Or stay here waiting slowly for your soul to scatter. I'll give you 3 breaths to decide. The ancestral dragon soul fell silent. It stared at the heart in Shi Huang's palm, which seemed to contain the ultimate mysteries of the cosmos, and felt the supreme pressure that made its very soul tremble. It knew it had no choice. Rather than perish here in silence, why not? Gamble one more time. Bet on this man's future. I am willing. A sigh filled with determination and resignation echoed through the land of finality. Excellent. Shi Huang nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the colossal, unimaginable ancestral dragon skeleton, along with the golden soul flame within it, was instantly drawn into the inner space of the demon emperor's heart to be slowly refined and merged by the Imperial Tao furnace. Having done this, Shi Huang did not linger. Arc next target. Searching for Arc Construction Modules. Next target locked, Jinmu root. Location unknown. According to the final protocol's deduction, after the Jinmu root shattered in the epoch before last, its largest fragment most likely fell into the Goetiu, the abyss that connects all heavens and realms. Warning: Goetiu is the end of the universe, the graveyard of all things, filled with space-time turbulence, dimensional storms, and countless exiled taboo beings. Even a heavenly venerate dares not tread lightly. Goetiu. Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. Instead of fear, his face revealed a hint of excited battle intent. Perfect. I want to see which is more formidable, those so-called taboo beings, or these fists of mine. Arc lock onto the Goetiu entrance. Jump. In the era of 10,000 dragons at the land of endings, the figure of Shi Huang slowly vanished amidst the vast graveyard of dragon bones. On the other side of the space-time wormhole, within the ancestral hall of the 10,000 sacred divine mountain, the 12 ancestral phantoms who had just barely regained a wisp of luster from their drained weakness collapsed on their towering pillars, collectively questioning their existence, pondering the ultimate philosophical question: who am I, where am I, and why do I live? I feel I might never be able to face the words power bank again. Stop talking. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. The new emperor. He won't come back, will he? The crisis of the empress and the divine fetus should be resolved, right? Definitely not. If he comes back, this old bones of ours will truly fall apart. Yet before their words faded, the 10,000 ancient lion emperor array which had just extinguished lit up again, without any warning. A figure so familiar that their souls trembled stepped out from the stable spacetime wormhole, his face still carrying a hint of unsatisfied contentment. Greetings, esteemed ancestors. Shi Huang looked at the 12 old faces that had turned paler than bone ash, revealing an extremely warm, intimate, and filial smile. I'm back. Surprise? Unexpected. Surprise? The hell with surprise. The 12 ancestral phantoms quaked violently, nearly scattering their souls on the spot. A new emperor. You. How? The dignified leader's voice trembled like autumn leaves in the wind, unable to utter a complete sentence. Oh, it's nothing major. Shi Huang rubbed his hands, grinning like a tenant farmer returning from a wealthy landlord's estate laden with bounty. I just took a stroll out there, had a casual meal, and felt my cultivation improved a bit. Now I'm about to head to the next scenic spot. So I'll have to trouble you esteemed ancestors once more. To recharge me. A tiny bit of energy. A tiny bit. The 12 ancestors saw darkness before their eyes, feeling their soul flames nearly extinguished by those 3 words. New Emperor. Think twice. The Crimson Flame ancestor was the first to wail, his illusory body sliding down the pillar and collapsing on the ground. We truly don't have a single drop left. Yes, New Emperor. If you squeeze us further, we 12 power banks will be completely scrapped. We beg you, give us a way to live. We old folks still want to see the glorious future of our clan. At once the entire ancestral hall was filled with wailing and lamentation, a scene of utter desolation. Enough, what's all this mourning about? Shi Huang waved his hand impatiently, a flicker of reluctance passing over his face. Fine, since you've worked so hard, how about this? He flicked his finger, and a strand of pure refined primordial energy extracted from the void predators and the annihilation dragon tribulations split into 12 streams of light, merging into the ancestors' bodies. Boom. The 12 ancestors' weakened remnant souls, like parched land receiving sweet rain, were instantly nourished, becoming several times more solid than before. This is the primordial essence of the 9th heaven of the sky-covering realm. No, it also contains a trace of the Tao of heaven. Heavens. New Emperor, what exactly did you eat out there? The 12 ancestors, feeling the surging power within, were utterly stunned. Just a casual meal. Shi Huang said lightly, as if he had merely eaten at a street stall. Now I've replenished you. His smile turned mischievous again. Time to get to work. The 12 ancestors. Guisu. The end of the universe, the graveyard of all things. When Shi Huang stepped out of the space-time wormhole, even with his cultivation at the 3rd heaven of the sky-covering realm, his mind was shaken. Here there was no sky, no earth, no stars, no light. Only endless profound chaos and nothingness that seemed to devour everything. Gigantic space-time rifts like scars of the universe hung across the void, constantly spewing dimensional storms that annihilated all. Fragments of shattered time drifted like glass. In one fragment you could see the birth of an era, in another the lament of a world's destruction. This was the end of laws, the graveyard of order. A fine place. Shi Huang gazed at the apocalyptic and destructive beauty before him, his eyes not fearful, but filled with eager battle intent. Warning detected: high-intensity dimensional storms ahead, and multiple presences of exiles. Planning the safest route for you. No need. Shi Huang directly interrupted Ark's prompt. I came here to find something, not to play hide-and-seek. He took a deep breath, pushing the undying emperor body of the demon sovereign to its extreme. Divine heaven and earth manifestation. Boom. A terrifying giant tens of thousands of feet tall, seemingly able to pry open this chaos, appeared once more in this forbidden land. He ignored the dimensional storms that could tear apart anything, ignored the law fragments that could twist time, and strode boldly into the depths of Guisu step by step. Every step caused this chaotic space-time to tremble. Roar. Hiss. Soon Shi Huang's arrogant behavior stirred the natives dwelling in this ruin. Grotesque, misshapen monsters radiating madness and chaos emerged from the cracks in space-time and the shattered dimensions. These were the forbidden beings exiled from the myriad worlds. The cataclysmic great evils that had devoured countless worlds and committed heinous sins. Every single one possessed a terrifying power, no less than the sky-covering realm. Now they saw Shi Huang, this outsider, brimming with vigorous life energy and supreme imperial might, as the largest, most tantalizing piece of meat for a pack of starved dogs. Food. Fresh. Flesh. Kill. Eat him. Countless greedy and mad thoughts echoed through Guisu. The next second, the overwhelming tide of forbidden monsters turned into a black river of death, surging toward Shi Huang from all directions. Well met. Shi Huang, seeing the monster army that would make any heavenly lord's scalp tingle, was not afraid, but elated, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Perfect, let me test these new fists of mine. He didn't use any divine abilities. Simply he swung his golden fists, each larger than a star, against the black death torrent, punching out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch shook the chaotic space-time violently. Each punch obliterated a sky-covering realm forbidden monster, turning it into the purest energy absorbed entirely by the imperial furnace on his body. Shi Huang was like a tireless war machine, charging and crashing through the monster army with overwhelming force. He was so caught up in the slaughter that he even forgot why he came. After an unknown time, when he had punched the last forbidden monster into nothingness, he stopped reluctantly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has been elevated to the great perfection of the 3rd heaven of the sky-covering realm. Huh, that's it. Shi Huang shook his fists, feeling unsatisfied. He looked around and found that the entire Guisu had been cleared of a vast area, and no longer could he sense any trace of life. Those exiled forbidden beings had been slaughtered through by him alone. A bunch of useless weaklings. Shi Huang curled his lip, then remembered his real purpose. Ark, where is the root of the world tree? Relocating. Ark's voice seemed to carry a hint of speechlessness. Location successful. Target is at the world's grave in the deepest part of Guisu. Shi Huang didn't linger. His colossal divine form took a single step, crossing endless space-time turbulence to arrive at the so-called world's grave. Here was the accumulation of countless completely dead universe remnants. In the center of those remnants, an unimaginably huge tree root, withered and yellow, seeming to pierce through the entire Guisu, floated silently. Though it had lost all vitality, the vast primal aura of the world tree, as if it could support the myriad realms, still shook the soul. Root of the world tree. However, just as Shi Huang was about to retrieve the treasure, he frowned, because he noticed that on the enormous root was coiled a massive writhing lump of flesh, seemingly composed of countless nebulae and flesh squirming endlessly. The lump had no face, no limbs, only a gigantic, constantly opening and closing maw slowly gnawing at the last wisp of the root's essence. Its aura was chaotic, mad, yet terrifyingly powerful. It was also a fearsome existence at the great perfection of the ninth heaven of the sky-covering realm. Another one coming to die. The lump of flesh seemed to sense Shi Huang's arrival. It slowly raised its head, and a chaotic, violent thought swept over. Get lost. This branch is mine. Take one more step, and I'll devour you too. Shi Huang looked at this monster, uglier and more sanity-draining than the void predators, and then at the root of the world tree being gnawed as a branch. His expression instantly became extremely interesting. He wasn't angry, instead he smiled brilliantly. Friend. Shi Huang retracted the divine heaven and earth manifestation, returning to normal size, and wore a harmless smile as he warmly greeted the lump of flesh. You see, this branch is huge, and you can't finish it alone. How about we share? I'll take the root, you take the fibers, and we become friends. What do you say? The vast mass of rotting flesh formed from countless nebulae and torn tissue visibly froze at Shi Huang's enthusiastic proposal. Its writhing body halted for a moment. Friends. Shall we split it? To a being born of chaos whose creed is nothing but devouring and destruction, these two words are harder to comprehend than the mysteries of cosmic birth and death. What are you saying? A chaotic, brutal thought with a hint of childlike confusion rang in Shi Huang's mind. Shi Huang's smile grew more sincere. He pointed at the massive root of Jinmu, then at himself. This branch, we split it in half. You gnaw yours, I take mine. We keep to our own streams, make friends, and perhaps we can go out and blow things up together later. Would that be nice? Friends. Are they? Food. The rotting mass seemed to understand, and its enormous body began to wriggle with renewed excitement, sending waves of greedier, hungrier thoughts sweeping over it. All right. We'll be friends. You? Come here. Let me properly seal this friendship. Before the words finished, the moment pressed on. Whoosh! A jet-black viscous liquid thick with a corrosive aura spurted from the mass's maw like a venomed dragon, a force capable of melting space, shooting toward Shi Huang. Tisk, a lowly creature that can't even speak properly. Shi Huang watched the world-destroying saliva hiss and avertedly showed his disgust. He didn't even bother to dodge. He stood still, letting the inky liquid bombard him. Yet, that toxin, strong enough to melt even a heaven-dominant master, in an instant hissed and steamed upon touching Shi Huang's demon emperor undying body, releasing a blue-green mist, and then vanished. Is that all? Shi Huang lowered his gaze to his impeccably clean robes, eyebrows arched in inspection. Just this? Not even good for scratching my itch. Roar! The rotting mass was utterly enraged. It never expected that its invincible source of corrosion would be useless against this little one. Die? You must die. It roared, its colossal form writhing violently, splitting apart. Countless small rotting meat monsters, each with a gaping maw in varied shapes, detached from its body, like cancer cells, forming a fearless death army that surged toward Shi Huang. Human wave tactics? Shi Huang laughed ice cold. Sorry, I fear nothing more than fighting in a crowd. He drew a deep breath, his chest swelling high. Myriad Dao dragon might. Roar! A dragon's roar fusing eternal dragon resentment with imperial might burst from his throat. This roar was no mere sonic assault, it was an absolute suppression at the level of the laws. Boom. Golden waves surged like a tidal flood. That advancing meat army, upon contact with the dragon, might let out a chorus of wails, their massive bodies bursting like punctured balloons, dissolving into the purest chaotic energy, which Shi Huang's Huangdao furnace devoured one by one. No, this cannot be. The rotting mass screamed in horror and disbelief. From that roar it felt an absolute suppression born of bloodlines and life itself. As if before it stood not a demon race, but a being older, more chaotic, and more inviolable, a chaos god. Now do you still want to make friends with me? Shi Huang's voice grew cold and impatient as he stepped toward the trembling giant mass. You just said this branch was yours. Did you know this branch is my son's future? A teething stick. You dare gnaw my son's teething stick and you want to spit in my mouth. Shi Huang's eyes flashed with a terror-striking, killing intent that would freeze the ruins. Today I will show you what it means. When trouble emerges from the mouth, law and heaven align with the earth. Boom. A formidably solid and colossal horror giant, more tangible than any previous, once again stretched across this chaotic sky. On his tens of thousands of zhang tall frame gold light flowed dragon, might swept imperial aura surged. No, don't come any closer. The rotting mass trembled in fear. It finally realized what terrifying existence it had provoked. Its vast body wriggled madly, attempting to squeeze back into the space-time rift to flee. Wanna run? Shi Huang laughed cruelly. Too late. Then a hand as large as a starless sky stretched out, ignoring all space-time chaos and dimensional storms, and gripped the massive rot mass like an eagle snatching a chick. Let me go. The rotting mass struggled wildly, spitting out more corrosive slime, but left no mark on Shi Huang's palm. Now let us properly bond as friends. Shi Huang's face wore a devilish smile. He clenched the rotting mass as if it were a rubber ball, then swung and smashed it against a nearby colossal piece of space debris. Boom. That debris, large enough to rival a small world, exploded with a roar. Oh! The rotting mass cried out in a dreadful wail. Not finished yet. Boom. 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 Shi Huang, like a child with a new toy, pounded the rotting mass across this tomb of the world. He treated it as a meteor hammer, smashing countless shattered dimensions, as a whip tearing through countless twisted timelines. He even used it as a rag to wipe a dirty-looking meteor under his feet. Who knows how long it went on until Shi Huang finally grew tired and ceased. That once proud, forbidden existence had been worn down to less than a tenth of its former size, gasping, its last lacking the strength to wriggle. Please. Please spare me. A feeble plea rose from within. Spare you. Shi Huang held it up before his eyes. His sun-bright golden eyes cast a cold gaze downward. Sure. He grinned, revealing a set of bone-white teeth. I grant you. A transcendence. Before the words finished, his other hand curled into a fist. Huangdao furnace. Max it out for me. A punch. He slammed down on the rotting core that had ceased resisting. Demon Emperor swallowing heaven technique. Boom. In the rotting mass's final scream of despair and unwillingness, its colossal body and the countless eons of chaotic origin within it were punched apart, transformed into a stream of pure energy, which Shi Huang swallowed and drew wholly into his body. A satisfied belch escaped Shi Huang as he slowly sheathed the power of law and heaven. He glanced at the root of Jinmu, now clean, stepped forward and firmly gripped it. The touch was warm and smooth, filled with the oldest, purest life breath and world power. The root of Jinmu had been secured as part of the Ark. Excellent. Shi Huang nodded, ready to contact the Ark and move to the next location. Yet as his hand touched the root of Jinmu, an overwhelming and ancient, while sorrowful and resolute, surged into his soul from the depths of the root. It was a vision. The final image of the Forbidden War. He saw Jinmu tall and steadfast, shattering in the endless flames of war. He saw the first Lion Emperor in battle with a terror whose countenance could not be seen, blood spilling across the stars, and finally fading into sitting stillness. He saw the progenitor of the myriad dragons sacrificing himself to seal the last hope, suppressing a gray calamity. And he saw a figure he knew all too well. The golden lion's claw that reached from a space-time rift, one stroke erasing the arbiter of heaven's decree. Yet at the end of the image, the claw was seized by a hand even larger, more terrible, forged from endless abyss and ultimate darkness. An inexhaustible voice full of ridicule and indifference seemed to come from beyond all universes. Escape. Run freely. You pitiful seeds will never escape this universe's farm. For I am the only farm master. In the last frame, that dark, colossal hand clenched again. The golden lion's claw shattered. Shi Huang's pupils contracted sharply. He released the root of Jinmu as if struck by an invisible force. His mind reeled, his face turning deathly pale. Farm master. Shi Huang whispered, eyes filled with unprecedented shock and a glint of mad battle resolve. At that moment, the Wan Dao Gui E stone in his hand, the Ark's core, blew forth with a piercing, urgent alarm. Warning! Warning! The awakening of the farm masters will detect it. Ark Plan's highest threat protocol initiated. The final construct module, the 9-turn chaos origin crystal coordinates, have been exposed. The farm masters' hounds are on the way. Warning! Candidate 10086, I proceed to the chaos. See immediately before the hounds arrive and seize the final source crystal. Otherwise everything will end. Battery dead. You piece of junk, navigation failing at the critical moment. Warning, interdimensional leap requires stellar level energy. The Wansheng Divine Mountain has been depleted. Damn it. I'll have to squeeze the watchdog. Shi Huang clenched the jade pendant. In the Qingxiu Fox Kingdom, Su Ji was drowsy. Didn't you just leave? Press the jade pendant against Jiuying's forehead. Hurry. Suji obeyed. Jiuying, your master wants you to stick this on. Jiuying's 9 heads leaned in, all faces brimming with flattery. A gift from the master. Thank you, mistress. The jade pendant touched. A terrifying suction erupted. Jiuying's agonized scream shattered the glass of the imperial capital. Master. Your little beast's essence. Your little beast's kidneys. I'm being drained dry. The 9 majestic serpent heads began to wither at a visible rate. Scales fell like rain. Eventually, they turned into 9 bald, shriveled balls of flesh. Suji was startled. Husband, what have you done? Just borrowing some power. Don't panic, wife. He won't die. Shi Huang's voice came from the jade pendant. Thanks, brother. I'll get you some hair tonic later. The Balong brand. The communication cut off. Jiuying collapsed on the ground, tears of humiliation streaming down his 9 bald heads. Master, you call this borrowing some power? At the Wansheng Divine Mountain, the 12 patriarchs let out a long sigh. At least the new emperor didn't drain us. Fellow Taoist Jiuying, you have suffered. In the chaos sea, a vast white void, no up or down, left or right. Ahead, a 9-colored radiance flickered. 9-fold chaos, origin crystal. Before the crystal stood a woman. In a tight black armor, her curves undulating. Below her slender waist, an astonishing arc. Skin like ice, bones like jade. Yet her eyes were as still as dead water. Hound. Codename you. Variable. Eliminate. Yu's voice was devoid of inflection. Shi Huang looked her up and down. Oh, the rancher knows how to enjoy himself. Sends a hot chick like you to be a dog. You said nothing more. In her hand, she condensed a black longsword. Annihilation slash. The black blade light turned into a 10,000-meter streamer, tearing through the void of the chaos sea, exposing the spatial turbulence beneath. Shi Huang neither dodged nor avoided. Sovereign judgment. A golden fist shadow met it, carrying the phantom of past demon emperors, suppressing the turbulence with a single punch. The two forces collided in the chaos sea, kicking up monstrous waves. Shi Huang closed in, engaging in close combat. Yu's leg techniques were fierce. Her jade foot lightly tapped, carrying the sharp screech of tearing laws, aiming straight for Shi Huang's lower stance. Oh, a crotch-kicking move. Shi Huang clamped his legs together, locking her long thigh tightly. Nice legs, but lacking a bit of force. You struggled to break free, her armor scraping with a piercing sound. Let go. You tell me to let go, and I do. That would make me look bad. Shi Huang pulled her along. You lost her balance. Falling into Shi Huang's embrace, the two pressed tightly together. Yu's armor was cold, but couldn't conceal the astonishing softness. Shi Huang grinned. Throwing yourself into my arms. That trick won't work on me. Yu was furious and humiliated. A black mark on her forehead flickered. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Wanna die? Did you ask me? Shi Huang's iron fist smashed out. Boom. The air surged. Yu's armor was torn open by the fist wind. Her clothes half-draped, revealing a hint of snowy skin. A strange cold fragrance spread through the air. Shi Huang's gaze landed precisely on that patch of white. His Adam's apple bobbed. Nice figure. Too bad you're a wooden block. Yu's face remained expressionless as she activated an absolute defense field around her, pushing Shi Huang away. My defense. Absolute closure. You cannot enter. Shi Huang laughed. Can't enter. Ridiculous. I specialize in dealing with all kinds of tightness. No matter how tight the door, I can force my way in. Warning host words are suspected of serious violation. The Ark's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Shut up. I'm talking about breaking her defense field. Shi Huang cursed. Sovereign furnace fully activated. Golden light burst forth. Shi Huang's right arm bulged with muscles. A punch landed on the defense field. Crack. The field shattered like glass. Shards cut Yu's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Shi Huang's fist drove straight in. The red lotus karma fire following the fist wind drilled directly into Yu's forehead. Oh. Yu tilted her head back in agony, revealing her slender swan-like neck, letting out a scream. On her forehead, a black mark was burned to ashes by the karma fire. The deadwater gaze instantly cleared. Her autumn water eyes were filled with astonishment. She collapsed to the ground, looking down, finding herself in tattered clothes. Large patches of snow-white skin exposed to the air. A man stood before her, staring at her without restraint. What did you do to me? Yu was humiliated and furious, covering her chest with her hands. Don't misunderstand. Shi Huang spread his hands. I just forced my way in. Yu's face flushed crimson instantly. You lecher. I'll kill you. She tried to summon her blade, but found her body utterly empty. Save your strength. Right now you don't even have the strength to stand. Shi Huang looked down at her. Now you are free. Yu was puzzled. Free. That's right. That pervert rancher planted a slave mark in your mind. I burned it off. Yu was stunned. Memories flooded back like a tide. She was once a goddess of some era, forcibly captured by the rancher, her mind erased and refined into a hound. You? Why did you save me? Just a side thing. Mainly I can't stand seeing a beautiful woman suffer. Shi Huang grinned. You bit her lower lip. You should go. The rancher won't let you off. Go. I haven't finished taking what I came for. Shi Huang ignored her. He grabbed the floating 9-fold chaos origin crystal. Material collection progress 56. One last item remained. Netherworld Rebirth Flower. Shi Huang was about to have the ark located. You looked at him like he was mad. Are you insane? Taking the crystal will make the rancher descend. We'll both die. Die? That word isn't in my dictionary. You have no idea how terrifying the rancher is. He is an existence beyond the heavenly Tao. Beyond the heavenly Tao? Perfect. I just devoured a heavenly Tao essence and haven't had my fill yet. You was utterly speechless. What kind of monster are you? I'm your future lifesaver. Remember, my name is Shi Huang. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The crystal in his hand turned pitch black in an instant. An indescribably terrifying will exploded directly in Shi Huang's mind. Found you. Little bug. Shi Huang's figure froze. Warning. The rancher's true body has locked onto the host's coordinates. Countdown to descent 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. The icy countdown like a death knell clanged furiously in Shi Huang's mind. The once brilliant 9 revolutions chaos source crystal was now pitch black, exuding a nauseating universe-polluting aura. That was the will of the rancher. Supreme. Ultimate. Unnameable. The mere lock of it will cause the surrounding chaos sea to boil and collapse. Space sizzled like lard on a red-hot iron, melting into pools of black nothingness. Run, run now. You collapsed on the ground, her ethereal, beautiful face etched with despair. She knew too well what the rancher meant. It was the nightmare of all realms, the reaper of civilizations. Once locked on, there was only death. Run. Shi Huang looked at the burning black stone in his hand, a wildly insane grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Where to? The whole universe is his pasture. Can I run outside the wall? You was stunned. Then you. Since we can't escape, let him. Eat shit. Shi Huang spun around, pulling Yu's slender waist into his arm. Her skin was warm and smooth as silk. Even through the battered armor, he could feel her astonishing elasticity. What are you doing? You cried out, instinctively struggling, but found her power scattered by the earlier punch, leaving her limp and weak. Don't move. Shi Huang pressed her against his chest, his hot breath brushing her long neck. If you don't want to die, hold me tight. Arc. Locate the last material. Locating. Target Netherworld Rebirth Flower. Location Juyo Huangchuan Mingdi Palace. Warning. The rancher's will is about to descend. Space-time passage is extremely unstable. 1. Shi Huang laughed, unbridled and wild. In my book, as long as it's not 0, it's 100. Jump. Boom. The moment the countdown hit 0, a colossal, indescribable eye formed of countless galaxies and black holes slowly opened above the chaos sea. Where its gaze fell, all things annihilated. God. You. Its ancient, greedy whisper shattered billions of miles of chaos. Yet just as the destructive gaze was about to touch Shi Huang, a brilliant golden light, infused with the essence of space-time laws, tore a barely perceptible rift right under the rancher's nose. Bye-bye, asshole. Shi Huang flipped the terrifying eye a middle finger. The next second, their figures vanished into the rift. Roar. A furious roar echoed through the chaos sea. Countless worlds crumbled to ashes in that cry. Juyo. Huangquan. There were no sun, moon, or stars. Only a turbid, stinking yellow river of death flowing from nowhere to nowhere. The river surged, filled with countless wailing souls. On its banks bloomed enchanting blood-red flowers. Red spider lilies. Flowers bloom when leaves are gone, leaves grow when flowers wither. Bang! The void cracked. 2 figures tumbled out, crashing heavily into the sea of red spider lilies. Cough. Shi Huang spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, feeling his bones about to shatter. The forced jump had nearly torn him apart by the temporal storm. If not for the indestructible Yao Huang immortal body, he would have become fertilizer in the yellow spring. Hey, you dead? Shi Huang patted the woman lying on top of him. You lay on his chest, eyes closed, face pale as paper. Her already tattered black, tight battle armor, ravaged by the space-time storm, was now in a sorry state, exposing large patches of snow-white skin. Especially around her chest and waist, the fragments of armor barely covered her, adding a thrilling allure. Shi Huang's gaze almost involuntarily lingered on that deep cleavage for 3 seconds. TSK. The rancher's taste is actually not bad. He placed his hand on Yu's back, channeling a stream of pure Imperial Dragon Qi. You let out a painful moan, her long lashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a handsome, roguish face right above her. Their position was extremely intimate. She lay completely on him, her thigh hooked around his waist. You cried out, trying to spring up like she'd been shocked. SSS. The sudden movement tugged at her wounds, making her gasp and fall back heavily. This time the impact was harder. 2 soft mounds pressed firmly against Shi Huang's chest. He grunted. Sis, are you trying to kill your husband? Who is your husband? Yu was mortified, her pale face flushing crimson. She tried to cover her exposed body, but her hands weren't enough. Covering the top left the bottom bare, covering the bottom the top was fully exposed. Enough, stop covering. Shi Huang stripped off his outer robe and tossed it over her, concealing the scandalous view. It's not like I haven't seen it before. You were pretty thorough in the Chaos Sea. You. She bit her lower lip, gripping the robe that still carried the man's warmth, and sent a surge of unfamiliar emotions welling up inside her. Shame, anger, and a hint of inexplicable security. Where is this? You forced a change of subject, looking around. Gloomy, dead silent. Only the roaring yellow spring river rumbled ominously. Juyo Huangquan. Shi Huang stood up, stretching his limbs, joints cracking like firecrackers. Our last stop. He looked into the distance. At the end of the yellow spring, a massive palace entirely built of black crystal loomed indistinctly. Above the palace hung a blood-red waning moon. That was the Mingdi Palace, and the location of the Netherworld rebirth flower. Let's go. Shi Huang pulled you to her feet. Get the last thing, then go home. Home? You murmured, her eyes vacant. She was a weapon created by the rancher with no past, no future, and no home. What? No place to go. Shi Huang seemed to read her mind and grinned. Perfect timing. I need a nanny at home. Room and board included. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Consider it a. You was stunned. Nanny. She the hound, who had butchered countless worlds becoming a nanny. What was going on in this man's head? Who wants to be your nanny? You glared at him, though her voice remained icy. The deadness in her eyes seemed to dissipate somewhat. They walked along the yellow spring bank toward the black crystal palace. Along the way, countless vengeful spirits catching the scent of the living crawled out of the river, trying to drag them in. Scram. Shi Huang didn't even bother to look. A low shout, 10,000 Dao dragon, might erupted. Boom. Within 100 li, all spirits exploded into phosphorescent flames. Such was the pressure of a realm-covering cultivator. In a place like Juyo, it was a crushing blow. Soon they arrived at the gate of the Mingdi Palace. 200 zhang tall stone statues of ghost kings wielding giant axes stood guard. Halt. Living beings, stop. Trespass into the Nether Palace, and you shall die without mercy. The 2 statues came to life, roaring like thunder, their axes descending with the force to split mountains. Annoying. Shi Huang raised his hand. A slap. Ha! The left ghost king's head was sent flying, crashing into the yellow spring, splashing 1,000 zhang wave. Ha! Another backhand slap. The right ghost king's body shattered into dust. Anyone else? Shi Huang dusted off his hands, expression indifferent. You watched from behind, her mouth twitching. Was this what he called fetching something? This was outright robbery. Rumble. At that moment, the palace gates slowly opened. A dense, overwhelming aura of netherworld energy rushed out, accompanied by a crisp yet majestic bell sound. Jingle. Jingle. A group of ghostly maidens in black gauze holding palace lanterns walked out slowly, lining up on both sides. Behind them, a black carriage drawn by 9 skeletal dragons rolled out. On the carriage reclined a languid figure. Clad in fiery red robes, the slit extremely high, revealing a long, fair, flawless leg. Bare feet, a red string tied around the ankle with a golden bell. Her long black hair fell loosely, covering half her face, but not hiding her captivating almond-shaped eyes. The Nether Empress, Lord of the 9 Netherworlds. In her hand, she toyed with a seductive red flower. The Netherworld rebirth flower. Oh, the Nether Empress's red lips parted, her voice meltingly sweet, tinged with playfulness. Which handsome young man is this? You've broken my guard, dogs. Are you here to make amends? Her gaze roamed over Shi Huang unabashedly, finally settling on his powerful chest muscles. She licked her red lips. Her eyes were full of naked aggression and desire. Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. This look felt like he had walked into a spider's den as a Tang monk. Make amends. Shi Huang smiled, pointing at the flower in her hand. I'm here to take that. Oh. The Nether Empress glanced at the flower, laughing so hard her body shook, her chest heaving. You want this flower? Fine. She slowly sat up, her red robe slipping, revealing large swaths of fair skin. She crooked her finger at Shi Huang, her eyes hazy, her breath sweet as orchid. My 9 netherworlds have been cold for 10,000 years. I need a man to warm my bed. If you stay and pleasure me, not just the flower, even I, will be yours. What do you say? Is this deal worthwhile? A good deal. Shi Huang looked at the snow-white jade foot peeking out from beneath the red dress adorned with a golden bell, and then at the Phosphor Queen's peach blossom eyes that seemed to drip with longing, a playful curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Madam, this business of yours is rather unscrupulous. The Phosphor Queen paused momentarily, then laughed even more gracefully, her chest heaving with each wave of mirth. Unscrupulous. She extended her slender fingers, deftly twirling a strand of black hair around them. I am the sovereign of the 9 netherworlds, commanding billions of departed souls. This body has remained untouched by any man for 10,000 years. And yet I'm offering myself to you freely, and you still call it a bad deal. Could it be? Her gaze shifted meaningfully, lingering on Shi Huang's lower half as her crimson lips parted and breathe carried the scent of orchids. Is it that this young man of yours, all show and no substance, afraid you can't handle me? A provocation. Shi Huang chuckled, his smile far more demonic and unrestrained than hers. Madam, your tricks won't work on me. He advanced toward the black palanquin, step by step, each footfall sending tremors through the waters of the yellow springs below, as though the river itself were beating drums in anticipation of the overlord's arrival. I simply believe your scheming is so loud I can hear it all the way from the mortal realm. Shi Huang came to rest before the palanquin, gazing down at the reclining Phosphor Queen from above. His eyes held no hint of clouded desire, only a piercing clarity that saw through everything tempered with something else greed. You think a mere flower will buy me for one night? Do you even know who I am? I am the future sovereign of the demon realm, the first emperor across eternity. My fees are quite steep, you know. The Phosphor Queen's smile gradually faded as an icy chill emanated from within her, spreading through the surrounding spider lilies until they were encased in a layer of dark frost. So you're refusing the offer and seeking punishment instead, eh? No man I've ever claimed has managed to escape me. Since you won't come willingly. She suddenly raised her hand, her once pale fingers transforming into a spectral claw vast enough to blot out the sky, surging forward with the wails of countless vengeful spirits aimed directly at Shi Huang. Then I'll break your legs, chain you to my bed, and have you serve me night and day. Boom. The spectral claw descended, shattering the very void itself. You standing behind Shi Huang felt your expression shift as you instinctively reached for your blade, only to find yourself completely empty, forced to watch helplessly as that terrifying strike bore down. Watch out. Stop your chatter. Shi Huang didn't even turn around, casually raising his right hand. He wasn't using any supernatural powers, just raw physical strength. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed as that phantom claw capable of crushing stars was simply swatted apart like a fly. The ghostly energy dissipated into the air. The Phosphor Queen's pupils contracted sharply, but before she could react, a flash of golden light erupted before her eyes. In the next instant, a large warm hand had effortlessly passed through her protective energy and seized her slender fair neck. The tremendous force sent her tumbling backward, crashing heavily against the palanquin's backrest with a cry. The Phosphor Queen gasped and tried to struggle, but discovered that immense imperial dragon chi coursed through his grasp, sealing her meridians throughout her entire body in an instant. Break my legs, eh? Shi Huang pressed closer, his full weight pinning her down, their positions shifting into something intimately dangerous. He lowered his head until his nose nearly touched hers, his golden pupils blazing with flames of conquest. Madam, where exactly did you say you'd lock me? His hot breath washed over her face, a pure, overwhelming force of masculine energy. For the Phosphor Queen, who had dwelled in the 9 netherworlds surrounded by energy all along, this aura was both the most deadly poison and the most longed-for boon. Her body went limp in an instant. The killing technique she'd gathered in her palm dissipated silently. You? The Phosphor Queen gazed at his face mere inches away, feeling that massive hand around her throat, capable of crushing it with slight pressure, yet fear didn't fill her eyes. Instead, a hazy mist of desire gathered there. What a dominant man. She extended her tongue to moisten her slightly dry lips, her voice growing even more intoxicating with a trembling breath. I like you even more now, since you're so formidable. She deliberately raised her long legs and coiled around his waist like a beautiful serpent. Then, here, let all these spirits in the river witness how I get conquered by you. Madwoman. This woman was absolutely insane. You stood nearby, utterly stunned, face burning red, wishing you could gouge your own eyes out. Is this truly the ruler of the 9 netherworlds? The legendary Phosphor Queen, who killed without hesitation. How had she become so lewd in this man's presence? Shi Huang was equally taken aback by her boldness. Looking down at her breathtaking face radiating temptation, her soft body pressed nearly flush against his chest, he could barely suppress the gulp down his throat. Damn it, this enchantress. Did she really think him some prude? If he weren't in such a rush, he'd give her a thorough lesson right here on this palanquin today. Dream on. Shi Huang took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the rising heat in his heart. He released her neck and in a flash of motion thrust his hand beneath the collar of her red garments. The Phosphor Queen let out a seductive moan, believing he would finally make his move, and arched her chest in anticipation. However, the next moment his hand withdrew. Clutched within it was a crimson bloom of breathtaking allure, the netherworld rebirth flower. The flower stays with me. Rising from her, Shi Huang smoothly adjusted her disheveled clothing, wearing an expression of impeccable virtue. As for me, he gave her dazed cheek a pat with a devilish grin. Next time for sure. Besides, there's a tigress waiting at home. If I'm late, I'll be kneeling on the washboard again. With that said, he didn't linger further, turning to seize your hand and pull you along as you stood still in shock. Arc. All materials are ready. Give me coordinates. Let's go home. Material collection progress 66. 9-cycle chaos sky-blocking formation. Components ready. Location locked, Qingxiu Fox Kingdom. Constructing space-time rift. Boom. A golden vortex materialized before your eyes. Wait. The Phosphor Queen's voice rang out from behind, trembling with frustration and indignation. She sat up from the palanquin, her robes partially open to reveal glimpses of snow-white skin, her peach blossom eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. What's your name? You tease me like this, take what you want, and just leave. You haven't seen the last of me. I'll track you down from heaven to hell and drain you dry. Shi Huang had already stepped 1 foot into the vortex. Hearing her words, he glanced back and waved casually, leaving behind a figure of effortless grace. Remember this. I am Shi Huang. Want to drain me dry? Get in line. With a swift motion, both figures vanished into the vortex. Only the Phosphor Queen remained seated alone in the empty palanquin. She watched the flower disappear, watched him vanish, grinding her teeth in frustration, yet couldn't resist pressing her fingers to the spot on her neck where his grip had been. His warmth still lingered there. Shi Huang. She extended her tongue to moisten her lips, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous, captivating intensity. An interesting prey. We will meet again soon. Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. Above the Imperial Palace, the once clear sky had transformed into a suffocating, ominous crimson. Countless massive purple lightning bolts danced through the clouds like world-destroying dragons poised to strike. Spiritual energy across the entire demon realm surged chaotically, converging toward Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. Rumble, the earth trembled. Deep within the Imperial Palace, the sleeping quarters had been completely enveloped by a massive, multicolored divine cocoon. Upon the cocoon's surface, the patterns of the Tao flowed continuously, and the faint outline of a primordial chaos demon god could be slowly discerned taking form. She's giving birth. She's giving birth. The commotion, the omens. They're 10,000 times more terrifying than when the first demon emperor was born. This isn't giving birth. This is delivering some ancestral deity. Zhou colossal form had condensed to 100 zhang, coiling around the sleeping quarters with its 9 heads vigilantly fixed on the sky, each bearing an expression of grave concern. It could sense it, a terrifying will deep within the tribulation clouds that stirred dread even in one at the heaven-shrouding realm. That was the malice of heavenly Tao. It was also an intrusion from beyond the cosmos. Master, why haven't you returned yet? Zhou Ying's heart ached with anxiety. Just then, boom, the space above the sleeping quarters violently fractured. 2 figures tumbled through the rift. They're back. Zhou Ying erupted with jubilation, all 9 heads chanting in unison. The master has returned. Shi Huang steadied himself, hardly catching his breath before he was stunned by what lay before him. Qingqiu Fox Kingdom entirely shrouded in dense, swirling tribulation clouds. And hovering above those clouds was an enormous eye, black as ink, slowly opening. It wasn't the eye of heavenly Tao, that was the projection of the rancher. You damned wraith. Shi Huang cursed under his breath and hurled the 6 divine-grade materials from his hand skyward. Arc. Deploy the formation. Command confirmed. 9-cycle chaos sky-blocking formation. Activating. Boom, 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 boom. 6 pillars of divine light erupted from the materials, piercing heaven and earth. The 9-cycle chaos origin crystal became the formation's focal point, stabilizing the cosmos itself. The chronospace dragon's reverse scale formed a barrier that severed spacetime. The star core's tears of nirvana became a killing array that dismantled all existence. The roots of Jinmu served as the formation's foundation, connecting to the terrestrial ley lines. The netherworld rebirth flower conjured a mist that veiled heavenly secrets. The stone of 10,000 Daos united into one, becoming the core that commanded all techniques. Boom! A colossal formation radiating chaotic energy engulfed the entire Qingqiu Fox Kingdom and surged into being. The dark giant eye that had just begun to open had its gaze forcibly severed the moment the formation materialized. Roar! A scream of pure fury erupted from the depths of the void. Immediately after the tribulation clouds that had filled the sky began to dissipate unwillingly, their target lost. Phew! Shi Huang exhaled deeply and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Made it in time. In a flash, he dashed straight into the sleeping quarters. Inside the chambers, Suji lay on the bed drenched in sweat, her face drained of color, yet she bit down hard on her lip to stifle any cries. Her abdomen radiated blinding golden light, as though carrying not a child but the sun itself. Wife! Shi Huang rushed forward and clasped her hand tightly. I'm back. Suji struggled to open her eyes, and the moment she saw his familiar face, her fear and pain vanished, replaced by boundless peace. You're finally back. Yes, I'm back. Shi Huang channeled his imperial dragon chi continuously into her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Our child is about to be born. Just then, crack, a clear snapping sound echoed from Suji's belly. Then, wah, a piercing cry brimming with endless vitality reverberated through the sleeping quarters, spread across Qingqiu Fox Kingdom, and even echoed throughout the entire demon realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Divine tier offspring, Chaos Tao fetus has been born. Mission strongest dad raising plan phase 1 completed. Rewards being distributed. Before Shi Huang could even check his rewards, a tiny boy, delicately crafted like carved jade enveloped in a soft golden glow, hovered in midair. Instead of the wrinkled appearance of a normal newborn, his skin was crystal clear and translucent, his large dark eyes shimmering with vivid spiritual energy. What was most astonishing was that the little one blinked. Those big eyes looked at Su Ji lying on the bed, then at Shi Huang with a bewildered expression. Then, he broke into a grin, revealing two small, uneven milk teeth. In a baby voice yet remarkably clear, he called out, "Father, where's that big black eyeball that wanted to eat me? I'll smash it to death with my brick." In a baby voice yet remarkably clear, he shouted, "Father, where's that big black eyeball that wanted to eat me? I'll take my brick and whack it to death. Smash it." His gaze fell upon the naked little brat, clutching a golden brick in his hand. His eyes twitched wildly. "You were just born, not even a hair on your chin, and you already want to go smash the ultimate cosmic boss." The golden brick swung through the air. Space itself was torn open, leaving several pitch-black cracks. "Dad, I'm hungry. That big eyeball looks pretty chewy. Where did this brick come from?" "Birth divine artifact. Specializes in smacking foreheads." "Good lad, you've got potential." From the bed came a weak call. "Shi Huang, let me see the child." He strode to the bedside in a few steps. The little one was gently placed beside the pillow. The moment he touched the pillow, the brick vanished. The little one became incredibly docile. His tiny head burrowed straight into that expanse of snow white. "Mommy's so fragrant." His eyes widened. "You little rascal. Where are you nuzzling?" "That's my territory." A delicate face flushed pink. A reproachful, coquettish glare shot over. "Why are you arguing with the child?" She who had just given birth had her clothes half undone. Sweat soaked through the thin gauze clinging to her icy, jade-like skin, outlining a breathtakingly stunning figure. The air filled with a strange scent, mingling milk fragrance and her unique body odor. His Adam's apple bobbed. "Wife, the way you look right now is very dangerous." In the corner, you watched this family of three. Her gaze fell upon her own tattered battle armor. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed to the air. He turned his gaze away. "Nanny, what are you standing there for? Go fetch a basin of hot water to help the lady bathe." She gritted her silver teeth. "I am not a nanny. Room and board included, plus I'll gift you a great fortune. Deal or not?" Silence. She truly had nowhere to go. She turned and walked toward the side hall. The sound of splashing water. Soon a basin of steaming hot water was carried in. Mist filled the air. She bent down to set the basin down. Her tattered battle armor could not conceal the spring scenery on her chest. His gaze landed precisely on that expanse of snow white. "Nanny, your clothes are too torn. Later go to the treasure vault and pick a new set. Stop dangling that in front of me all day." Her face flushed crimson. "Who's dangling?" His finger traced her round shoulder. "Since the armor is shattered like this, why keep wearing it? Take it off." She stepped back, hands shielding her chest. "Don't you dare mess around." "Mess around? I'm a proper man." "Nanny, the water isn't hot enough." "You, add some more hot water, or I'll deduct your wages." "I don't have any wages." "Then I'll deduct your fortune." A system notification sounded. Ding. Mission reward issued. "Congratulations, host. You have received Primordial Purple Chi X1, can be used to upgrade any artifact or physique level." "Congratulations, host. You have received Dad's exclusive divine artifact. Myriad World Milk Bottle, can convert any energy into milk most suitable for offspring absorption." "Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has been elevated to the fifth heaven of the sky-covering realm." A crystalline bottle appeared in his hand. Within it swirled the Tao rhyme of the devouring law. "Son, come, Daddy will make you some tasty food." He pulled out a weapon at the earthly heart realm and stuffed it directly into the milk bottle. The bottle writhed for a moment. The weapon transformed into half a bottle of golden milk. The big dark eyes lit up. The milk bottle was hugged tightly. The sound of gulp gulp rang out. Burp. A satisfied belch echoed. Golden light burst from his body. His cultivation directly soared to the mystic spirit realm. Born just now and already at the mystic spirit realm. This milk bottle is nice. It even auto-heats. He pulled out another handful of celestial herbs and treasures, stuffing them into the bottle. It transformed into a bottle of tonic rich with the aura of life. He brought it to her lips. "Wife, have some too." "I'm not drinking that. This is good stuff. Come on, open up." He forced it down. Golden liquid trickled from the corner of her mouth, slid down her long, slender neck, disappeared into the deep valley. He reached out to wipe it. His fingertips touched her smooth, satiny skin. Her body trembled slightly. "Stop it. The child is still here. He's full. Time to sleep." He pressed a finger to the little one's brow. Snoring sounds came. The little one fell into deep sleep. "Nanny, come wipe the young master's mouth." You walked over, holding a towel, bending down. Once again the spring scenery on her chest was exposed. His gaze swept over. "Nanny, with a figure like yours, it's a shame you're not a wet nurse." Her face flushed crimson. "Say that again, and I'll kill you." "Kill me? Can you even defeat me?" "Wife, you've worked hard. For you it's not hard. Your cultivation is now at the seventh heaven of the sky-covering realm. All thanks to you. Then shouldn't we dual cultivate to consolidate? Can't you? Think of something else." "I'm thinking of you. This primordial purple chi is perfect for upgrading our son's brick." He infused the primordial purple chi into the golden brick. The brick radiated brilliant light. "Dad, this brick is harder now. It can smash stars." "Good lad. From now on, whoever you don't like, just smack them with the brick." From outside the hall came the voices of the Grand Elder and Jueying. New Emperor. This old servant begs an audience. Enter. The Grand Elder scrambled and tumbling. His gaze fell upon the little one on the bed and tears streamed down his wrinkled face. Heaven blesses our clan. Heaven blesses our clan. New Emperor, this child's aura. Chaos Tao Embryo. The Grand Elder gasped. The legendary Chaos Tao Embryo. Our clan shall flourish. Our clan shall flourish. Grand Elder, issue the decree. The Qingxiu Fox Kingdom will hold a grand feast for 3 days and 3 nights. To celebrate my son's birth. Yes, this old servant will see to it at once. Jueying's 9 bald heads also crowded in. His face full of fawning flattery. The little one suddenly opened his eyes. Those big dark eyes lit up again. Dad, can I eat that loach with 9 flesh balls? The massive body shuddered violently. All 9 heads shook in unison. Little master. This little beast is not tasty. Its meat is sour. A kick sent Jueying flying. Scram. Don't scare my son. Jueying, go guard outside. If those birdmen dare come within a step, bite them to death. As you command, master. The little head turned toward the outside of the hall. A strange gleam flickered in those big, jet-black eyes. Dad, that big eyeball in the sky ran away, but it seems to have left something behind. Killing intent surged. What is it? The golden brick was raised, pointing toward a direction outside the Qingxiu Fox Kingdom. Birdman with 6 pairs of wings. He said he's come to take Mommy back to the divine domain. He also said Mommy is the reincarnation of the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden. His smile faded. Divine domain. 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden. Daring to come snatch my wife. I don't care if you're a divine domain, Birdman. Come one, I'll kill one. Divine realm. 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Shi Huang's lips. He gently flicked the forehead of the little one in his arms. Son, remember this. In this world no one can take your mother away except me. Not even the Heavenly Lord himself. The little one covered his forehead. His big dark eyes were full of grievance. Yet he gripped the golden brick which exuded chaotic aura even tighter. Dad, that Birdman looks pretty meaty. Roasted wings delicious. In the corner, Yu was tidying up the battered armor. Hearing the father and son's conversation, her hand trembled. Large patches of snowy, delicate skin were faintly visible through the cracks in the black armor. That is a 6-winged seraphim. Yu's voice was cold, yet carried a barely perceptible tremor. Under the ranch master, aside from the hound, the strongest shepherd, specially responsible for reclaiming those superior breeding rams that have awakened self-awareness. Breeding ram. Shi Huang turned around. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Yu's deep cleavage. Nanny, you know quite a lot. Seems like you've had plenty of dealings with these birdmen before. Yu's face flushed. Subconsciously, she turned sideways to block the exposed view. I'm just stating the facts. A 6-winged seraphim possesses the law of divine purification. It restrains all evil and heresy. Though you are strong, your attributes are countered. Counter me. Shi Huang laughed. He laughed with unrestrained arrogance. He pulled Su Ji, who was on the bed, into his arms. He planted a fierce kiss on her stunning face. My lady, hold our son tight. Your husband will be back in a moment. Tonight we'll have an extra meal. A whole roasted bird. Su Ji's pretty face blushed crimson. Yet her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Be careful. That aura. It's very strong. Don't worry. Shi Huang turned around. He stepped out of the palace in one stride. Boom. The moment he set foot outside the hall, the originally dark red sky suddenly blazed with light. Endless holy light poured down like a waterfall. The clouds split apart. A colossal 10,000 jang tall light gate slowly swung open. Accompanied by ethereal hymns, countless pure white feathers fluttered down like heavy snow. Upon each feather burned a white sacred flame. They landed on the ground. Sizzling. The demonic aura was instantly purified. My eyes. It burns. This light is so hot. In the Green Hill Fox Kingdom, countless low cultivation fox clans let out agonized screams under the holy light's radiance. Their skin began to fester. Their demonic powers started to dissolve. Humph. With a cold snort, Shi Huang stepped into the void. The Imperial Tao furnace roared into operation. A layer of golden light screen instantly enveloped the entire imperial capital, completely isolating the boundless holy light outside. Playing tricks. Shi Huang looked up. His golden pupils stared directly at the light gate. Since you're here, get the hell out. Hiding behind the door, laying eggs. Silence. The originally sacred and solemn hymns seemed to stutter for a moment. The next second, a terrifying pressure enough to suffocate a sky-covering realm expert erupted from the light gate. How dare you, vile demon! Blaspheming the divine envoy. Boom. A figure slowly walked out of the light gate, clad in silver divine armor, with 6 pairs of pure white wings on his back. His face was handsome to the point of being almost demonic. On his brow, a golden cross mark radiated an aura of judging all things. 6-winged seraphim, Jia Bailey. He looked down from on high, his pale golden eyes gazing indifferently at Shi Huang, as if looking at a filthy ant. I am the arbiter of the divine realm. By the order of the God King, I have come to escort the 9 heavens mystic maiden back to her position. All irrelevant monsters step aside. Otherwise, purification. His voice was grand, carrying an unyielding will resounding throughout the entire demon realm. Qilin lay sprawled in the palace square. His 9 bald heads trembled in fear. Master. This birdman has so many feathers. Looks very warm. Shi Huang ignored this cowardly mout. He picked his ear, looking utterly impatient. Escort. Did I agree to that? That's my wife. Who the hell are you? Jia frowned slightly, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. Vulgar. The mystic maiden is a sacred vessel of the divine realm. How could she be joined with a filthy fiend like you? Considering your arduous cultivation. Kneel. Repent. I may grant you a whole corpse. Grant your damn grandmother. Shi Huang cursed, his form vanishing instantly. When he reappeared, he was already before Jia. No tricks, no frills. Just a simple, straightforward punch. Boom. His golden fist, wrapped in the terrifying brute force of the demon emperor's indestructible body, smashed fiercely toward Jia's handsome, punchable face. Seeking death. Jia's eyes flashed with contempt. He didn't even bother drawing his sword. He merely raised a hand lightly, with holy light gathering in his palm. Divine heavenly conquest. A visible white repulsive wave erupted violently. A terrifying force capable of knocking a star off its course. However, Shi Huang's fist did not pause in the slightest. Crack. The repulsive wave shattered like glass under that single punch. What a... Jia's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, that golden iron fist had already magnified infinitely in his eyes. Bang. A dull thud. Jia was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the light gate. Rumble. The light gate trembled violently, with countless cracks spreading. So this is the arbiter of the divine realm. Shi Huang shook his hand, his face full of disappointment. Thick skin, though. My hand hurts from the impact. Roar. From the ruins of the light gate, a furious roar rose. Jia soared into the sky, his once handsome face now half swollen. Blood streaming from his nose, utterly disheveled. You, how dare you harm my divine body? Unforgivable. Divine art, heaven's judgment. Clang. A massive sword burning with white, sacred flame materialized out of thin air. Jia gripped the sword with both hands, his 6 pairs of wings flapping wildly. Boundless holy light converged on the blade's edge, forming a white sword beam 10,000 zhang long, slashing down at Shi Huang's head. This sword strike locked onto time and space, sealed causality, inescapable. Interesting. Shi Huang's eyes blazed with battle intent. He was about to activate heavenly might, an earthly form, to counter it head-on, when suddenly the communication jade in his chest lit up. A childish voice came through. Dad, move aside. I'm about to throw. Shi Huang was stunned. He instinctively sidestepped. The moment he dodged, a golden streak shot out from the palace below. Its speed surpassed even light, ignoring space, ignoring the overwhelming holy light pressure. It was a brick. A golden brick wrapped in chaotic streams inscribed with Tao runes. What is that? Jia was fully channeling his judgment sword when he suddenly felt a foul wind rushing toward him. Before he could see what it was, slap. A crisp, sharp crack. That brick with pinpoint accuracy solidly and squarely smacked onto his forehead. Up. Jia let out a miserable scream. The 10,000 zhang sword beam, condensed from all his divine power, instantly dissipated. He felt only a dizzying blur, stars flashing before his eyes. His entire body spun 360 degrees in the air. Then, like a kite with a broken string, he plummeted straight down. What the fuck? Shi Huang was stunned. Jiuying below was stunned. Even you standing at the palace entrance gaped. That was a 6-winged seraphim. A peak sky covering realm existence. Possessing a divine body under sacred protection, impervious to all spells. And yet, knocked out cold by a brick. Whoosh. The golden brick traced a graceful arc in the air and flew back into the palace automatically. Dad, was that accurate? The little one's proud voice came through. Accurate. Damn accurate. Shi Huang snapped back to reality and burst into wild laughter. That's my boy. That hit had some real power. He flickered and instantly appeared beside the falling Jia. He grabbed one of his wings. Birdman, weren't you all cocky just now? Show me some more attitude, will you? Jia shook his head, finally regaining some clarity. Seeing Shi Huang so close, his eyes were filled with terror and humiliation. You. Despicable. You ambushed me. Ambush. Shi Huang grinned, showing a mouthful of stark white teeth. This is called father and son united. They can break metal. Get it? If not, no worries. Learn it in your next life. Before the words faded, Shi Huang's other hand grabbed his other wing. He planted his foot on Jia's back and pulled with all his might. Open. Up. A heart-rending scream. Blood splattered across the sky. Jia's prideful 6 pairs of wings were torn off, one pair by Shi Huang's bare hands. First pair. Shi Huang casually tossed the huge wings to Jiuying below. Catched. A gift for you. Jiuying trembled with excitement, his 9 heads bobbing, and caught them in one mouthful. Thank you, master, for the bounty. This is a great tonic. You dare. Jia convulsed in agony, his face as pale as paper. I am under the God King. God King, Shi Huang sneered, grabbing another pair of wings. Even if the God King himself came, I'll tear them off just the same. Rip. Another crisp sound. The second pair of wings left the body. Up. Jia could no longer scream. He wanted to resist, but the divine power within him had been completely shattered by that brick. At this moment he was nothing but a turkey waiting to be butchered. Third pair. Rip. Fourth pair. Rip. In a short, while the once lofty, arrogant 6-winged seraphim had become a bloody, limbless stump. On his back only a few hideous blood holes remained. Shi Huang held the dog-like Jia. Hovering in midair, his gaze coldly swept over the collapsing light gate. Go back and tell that damn God King of yours. If he wants someone, tell him to come himself. If he dares to send another mangy bird to disgust me for every one that comes, I'll roast one. Boom. With a kick, Jia broken body shot into the light gate like a cannonball. The light gate trembled violently. Finally, unable to bear it, it collapsed with a thunderous roar, scattering into specks of light. The world returned to clarity. Shi Huang clapped his hands and descended before the palace. Dad, I want roast wings. The little one holding the brick danced in Suji's arms, almost drooling. Coming right up. Shi Huang picked up the remaining pair of wings from the ground. Tonight we feast on these, in the style of Orleans. In the corner you watched this family, her expression incredibly complex. That 6-winged seraphim, who had once made her tremble with fear, was just torn apart like that. This man, was he a madman or a god? Nanny, Shi Huang's voice suddenly came. What are you standing there for? Go start the fire. Oh, and add plenty of spice. My wife likes spicy food. You. She took a deep breath. Resignedly she headed toward the imperial kitchen. Got it, pervert. Meanwhile, in the distant divine realm, inside a magnificent palace floating among the clouds. Bang. A bloodied figure fell from the void, crashing onto the mirror-smooth palace floor. Gee. God King. Jia raised his head with difficulty. Looking at the figure shrouded in endless holy light on the throne, his voice was weak. The mission has failed. That vicious demon. He tore off my wings. And said he would roast and eat them. Silence. Inside the palace an oppressive silence fell. After a long time on the throne, that figure slowly opened his eyes. They were silver eyes devoid of any emotion, only filled with the endless flow of laws. Roast and eat. The God King's voice betrayed no emotion, yet it instantly dropped the temperature of the entire divine realm to freezing point. Interesting, since he's so fond of eating. Then, let's send him a grand feast. The God King slowly raised his hand. In his palm a jet-black seed exuding an ominous aura was slowly sprouting. Issue the order. Activate Twilight of the Gods plan. Target Demon Realm. Purification level world annihilation. Fragrance. Truly fragrant. Outside the Qingqiu Imperial Palace's kitchen fire roars. A colossal golden wing is laid over the flames. Sizzling and oily. Special spices are dusted on. A domineering aroma of meat sweeps across the capital in an instant. It is the flesh and blood essence of a peak cultivator from the Zhetian realm. This is the purest light law of the divine domain condensed. For the demon race, this is the world's supreme elixir. Come, madam, open your mouth. Tearing off a piece of roasted golden crisp meat, blowing on the steam, and presenting it before face. Suji's pretty face reddens slightly. She glances around awkwardly while Jiu Ying's 9 bald heads drool, eyes eager and fixed. Yu stands in a corner, outwardly aloof, but her throat rumbles softly. There are so many eyes watching. With a hint of coquettishness, she asks, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a wife being fed? Her eyes flash, and Jiu Ying's 9 heads withdraw into their necks in fright. Don't look. The little beast saw nothing. The little beast is blind. Suji lets out a soft laugh. That smile blossoms like 100 flowers. It makes the bonfire pale in comparison. Her red lips part, and she bites into the meat, oil spilling from the corner of her mouth, sliding down a sharp chin. Oil drips onto her snow-white collarbone. Don't move. Her gaze dims. She reaches out a finger and gently wipes away the oil at the corner of her mouth. Then quite naturally she slides a finger into her own mouth and gives it a lick. Sweet. Boom. Suji's face immediately reddens, even the earlobes turning pink. You rogue. Father. I want some too. I want some too. The little fellow in her arms grows impatient, waving the golden brick, protesting this puppy-dilling treatment. Here, take it until you burst, you little rascal. Tearing off a large chunk of meat, he stuffs it into the little one's mouth. The little one is not afraid of the heat. 2 tiny teeth crunch, bones and meat alike. They chew until it's crisp. Belch, a full belch escapes. The little one shines with golden light. His cultivation jumps from the Xuanling realm. He leaps to the Earthcore realm. Born not half a day ago. Earthcore realm. If this got out, the elder demons of the demon world would be so ashamed they would seek a tofu to crash into. Nanny, You shift your gaze to the corner. Don't drool there. Come and eat. You freeze. I'm not hungry. Gulp. The stomach honestly protests. The air falls quiet. You would rather find a crack and vanish. All right, enough pretense. He casually tosses over a wingtip. Eat it. Your injury will heal by half. This is the divine domain's free-range chicken. Normally, you can't even taste it. You instinctively catch it. Looking at the roasted wing exuding a tempting fragrance, you grit your teeth and take a firm bite. As if biting the man's flesh, it melts in the mouth. Warmth surges, the exhausted meridians are nourished in an instant. Truly delicious. Meanwhile, while Su Ji debons the bones, she casually asks, your son has no name yet. Madam, would you like to propose one? Su Ji wipes the mouth. A hint of deliberation flickers in her beautiful eyes. He was born in chaotic times bearing the Chaos Dao embryo. I hope he will one day quell all chaos and roam freely. Not sure shall. Sure shall. Hey, that's too refined. It's not imposing at all. Then what would you suggest? In my view, she says, pointing at the brick in the boy's hand. This kid was born with a brick in his hand. Clearly he is bound for great things. Then perhaps, Sure Patian. Sure Patianjing. One brick can topple the heavens. How about that? Isn't it domineering? Too rustic. Then Sure Gondang. No. Sure de Zhuang. Get out. Father, I think Sure Patian sounds quite good. Too rustic. Then Sure Gondang. No. Sure de Zhuang. Get out. Father, I think Sure Patian sounds quite good. The little fellow interjects, waving the brick. Whoever objects, I will break his sky. Ha! Good son. Follow me. They laugh. On that delicate pink face a kiss. Then it settled, the grand name, Sure Patian, nicknamed Little Brick. Su Ji rubs his brow in helplessness. The two of them are hopeless. Yet the family enjoys a rare moment of warmth, savoring it together. An anomaly arises. A sudden surge. Humming. Without warning, the space over the Qingqiu Fox Nation tightens, as if grasped by an invisible hand. The grip tightens with a furious resolve. The bonfire dies at once. The air grows solid. A nauseating, rotting, death-laden black mist spills forth. It seeps from the void. What is happening? Jiuying leaps up, 9 heads vigilant, staring at the heavens. This aura is so sickening. It is Ragnarok. Yu's face turns deathly pale. The roasted wing falls from her hand. The Divine King has activated an apocalyptic program. What is that? Frowning before he can ask, there is a crack. In the sky, a huge rift opens. A seed as black as ink descends, its surface studded with bizarre veins and eyeballs. From the crack, it descends slowly. The moment the seed appears, the surrounding laws begin to crumble. Spiritual energy becomes polluted. The once vibrant Qingqiu mountains instantly wither. Flowers and trees turn to black ashes. That is the destruction demon seed. Yu's voice trembles. It will take root at the world's center. It will drain this world of all its origins. Then it will nurture the divine offspring. That is, an invincible monster. Drain the origin. Looking at the approaching abominable seed, not fear, but something else lingers. On the contrary, he laughs. Let us play the absorbing star technique. This is a business I know well. He rises, dusting the ash from his rear. Wife, hold the child tight. I will go to our house's backyard to weed. Be careful. Su Ji clutches the little brick close. Her eyes fill with worry. Don't worry. A mere rotten seed. Could it overturn the world? He steps forward. In an instant, he appears beneath the demon seed. Compared to its mountain-sized body, his silhouette is tiny as dust. Chatter, chatter, chatter. On the seed's surface, countless eerie eyes rotate, locking onto Shi Huang. A mental wave full of greed and malice sweeps over. Nourishment. Delicious nourishment. Countless thick tentacles oozing black slime. From the demon seed bursts out, overwhelming and blocking all retreat. Nourishment, you old thing. It surges forward instead of back. The Imperial Dao furnace fully opens. At the chest, the demon emperor's heart beats frantically. Give me. Swallow it. Boom. A golden black hole forms before him. The intimidating tentacles rush toward it, as soon as they touch the hole, they feel as if noodles sucked into a vacuum. With a hiss, they are sucked inside. Huh. The demon seed emits a puzzled thought, clearly unprepared. This nourishment unexpectedly feeds back. The taste is a bit off, but the energy is abundant. Perfect timing. I had just fought that birdman. Ooh, I consumed some energy. I will use you to replenish. My form swells. Fatian Xiang Di. In the blink of an eye, a towering giant stands between heaven and earth. It stretches out its hands and enfolds the enormous demon seed within them. It feels like hugging a gigantic watermelon. Rise. The arms tighten. The seed that had been about to take root is pulled up. Shockingly, he lifts it out by force. Let go. The demon seed panics, thrashing wildly. Countless eyes shoot out deathly light, but before the undying body of the demon king, all is but a tickle. Let go. He smiles cruelly. He bares teeth that look larger than a city gate. If it's in my bowl, you won't get away. He opens his enormous mouth, aiming at the demon seed. With a heavy bite. Crack. Juices spray. The hard outer shell is bitten through. A large chunk of black flesh is torn free. Swallowed into the belly. Oh. The demon seed screams in a wretched cry. It fears. It is here to destroy the world. It came to devour this world. Why now is it being eaten by a human? This script is wrong. Huh. A mouthful of black slag is spit out. So nasty. It tastes like that void predator. Is this the way the divine king treats me with such garbage? Though the mouth remains disdainful, the actions do not stop. One bite after another crunching. It tastes incredibly delicious. In a short while the demon seed that could have destroyed the demon world is reduced to a mere core. The seed that could have wiped out the demon realm is gnawed down to a nucleus. Belch. A second belch follows. Within the body, aura rises step by step. The fivefold heaven of the Jitian realm, then sixfold, then sevenfold. Boom. It breaks directly into the sevenfold heaven. Not bad. It can barely be called 7/10 full. He looks at the remaining black core, still trembling in his hand. A playful glint flickers in his eyes. This thing seems like a communicator. On its surface, a complex rune flickers. It appears to connect to a distant shore. Father, let me handle it. Down below, the little brick shouts with excitement. This thing looks tough to deal with. I want to snap a photo of it. Very well. He casually tosses the core toward the palace. Sun catch. The little fellow breaks free from Suji's embrace, hovering in midair. The golden brick in his hand swells, turning into a golden hill. Facing the incoming core, he swings his arm and gives it a hard smack. There you go. Boom. A thunderous crash. The core is struck solidly by the brick. It does not shatter, instead it activates. A hum arises and a gigantic holographic projection blooms. In the sky above the Qingxiu Fox Nation, the projection unfolds with a roar. It shows a grand sacred palace. On the throne sits a figure bathed in holy light. The divine king holds a cup of golden divine wine, as if waiting for news of the demon seed's successful annihilation. Suddenly the projection connects. The divine king raises the cup gracefully and speaks with cool detachment. How is it? That demon. The words fall short. He sees the scene on this side, a man with oil on his lips picking his teeth, a brick-holding baby with an excited expression. And one more. Only a nucleus remains of the gnawed demon seed. With a flick of the wrist, the divine king's cup of divine wine spills in his hand. The wine spills onto his face. Elegant. Gone. You all. The divine king's voice trembles for the first time. With a tremor of disbelief, he asks, where is my demon seed? It was eaten. Shi Huang grins at the projection. He even shows off his good teeth. The taste is only average. Next time remember to add some cumin. You! Exclamation marks. The divine king trembles with fury. Holy light flickers wildly. Blasphemy. This is naked blasphemy. I will kill you. I will pluck your soul out and grill it on sacred fire for 10 million years. Shut up already. Shi Huang cuts off his impotent rage. Don't talk big there. Your ears are already sore. He steps to the projection, his golden pupils gleaming. Across the endless void, he stares at the divine king with a cold, calculating gaze. The smile in his eyes wavers, replaced by inexhaustible cold and murderous intent. Old thing, you don't want to play? Then we'll play for something bigger. Shi Huang stretches out a hand, pointing at the king's nose. Word by word, like a vow of war, wash your neck clean. And your so-called divine domain as well. 3 days. 3 days later, I will come with my son personally and pay you a visit. I will come to tear down your home. By the way, Shi Huang's mouth curves into a cruel arc. Let me ask you about that so-called pasture master. What exactly is that thing? 3 days from now, I'll come to your door myself with my son in tow. To tear down your home. Shi Huang's voice, filled with boundless tyranny and murderous intent, still echoed above the Qingxiu Fox Nation. In the projection, the Shen Wang, his silhouette bathed in holy light, suddenly rose to his feet. The entire temple trembled violently under his unleashed rage. However, before he could utter another cruel word, crack. A pink, delicately carved little hand waved a gleaming golden brick, striking precisely the demon seed core that served as the communications core with pinpoint accuracy. The projection flickered to black in an instant. Too noisy. The little brick chirped in a soft, babyish voice, retracting the brick with a look of disdain. You're ruining my father's appetite for dinner. Shi Huang fell silent, looking at his newborn son, who from birth had learned to hog the kills and was momentarily at a loss for words. Good boy. This finishing blow, your technique, truly is the old man's legacy. Ha ha ha. Shi Huang let out a wild laugh, shrinking his colossal astral form back to normal size, then strode back to the sleeping palace and plucked the brick from Su Ji's arms, lifting it high. Truly you are Shi Huang's seed. From now on, these heavens and myriad worlds shall be our playground. Father, what is a playground? Can we eat it? Yes, eat whatever you want. Watching this pair of unruly father and son, Su Ji felt both anger and amusement, but more than anything a knot of worry she could not shake. She tugged at Shi Huang's sleeve, her beautiful eyes filled with gravity. Shi Huang, are you really going to Xinyu domain? That is the Xin Huang after all. In the corner, Yu Yi stepped forward. On her cold, stunning face, for the first time, fear appeared. You must not go. Her voice was hoarse yet firm. You don't understand how terrifying the Shen Wang is. He's not the Gabriel type. He is the true envoy of the ranch master, a being who wields a portion of the universe's primal authority. In Xinyu domain, he is invincible. His divine realm forms its own world where all laws do not invade. If you go now, you will be doomed. Oh. Shi Huang raised an eyebrow, tucking the little brick back into Su Ji's arms and watching Yu Yi with interest. Nenny, it seems you know quite a bit about that old thing. Tell me about it. Yu Yi took a deep breath as if plunging into a painful memory. Shen Wang, his cultivation has long surpassed the obscuration realm, reaching a half-step supreme. What is most terrifying is that he holds the divine sequence, laws able to utter and define rules at will. Within Xinyu domain, he is the Tao. Any power without sacred attributes will be suppressed by more than 90%. Moreover, Xinyu domain houses billions of divine soldiers, among them at least 10 six-winged seraphim. Sounds like a tough nut to crack. Yu Yi fell silent, feeling herself going mad. How on earth did this man's mind work? Sounds like it will be a durable fight. Yu Yi sighed in exasperation, wondering how his head could function the way it did. Alright, I get it. Shi Huang waved his hand, cutting off Yu Yi's further pleas. It's nothing but a home field advantage sci-fi nerd who loves to play rule-killing games. I will deal with this flashy stuff. He turned to Su Ji, a touch of gentleness flashing in his eyes. Madam, you take the child to rest. I must retreat for 3 days. 3 days? Su Ji stared. Will that be enough? Relax. Shi Huang grinned, showing a line of frostwhite teeth. A man cannot say no. 3 days later, when I come out of seclusion, that godforsaken Shen Wang will kneel to me and surrender. After speaking, he no longer lingered, flashing into the deepest chamber of the Qingxiu Fox Nation's vein. Arc. Shi Huang sat cross-legged, laying 6 god-grade materials before him. The 9-turn chaos veiling heaven great array can shield for a time, but it cannot stop the God King's true form from descending. I will forge within 3 days a weapon capable of blasting open the divine domain's gates, and even threatening that old thing's very body. A ultimate killer weapon. Plan generation in progress. According to current materials, the optimal plan is Core 1 Dao Gui, E Stone Handle Jimu Root, Blade Timespace, Dragon Reverse Scale, Edge Star, Core Annihilation Tier, Energy, 9-turn Chaos Origin, Crystal Harmonizer, Nether Rebirth Flower. Can forge a weapon beyond the innate treasure, Kai Tian. Kai Tian. A fine name. Shi Huang's eyes flashed with brilliant gold. It's this one. How to forge it. Warning: forging Kai Tian requires using oneself as the furnace, burning all things with the Huangdao furnace. At the same time, a continuous stellar-level energy supply is required as fuel. Detection: the host's current energy reserves are severely insufficient. Out of power again. Shi Huang's mouth twisted into a wry smile. He thought of the 12 elder ancestors on the holy mountain nearly drained dry, and of the Jiuying outside the Qingxiu palace just drained, and now lying on the ground drawing circles. Seems there really is no one left to squeeze. Wait. Shi Huang's eyes suddenly brightened. Who says there isn't? He looked up, his gaze piercing through endless time and space towards Xinyu domain. The biggest battery is right up there in the sky, isn't it? Please, the host, outline the plan. Simple. Shi Huang's face broke into a wild grin that even the Ark fell silent at. I want to take a beating while forging. Ark set the 9-turn chaos veiling heaven great array to its minimum power. Just enough to let that old thing sense my position, but not enough to descend his true form. I want him to endlessly use his divine purification laws to fuel my furnace. Add fuel. Warning: this plan is extremely dangerous. The host will suffer ongoing rule attacks from a half-step supreme. A misstep could erase mind and body. Spare me the lip service. Shi Huang roared. Tell me, are you in or out? Command acknowledged. May your forging be pleasant. Candidate 10,086. Far in the Xinyu domain. In the temple, the God King had just changed into a new robe, ready to mobilize the divine army and deduce Shi Huang's position. Suddenly his gaze shifted. That ant's aura has appeared again. He hasn't hidden it completely, has he yet? A sliver of doubt flashed in the God King's eyes, then turned into endless cold and rage. Is this a provocation? So be it. So be it. If you are so eager to die, I, the God King, will grant your wish. The God King slowly raised a hand, and the inexhaustible divine purification laws gathered into a dazzling white sphere in his palm. I want to see how long you, this ignorant worm, can endure under my divine fire. He hurled the sphere toward the detected coordinates. Qingxiu Fox Nation Vein Chamber. He is here. Shi Huang's eyes burned with fighting will. He opened his mouth and deliberately swallowed the white divine fire that had crossed endless time and space into his belly. Even with the Demon Emperor's invincible body, the moment he touched this force, Shi Huang unleashed a painful roar. His body from inside out was being broken down and annihilated by the domineering purification law. Imperial Furnace. Turn it. Shi Huang's eyes burned red. He frantically channeled the Demon Emperor's heart within him. He would forcibly convert this foreign deadly energy into fuel for forging a divine weapon. Wandao Gui Stone. Melt. He pressed the black stone hard against his heart. Use my body as the furnace. With divine fire as the flame. With the imperial path as the hammer. He began the wildest, most heroic forging of his life. Boom, boom, boom. In the chamber, gold light and white flame intertwined. Imperial might clashed with divine might. Shi Huang's body, in a continual process of collapse and reformation, endured the utmost pain imaginable. But his gaze grew brighter, crazier. Not enough. Again. He even deliberately left a gap in the formation, sending the loudest taunt to the distant Shun Yu domain. Haven't you eaten, you old thing? This little flame isn't hot enough to scrub you clean. Shun Yu domain. Shen Wang. He watched his own fire as if it vanished into the sea, not killing the opponent, but only making the other's aura grow stronger, sending him into deep self-doubt. This script. Is something wrong somewhere? Increase the power. The God King roared, pouring more divine energy into the time-spanning attack. He refused to believe it. He would not let that little bastard burn him to ashes. One in the sky furious with wind, one on the ground furious with fire. One thought he was enforcing heavenly punishment. The other thought he was getting free warmth. Time in this strange tug-of-war sped by. Day 1. Wan Dao Gui stone is thoroughly melted, taking the shape of an axe head. Day 2. Jinmu root, time-space, dragon, reverse scale, star core, annihilation tier, 9-turn chaos, origin, crystal, nether, rebirth flower. All materials melted into the axe body. Day 3. When the last strand of divine fire was completely refined by Shi Huang's Huang Dao furnace, the final chaos Dao rhyme fused into the axe head. Hum! A clear resonance-filled axe cry as if from the dawn of the universe echoed through the demon realm. A battle axe of chaotic color, its shaft surrounded by sun and moon stars with dragons and Qilin dancing, the edge twisted by space-time laws, countless Dao rising and sinking, an ancient war axe suspended before Shi Huang. Kai Tian formed. Good, good, good. Shi Huang gripped the battle axe and felt a power capable of cleaving chaos and redefining the world. He laughed toward the heavens. He stepped out of the chamber, his figure instantly appearing in the sky above the Qingxiu Fox Nation. He looked at the Shun Yu gate, now dimmed, and at the God King's figure behind it, panting with nearly all power, spent a cruel smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Old thing, thanks for the 3 days of scrubbing service. Now it's my turn. Shi Huang slowly raised the Kai Tian battle axe and pointed toward the distant Shun Yu domain. God King. Your delivery has arrived. Open the door. Check the water meter. Shen Wang. Your package has arrived. Open the door. Check the water meter. Open up. Water meter check. Shi Huang's voice, brimming with endless mockery and arrogance, clearly penetrated through the crumbling light gate into the distant divine realm. Within the divine temple, the figure of the God King, shrouded in holy light, suddenly stiffened. Gazing at the man in the projection wielding a chaotic war axe like an incarnate demon god, those silver eyes that had remained as still as an ancient well for countless epochs first bore the emotion of wrath. Water meter check. This lowly demon, this death-blind ant. How dare he insult me with such a vulgar joke from the mortal realm? You are seeking your death. Each word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. Every syllable caused the very laws of the entire divine realm to tremble. The God King sharply raised his hand, ready to completely sever the light gate connecting the two realms, then mobilized the divine realm's army to unleash the most vicious curses. However, Shi Huang seemed to have anticipated his move long ago. Want to close it? Shi Huang chuckled, his smile infinitely cruel. Did you consult my permission? Before the words had even finished echoing, he moved. Without any earth-shattering aura, without any flashy divine abilities. He simply grasped that heaven-opening war axe which seemed capable of cleaving the very cosmos, and with an utterly ordinary motion swung it down upon the now-faded light gate. Open for me. A resonant howl of unimaginable power shook the heavens. A blade of chaotic-hued axe light erupted from the edge of the heaven-opening axe. That axe light was not brilliant, it was almost dim. Yet within it seemed to dwell the ultimate secret of cosmic creation and destruction, of all Tao's ascendance and decline. It disregarded space, disregarded time, and disregarded all residual divine laws upon the light gate. Wherever it passed, all things returned to nothingness. No. Within the divine temple, the God King let out a roar of utter terror. He frantically spurred his divine power, attempting to reinforce the light gate. Yet all was in vain. A crisp cracking sound, as if from the dawn of creation itself, rang out. That light gate, personally constructed by the God King and capable of withstanding the combined assault of multiple half-step supreme beings, shattered like fragile glass before that chaotic axe light. The axe light lost none of its momentum, tearing through the spatial barrier of the divine realm before heavily cleaving into the magnificent divine temple, floating amidst the clouds. The sacred hall shook violently. That dome, cast from divine gold and inscribed with countless great Tao runes, was brutally split open by this single strike, birthing a terrifying crack stretching 10,000 zhang. Countless divine angels, caught in the residual wave of the axe light, turned to flying ash in an instant before they could even scream. The God King, as if struck by lightning, violently spat a mouthful of golden divine blood. He looked in disbelief at his sundered temple, then at the fading chaotic axe light. In those silver eyes for the first time the emotion of fear surfaced. One strike. Merely one strike. Crossing boundless space-time, it had breached his divine realm's barriers and shattered his temple. What manner of monster is this? The Qingxiu Fox Kingdom. When that heaven-rending, earth-cleaving axe stroke descended, the entire demon realm fell into a deathly silence. All living beings, regardless of cultivation level or location, felt at this moment an irresistible tremor originating from the deepest reaches of their souls, as if a supreme deity wielding dominion over creation and destruction had just awakened. Before the imperial palace, Su Ji stared blankly at the figure in midair wielding a war axe like Pangu, who parted heaven and earth. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliant light, overflowing with endless pride and affection. This was her man. Dad. So cool. Xiao Banjuan waved the small brick in his hands, his little face flushed with excitement. I want to learn this too when I grow up. One axe stroke, one big eyeball. In the corner, Yu's once cold and peerlessly elegant face was now entirely filled with awe. Gazing at that man, she recalled her earlier admonition. Going there was certain death, and felt her cheeks burning with stinging regret. Certain death. Looking at it now, who was truly walking to their doom was far from certain. God King. Shi Huang slowly lowered the heaven-opening war axe in his hands. His gaze seemed to pierce through the shattered light gate, landing upon the wretched figure in the divine temple. I've opened the door for you. Now shouldn't we have a proper chat about the compensation matter regarding your sending people to steal my wife and attempt to kill my son? His voice was calm, yet it struck like a resounding slap across the God King's face. You lowly ant. The God King trembled with rage, pointing at Shi Huang, his voice sharpened by fury. How dare you destroy my temple? How dare you wound my divine body? I will have your death. I will subject your divine soul to the eternal sacred flame for billions of epochs. Enough. Shi Huang impatiently picked his ear, repeating the same lines with no originality. If you have the courage, roll out of your dog hole and face me in a genuine battle. Hiding at home, shouting empty threats. What manner of skill is that? The God King was so infuriated he nearly spat blood again. He, the sovereign of the divine realm, had never endured such humiliation. Yet he dared not step out. He could feel that the war axe in the other's hands posed a fatal threat to him, since he refused to come out. A cruel curve touched Shi Huang's lips. Then I will smash my way in. Before the words had finished, no longer harboring any hesitation, he gripped the heaven-opening war axe, took a single step forward, and directly entered the spatio-temporal passage he had cleaved open. Wife, son, wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Dad, go for it. Tear that old bastard's throne apart too. And bring it back as my chamber pot. Behind him, Xiao Banjuan waved his tiny fist, cheering loudly. Shi Huang stumbled, nearly falling out of the spatio-temporal passage. You little brat. Wait till I get back, and I'll sort you out. The next instant, his figure completely vanished within the passage, leaving only a back view brimming with boundless domineering aura and arrogance, and a mad laugh that made the entire divine realm tremble. God King. Wash your neck clean. I'm here. At the end of the space-time passage lay a blinding holy light. Shi Huang stepped forward, and the chaotic maelstrom, powerful enough to bewilder the masters of the Zetian realm, collapsed with a thunderous roar behind him. Before him the scene opened up in bright clarity. There was no earth here, only a white sea of clouds made of pure light particles. Floating sanctified islets hovered linked by rainbow bridges. Countless angels in white robes with 2 pairs of wings fluttered through the clouds, their voices singing solemn and sacred hymns. The air was thick with radiant energy, so tangible that any trace of darkness or impurity could not exist here. Divine realm, a world utterly different from the demon realm, and the 9 nether filled with order, purity, and light. TSK. Shi Huang looked around, curling his lips. They've turned this place into heaven, or if you didn't know better you'd think someone was holding a funeral here. This decor is just a bit rustic. His voice was soft, yet it struck like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly breaking the peace. All hymns ceased abruptly. Countless hostile eyes, filled with contempt, iciness, and killing intent, locked onto the intruder. Clang, clang, clang. The swords were drawn in unison, echoing across the skies as millions of God-tribe angels formed an inexhaustible silver sea that enclosed Shi Huang. They held long swords forged from holy light. Their wings exuded the aura of judgment. At the forefront of the army stood 10 archangels with 6 wings, their auras rivaling the Zetian realm. And at the end of all those formations, at the highest point above the sea of clouds, a grand temple stood, vast and cleaved by Shi Huang's axe, suspended in silence. On the throne, the silhouette, shrouded in endless holy light, regarded him with icily silver eyes, indifferent. Beast. The God King's voice, vast and majestic, devoid of emotion. How dare you trespass into the realm of the gods? Your folly and arrogance have earned you a crime beyond redemption. Kneel. Repent. Then before my temple you shall be purified into a wisp of green smoke. Shi Huang ignored him as if deaf to the threats. His gaze swept past the million-strong divine army and settled on the temple cleaved open by his axe. "Hey, old-timer, your gate's quality isn't very good." Shi Huang raised the Kai Tian battle axe and pointed at the God King from afar. "I haven't even used any force yet, and it already cracked. Want me to help you? Patch it up again. Impertinent. Kill." Before the God King could speak, 10 seraphim archlords roared with anger. They had never seen such a brazen demon, daring to speak so insolently before the God King. "Purify him." The command rang out. Boom. The million-strong divine army simultaneously raised their holy swords. An ocean of holy light swelled into a terrifying sea of light capable of purifying the entire demon realm, bearing the majesty of judgment, and pressed down toward Shi Huang. Where the sea of light touched, even space was assimilated and dissolved. "Bring it on." Facing this world-ending strike, Shi Huang remained unfazed, his eyes blazing with battle. "Perfect. Let me test how sharp this axe of mine truly is against you glowing feather dusters." Law of heaven and earth. A colossal giant tens of thousands of zhang tall appeared again, towering over the scene, its presence capable of spanning the divine realm. He gripped the chaos axe. Facing the surging holy light ocean, he wore not a trace of fear, only boundless arrogance and disdain. "A bunch of trash. Dare to stage a human wave tactic before me. Today you shall learn what it means when one force defeats 10. Shi Huang clenched the Kai Tian battle axe with both hands, arms towering as mountains, muscles taut, veins bulging. He did not unleash any flamboyant magic. With a simple, unadorned swing of the axe, he cleaved the sea of holy light. No earth-shattering roar. There was no clash of rules. Only a dim chaos axe light, as if to swallow all brightness, flashed and faded. In the next moment, time seemed to stand still. The sea of holy light, enough to purify a world, was cleanly divided in two from the center. The cut was mirror smooth. Then the divided sea of light, like a flood that had lost its source, collapsed with a roar, scattering into countless motes of light. Yet the chaotic axe light did not lose momentum. It ripped the sea of light, severed the laws, and with undeniable momentum swept across the entire divine army. Pop, pop, pop. There were no screams, no wails. Leading the charge, hundreds of thousands of god angels, upon contact with the axe light, melted away silently like snow under sunlight. Not death, erasure. From flesh to soul, from existence to causality, utterly wiped from this universe. The might of a single axe evaporated 1/3 of the million-strong host in an instant. The entire divine domain fell into a deathly silence. The remaining angels stood dumbfounded. Their holy swords trembled, their wings withered, and their eyes, once filled with sanctity and zeal, were now filled with boundless fear and bewilderment. This can't be." One seraphim archlord cried, voice trembling. "Our sacred bodies have been." "Nonsense." Shi Huang's icy voice, like a deathly decree, sounded in his ears. He lowered his head, his golden eyes brighter than the sun, looking down coldly upon these beings as small as dust. "Now who else would come to purify me?" No one answered. The response was deathly silence and a tremor from the depths of the soul. "A bunch of trash." Shi Huang sneered, shouldering the Kai Tian battle axe, and strode forward with steps that could crush the stars toward the temple suspended at the summit. With each step the divine realm trembled violently. The surviving angels, like startled quails, scattered to the sides, making way for this descending demon god toward the temple. On the throne, the God King's holy image trembled for the first time with a violent fluctuation. He watched the approaching figure like an ancient primal fiend. In his silver eyes, the usual indifference and pride gave way to a grave, weighty resolve. An unprecedented gravity. "Very well." The God King slowly rose from his throne. "You are in countless ages the first ant who dares to force me to stand. As a reward." He slowly raised his hand, and the light of the entire divine domain gathered into his palm at this moment. The surrounding space-time began to twist. The laws of physics began to crumble. "I, the king, will show you what true God means." Divine domain, heavenly kingdom descends. Boom. An indescribable supreme might, seemingly above the entire universe, surged from the God King at its center. The entire divine realm seemed to come alive at this moment. Every rule, every law bowed before the God King. Shi Huang felt his power being forcibly suppressed and stripped away by an invisible supreme will. Here the God King is the sole master. He is heaven. He is the Tao. "Welcome to my world." The God King's voice echoed around Shi Huang, laced with a cat-and-mouse playfulness and cruelty. "Here, I am the law. Now, fiend, are you ready to accept the judgment of the gods? Welcome to my world." The voice of the divine king echoed from all directions around Shi Huang, carrying a trace of playful cruelty, like a cat toying with a mouse. "Here, I, the king, am the law. Now, monster, are you prepared to face the judgment of a god?" As his words fell, an indescribable supreme will descended with tremendous force. Shi Huang's colossal divine form, towering tens of thousands of zhang high, suddenly sank. He felt as though he were bearing tens of billions of worlds, his very bones groaning under the unbearable weight. Law deprivation. The Divine King's cold voice sounded like a heavenly decree. Shi Huang felt his power within his body being drained away at an incredible speed. His connection to all the demonic energy in this world was forcefully severed. His massive divine form under this deprivation power began to slowly shrink at a visibly perceptible rate. Do you see it, monster? In the ruins of the divine temple, the 10 surviving seraphim lords let out manic laughter of survival. In my lord's heavenly kingdom, all heretical power will be purified. You are but a fish in a barrel. Law imprisonment. The divine king spoke again, rioting. The sea of clouds churned and countless massive chains condensed from pure holy light and inscribed with myriad sacred runes burst forth from all directions like awakened dragons, binding Shi Huang's shrinking divine form tightly. Upon the holy chains, white divine flames burned furiously, scorching his demon emperor's indestructible body. Sizzle. Puffs of green smoke rose, carrying the smell of burning protein. Extreme pain spread from every inch of his skin. And in my domain, you don't even have the right to struggle. The divine king gazed at the figure bound by holy chains and constantly shrinking in divine fire, his silver eyes filled with indifference and disdain. Your power, your body, everything you have will all be thoroughly purified and turned into nothingness here. It's over. However, just when everyone thought the matter was settled, an irrepressible laugh filled with arrogance and disdain slowly emerged from the center of the holy flames. Ha ha. The laughter grew louder and more wild, eventually transforming into thunderous roars that shook the entire divine realm. Is this it? Shi Huang's voice rang out from within the holy fire, not filled with pain, but rather disappointment. Old man, is this all you've got? I thought your heavenly kingdom was something formidable, but after all, it's just a slightly upscale sauna. Not even enough force for me to get a proper scrub. What a... The divine king's pupils contracted sharply. He looked on in disbelief. To his astonishment, Shi Huang's divine form now shrunk to less than 1,000 zhang, had not collapsed but instead grown even more solidified. The holy chains capable of purifying all things were burning him, yet the divine energy they contained was being forcibly absorbed and refined by his imperial Tao furnace. This is impossible. The divine king screamed in disbelief. His divine purification power was actually being treated as nourishment by the other party. There's nothing impossible about it. Shi Huang grinned, revealing rows of white teeth. He even had the mood to gesture at the divine king, signaling, put more effort into it. Your law power is domineering, but unfortunately. Shi Huang's gaze fell upon the heaven-splitting battle axe in his hand, which still emanated a faint chaotic aura despite being suppressed by the holy light. You forgot. This axe of mine. It doesn't answer to you. The heaven-splitting battle axe was forged from 6 supreme divine artifacts that transcended the rules of this very universe. Its very existence is the biggest bug against this heavenly kingdom domain of yours. Simply put, your domain only rewrote the code of this world, establishing a set of rules favorable to yourself. Unfortunately, Shi Huang slowly raised the battle axe in his hand, where a barely perceptible flow of chaotic chi quietly circulated upon the dim blade edge. This axe of mine is a system cheat. Your code can't control me. Shatter. For me. With a tremendous shout, Shi Huang no longer suppressed the power within his body, instead pouring it all, without reservation, into the heaven-splitting battle axe. He didn't attack the divine king, nor did he try to break those chains. Instead, he swung his axe fiercely at the sky of this domain, at the void constructed by the divine king's laws. You're mad. Upon seeing this, the divine king let out a horrified roar. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. This axe strike had no target, because its target was the rules themselves. Crack. A crisp sound of glass shattering seemingly from the depths of the soul echoed throughout the entire heavenly kingdom. Before the divine king's disbelief-filled gaze, under all the angels' horrified stares, the sky made of holy light representing the divine king's supreme will cracked open from where the axe blade struck, splitting into a pitch-black bottomless fissure. Chaotic aura poured from the fissure. The holy chains that imprisoned Shi Huang at this moment let out a mournful cry, shattering piece by piece. The domain laws that were draining his power at this moment experienced a brief failure. My apologies. Shi Huang shook off the chain fragments from his hands, shouldered the heaven-splitting battle axe, and walked step by step toward the divine temple. Your world seems to have a bud. And I. He raised his head, his golden pupils filled with madness and defiance that made even gods tremble. I'm that bug. With the domain shattered, the divine king suffered severe damage, spitting another mouthful of divine blood, his figure shrouded in holy light, growing significantly dimmer. You? How dare you destroy my heavenly kingdom? The divine king's voice was filled with endless fury and a trace of fear he himself refused to admit. Destroy? Shi Huang laughed a laugh of utmost cruelty. No. This is only just the beginning. Old man, I said it, I'm here to tear down your door. Before his words finished, his massive divine form surged again. The heaven-splitting battle axe in his hand transformed into a heaven-splitting chaotic divine light, and once again fiercely struck at the already crumbling divine temple. If you're going to tear a house down, do it thoroughly. I'll start with your den. Stop. The divine king let out a mournful roar, frantically channeling divine power, attempting to repair the domain and block this axe strike. However, everything was already too late. Rumble. Under the divine king's despairing gaze, that magnificent divine temple, symbolizing the supreme authority of the divine realm and standing for countless eras, was split cleanly in two by this single axe strike. Immediately after, it collapsed with a tremendous crash, transforming into a sky-filling expanse of ruins. And that chaotic axe light with undiminished momentum tore through the ruins, severed the sea of clouds, and finally struck mercilessly at the colossal divine statue, representing the divine king's faith, which had stood at the center of the divine realm for billions of years. Crack! The statue's head fell with the blow, rolling to the divine king's feet. The entire divine realm fell deathly silent at this moment. All the angels stood dazed, gazing at the ruined temple and the severed head of the divine statue rolling on the ground. Their faith completely collapsed in this moment. The divine king was also stunned. He looked down at the severed head belonging to him lying at his feet, then looked up at the man carrying the axe with a devilish smile on his face. His silver eyes at this moment gradually became replaced by a bloody hue named madness. You succeeded? You succeeded in provoking a god. The divine king's voice became incredibly hoarse and venomous, like an evil spirit from the deepest abyss. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Shi Huang, and with all his remaining strength uttered his final and most vicious curse. Divine decree, fall. 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 With the God King's curse brimming with endless hatred and madness, an indescribable pitch-black sinister energy instantly pierced through space-time, directly striking Shi Huang's very soul. It was not a physical attack, nor an energy assault. It was an attack from a higher dimension aimed at the very concept of being. It was a forcible rewriting of the rules. Buzz. Shi Huang's colossal heavenly giant form, tens of thousands of zhang tall, suddenly stiffened. He could clearly feel an extreme, icy, chaotic, and destruction craving, malice, frantically eroding his will. The golden light in his eyes began at a visible rate to be replaced by an ominous blackness. Countless bloody illusions flooded his mind. In his arms, Suji turned into bleached bones, a little brick's cries turned into wails of despair. The Green Hill Fox Kingdom became a purgatory beneath his feet. Kill, destroy, annihilate everything. A seductive voice howled madly in the depths of his soul. Ha ha ha. Fall, you fiend. The God King, watching the colossal figure writhing in the black mist, burst into a hysterical survivor's laugh. Under my divine oracle, all your pride, all your will shall be utterly twisted. You will become a mad demon knowing only slaughter and destruction. You will personally destroy everything you hold dear. This is the price of blasphemy against the gods. In the ruins of the divine temple, the 10 surviving seraphim commanders also revealed fanatical, cruel smiles. Purify him, your majesty. Let him pay for his arrogance with eternal damnation. However, just when everyone thought the outcome was sealed, a suppressed, infinitely scornful and contemptuous chuckle slowly emanated from the center of the black mist. That's it. The laughter grew louder, more arrogant, eventually turning into thunder that shook the entire divine realm. Ha ha ha. Old fool. Is this tickling me? What a... The God King's laughter cut off abruptly. He stared in disbelief. The moment that mass of pitch-black corruption, origin capable of polluting anything, invaded Shi Huang's body, instead of twisting his will, it encountered a bottomless black hole. It was forcibly pulled and decomposed and devoured. In Shi Huang's ink-black eyes there was no madness or chaos, but unprecedented clarity and excitement. Corruption. Mad demon. Feeling the dark power of destruction and annihilation growing within him, Shi Huang revealed a devilish grin. Sorry, but what you call corruption is to me merely another form of power. Imperial Tao Furnace. Crank it to the max. Boom. The demon emperor's heart pounded wildly. That dark origin, enough to corrupt any half-step sovereign, was forcibly refined by the terrifying power of the Imperial Tao Furnace into the purest, most overbearing power of destruction. It merged seamlessly with his own imperial might. If I become a demon, what can Buddha do to me? If I am the emperor, even demons shall be my subjects. God King, thank you for your gift. With a mighty roar, Shi Huang's colossal Dharma body expanded once more. This time the aura he radiated was no longer pure golden imperial might, but a chaotic, divine yet evil, overbearing yet chaotic, golden and black interwoven. Chaotic imperial awe transcending gods and demons. His power, after absorbing the corruption origin had surged again. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The God King stared at the figure whose aura was now 10 times more terrifying than before. For the first time, a feeling of collapse appeared in his silver eyes. His divine oracle, his strongest trump card, had been used as nourishment by the enemy. What kind of monster was this creature? Now the game is over. Shi Huang's voice turned icy and indifferent. He slowly raised the heaven-splitting battle axe in his hand. On the chaotic-colored blade, strands of pitch-black destruction, laws capable of severing karma, now coiled around it. You like judging, don't you? Today I'll let you taste the judgment of your own most powerful force. Before he finished speaking, he swung the axe. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no devastating axe light. Only a faint pitch-black rift, as if it could swallow light, flashed across the void. The next second the rift appeared before the God King. No. The God King let out a terrified scream, frantically mobilizing all his divine power to resist, to flee. Yet before this axe strike, all laws, all space-time lost their meaning. A soft sound like tearing cloth. The God King's figure, shrouded in holy light, froze. He slowly lowered his head. A black rift ran from his brow to his feet. I am a god. He struggled to utter the last few words. The next second his proud divine body, along with his immortal soul, was split cleanly in two from the middle. Then under the devouring force of that black rift it turned into nothingness, scattering across the sky. Not a trace of existence remained. Half-step sovereign lord of the divine realm fell. The entire divine realm fell into dead silence at that moment. All surviving angels stared blankly at the throne cleaved in two and the slowly dissipating figure. In that instant their faith turned to dust. Shi Huang slowly lowered the heaven-splitting battle axe and retracted his heavenly giant form. He glanced at the empty throne and curled his lips. So fragile. I wanted to capture you and ask about that rancher. Oh well. Shi Huang stepped forward and appeared directly before the shattered throne. He looked at the throne built from the origin of the entire divine realm, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. So big. How am I supposed to take it back as a chamber pot for my son? He reached out and tapped the throne lightly. Buzz. The enormous throne rapidly shrank under his power, eventually turning into a palm-sized, glittering golden, exquisite toilet. This size is about right. Shi Huang nodded with satisfaction and casually tossed it into his storage space. Wrap it up. After doing all this, he paid no further attention to the petrified angelic gods and turned to tier space, open, ready to return to the demon realm. Finally, I can go home and hold my wife. However, just as he turned from the depths of the temple ruins, he had cleaved in two. A gaze 1,000 times more terrifying than the God King, than the corruption, origin. A gaze from beyond all universes, indescribable, in any language, filled with ultimate malice. Opened without warning. It was not an eye. It was an abyss. Interesting. Little bug. A thought brimming with endless ancientness and greed enough to make the great Tao tremble exploded directly in the deepest part of Shi Huang's soul. Shi Huang's body froze. He felt as if his soul was about to be frozen and devoured by that gaze. Warning. 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 The true will of the rancher descends. Highest authority of the Ark project. Activated. Flee. Escape. The cold mechanical voice of Ark carried an unprecedented hysteria and piercing terror for the first time. But escape. Escape where? Where could they flee to? Under the gaze of the pastor's abyssal eyes, which seemed capable of devouring the entire universe, Shi Huang felt his soul, along with his cultivation that had just skyrocketed to the heaven-shrouding realm, being completely frozen. Time and space solidified. Laws collapsed. His proud demon emperor indestructible body beneath that single gaze began to silently melt away like snow exposed to sunlight. This was the ultimate fear beyond the universe. This was no longer mere overpowering of strength. This was an eradication from the very concept of existence, inflicted by a higher dimension upon a lower life form. Ho. K. Ti. On. Small. Cray. Tour. That incomprehensible will brimming with ultimate malice erupted once more in the depths of Shi Huang's soul. Each syllable tore another piece from Shi Huang's soul with brutal force. How inter. Est. Ing. You. Can. Da. Vor. My. Seed. And. Shap. Heard. You. Are. Ver. Y. Spe. Sile. I. Have. Da. Side. That will carry a hint of cruel amusement, like a cat playing with its mouse. I'll. Make. You. Into. New. Spec. I. Men. The moment those words fell, the abyssal giant eye that existed only in concept slowly blinked. Boom. The entire divine domain, along with the remnants of the million-strong divine clan army and the ruins of the throne, symbolizing supreme authority, were silently reduced to their most primordial particles under that single blink, drawn into the ultimate void. It's over. For the first time, an emotion named despair surged through Shi Huang's heart. He could defy the heavenly Tao. He could cleave the divine king to death with a single axe strike. But before this attack, which transcended comprehension and resembled a mere setting, all his power and divine abilities appeared laughably useless. He was doomed, just as Shi Huang was about to give up resistance and await the final eradication. An incredibly familiar, infinitely warm, milkily childish will crossed endless spacetime and precisely reached his soul. Dad, big eyeball. Hit it. It was little Brick, his precious son who had barely been alive for a day and was already planning to smush the universe's ultimate boss with a brick. That childish will, like the dawn light of creation, instantly tore through the despair that had shrouded Shi Huang's heart. Right? He couldn't die. If he died, who would protect his wife and child? Who would clean up after this little brat? Aya! Shi Huang let out an unhindered mad roar filled with an endless will to survive. I haven't held my wife enough yet. I haven't even watched my son grow up. You want me to become a specimen? Who the hell do you think you are? Ding. Host's will to survive has breached the critical threshold. Detected resonance of chaos, Tao fetus bloodline. Congratulations, host. Your demon emperor indestructible body has temporarily evolved into the chaos indestructible emperor body. Boom. Shi Huang's body moments from dissolving suddenly erupted with 10,000 feet of chaotic divine light. An even more ancient and domineering, indestructible, will awaken with a thunderous crash, forcibly withstanding that eradication force. My. The pastor's ancient voice carried a trace of surprise for the first time. It can, actually, resist. Return to zero. Even more. Interesting. Looks like I need a diff. Fair. Ent. Way. Of play. Arc. Now. Shi Huang seized that fraction of a moment's respite roaring madly within his heart. Open a gap for me. Anywhere. Hurry. Command confirmed. The Ark's voice rang out again. This time it spoke no nonsense, channeling all its energy into the heaven-opening war axe in Shi Huang's hands. Gripping the axe with both hands, Shi Huang poured every ounce of power he had wrung from the Divine King and the fallen origin, leaving nothing in reserve. He did not attack the abyssal giant eye again. He knew it would be futile. He bet all his hope on this final strike. Not to kill the enemy, but to escape for his life. Open up for me. Now. With a thunderous shout, Shi Huang, using every fiber of his strength, swung the axe viciously downward at the void before him that was beginning to return to zero. There was no earth-shattering roar. No deafening collapse of laws. Only a dim chaos-colored rift, as if it did not belong to this world, was brutally torn open from the nothingness. On the other side of the rift lay extraordinarily chaotic space-time turbulent silhouettes of countless shattered worlds and an unknown vitality filled with danger. Want to run. The pastor seemed somewhat surprised, but then that amused voice rang out once more. Fine. Let this game become even more in est ing. It did not stop them. It merely watched silently like a god looking down from above, watching a fish attempt its final struggle to escape the bowl. Wife, son, wait for me. Shi Huang looked back one last time toward the demon realm, his eyes filled with endless reluctance and resolve. He grabbed the terrified Yu and amidst her startled cry hoisted her onto his shoulder. The next second, with no hesitation remaining, his entire body transformed into a streak of light recklessly charging into the spatial rift leading to the unknown. The moment his figure vanished, the rift slammed shut with a crash. The ruins of the entire divine domain along with everything around it completely returned to nothingness. As if nothing had ever happened here at all. Only that ancient will brimming with insatiable greed and amusement slowly echoed through the chaos. Run. Run with all your might. My dear. Number 10086. I hope the next time of harvest you can bring me a lit plea, sir, prize. No one knew how much time had passed. When Shi Huang regained a shred of consciousness from the endless darkness and chaos, he felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine and spun for billions of years. Every part of his body ached. The experience time of his chaos indestructible emperor body had ended, and he had reverted to his demon emperor indestructible body. But because of his earlier reckless actions, his body was on the verge of collapse. His cultivation had plummeted from the heaven-shrouding realm all the way down, finally stabilizing at the first layer of the earth heart realm. Back to square one. Cough. Cough. Shi Huang spat out a clot of blood mixed with golden fragments and gave a bitter smile. Damn it. This time, I took a huge loss. You're awake. A clear, cold voice sounded beside his ear. Shi Huang struggled to turn his head and saw Yu sitting nearby looking at him with an extremely complex expression. Her injuries also seemed to have recovered somewhat. Shi Huang's outer robe, serving as a temporary dress, was wrapped tightly around her, covering her tempting figure, yet adding an air of fragile pitifulness. Are we alive? Yu's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. For now, Shi Huang struggled to sit up and looked around. This was a barren Gobi desert. The sky was gray and the air was thick with violent and chaotic spiritual energy. The laws of heaven and earth here seemed utterly different from those of the demon realm and the divine domain. Where is this? I don't know. Arc report. Shi Huang called out within his heart. ZZZT. ZZZT. Energy. Critically. Low. Sleeping. Mode. Activated. Do not. Disturb. ZZZT. Damn it. Shi Huang cursed inwardly. Even this last golden finger had gone on strike. It seemed he truly had to rely on himself now. Hey. You looked at him and suddenly spoke. What do you plan to do next? What should I do? Shi Huang grinned though his face was pale, those golden pupils still burning with an unextinguishable flame. Recover, level up, and go home. And then, a madness flashed across his eyes, one that made Yu's heart tremble. Find that damn pastor, twist his head off, use it as a chamber pot for my son. On a desolate Gobi the wind and sand roared. Sat cross on a weathered boulder the demon emperor's heart after countless evolutions beating feebly within him like a drained old timepiece. Earthmind realm first layer. He lowered his head, gazing at his hands, cracked and seeping golden veins, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Falling from the Jetian realm back to the Earthmind realm, the gap was greater than plunging from Mount Everest into the Mariana Trench. Still being alive is enough. Your injuries are serious. You stepped forward and crouched before him. She wore Shi Huang's outer robe, now ragged beyond repair. The wind teased the pale skin visible beneath, making the air feel unsettled. Shi Huang glared once more and then averted his gaze. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Nonsense. To be stared at by that thing and not turned to ash on the spot is already a miracle from the ancestral graves. He moved his stiff neck bones, cracking with a series of pops. What place is this? The spiritual energy is so violent as if it has eaten gunpowder. You rose to your feet, sweeping a gaze across the distant gray horizon. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an abandoned cosmic quadrant. What do you mean, eh? It's a junkyard left after being harvested by the rancher, drained of all valuable civilizations and origins. You spoke calmly, but the information contained within made Shi Huang's brows knit into a knot. Harvest complete. Drained. Abandoned. Put together, these words paint a chilling picture. So this place isn't even worth the rancher's attention. You could understand it that way. You nodded. Here the Grand Tao laws are already fragmentary, the spiritual energy is chaotic and brutal, and even ordinary cultivators cannot train normally. But for you. She looked at Shi Huang, a trace of complexity flashing in her autumn calm eyes. Perhaps it might be an opportunity. Opportunity. Shi Huang's interest rose. Your Huangdao Ronlu can refine all energy for one's own use. The tyrannical spiritual energy here is poison for others, but for you, it is nourishment. Shi Huang took her words, a faint curved smile returning to his lips. He stood, arms spread wide. Damn it, when I was in the Jetian realm, I feasted on the God King demon seeds, and the very origin of heaven's Tao. Now fallen to the Earthmind realm, am I going to starve to death in this broken place? What a joke. Shi Huang inhaled sharply. The Huangdao Ronlu hummed to life, slowly starting. The chaotic, tyrannical spiritual energy, as if smelling blood, surged toward him with frenzy. Ordinary cultivators inhaling such energy would have their meridians explode on the spot. But within Shi Huang's demon emperor's heart, these spiritual energies were like fruit tossed into a juicer, crushed, refined, and transformed into the purest energy. His cultivation began to rise slowly and steadily. Earthmind realm second layer. The flavor is a bit off, but it at least fills the belly. Shi Huang nodded in satisfaction, then looked toward the gray horizon. Come on, nanny. First find a place with people and figure out the situation. I'm not a nanny. You're wearing my clothes, eating my barbecued wings, and traveling with me through time and space. What else could you be but a nanny? You snapped your silver teeth, but upon meeting the robe that truly belonged to him, you could not utter a word of protest. The two moved one after the other across the desert. After about half an hour, a city's silhouette appeared on the horizon. The city walls were weathered, bearing the scars of war. At the gate stood a few gaunt guards in worn armor. Stop. Who goes there? A guard captain with a bulbous toad-like head blocked the two. He sized up Shi Huang, and his gaze lingered on Yu's striking figure even under a tattered robe, and the Adam's apple rolled. State your name and origins. Otherwise dead or alive. Shi Huang could not be bothered with words, casually assessing the guard's cultivation. Spirit energy realm third layer. Not even the remnant of his past power remained. Passing through, Shi Huang lied. What is this city called? Bold move. The toad-faced guard drew a rusted curved blade. This is the Toad King's domain, Huangza City. How dare you disrespect the captain? From your garb, you're likely refugees fleeing the desert. He turned his gaze back to you, greed and lewdness nearly spilling from his eyes. Nevertheless, that woman isn't bad. The toad-faced guard licked his lips. If you leave her behind, I can spare you a way out. What do you say? Before the words left his mouth, he felt a large hand grip his throat. The hand was not huge, but the force was suffocating. Shi Huang's face appeared so close that every pore could be seen. What did you say? Shi Huang smiled, calm and kind. But the toad-faced guard felt as if an ancient python fixed its gaze on him, his soul trembling. I Take another look at her with those dog eyes of yours. Shi Huang's voice was as plain as a casual chat. I'll pry your eyeballs out and turn them into marbles. He released his grip. The toad-faced guard collapsed to the ground, a warm flow spreading in his trousers. Shi Huang clapped his hands, and with you in tow strode through the city gates. Behind them the guards didn't dare to breathe. You followed, watching his still straight silhouette, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of your mouth. Though his cultivation had fallen, the brooding dominance and swagger in this man remained unchanged. Huangzi City wasn't large, its streets narrow and the buildings dilapidated. Pedestrians wore wan expressions, hurrying along as despair and oppression seeped into the air. This place looks like it's about to fall apart. Shi Huang frowned. On a street corner, a wanted notice was pinned. The features of the figure were blurred while the lines beneath were crooked. Wanted: capture the fugitive slave Long Shui, orphan of the Frost Dragon clan. Reward: 1 Earthmind Realm pill, personally granted by the Toad King. Frost Dragon clan. Shi Huang's steps halted. He stared at the words Frost Dragon on the poster, and in his mind the system's memory of the materials list surfaced. To merge with the Frost Dragon Princess, beget offspring, fuse extreme cold with gold, and awaken the Frost Gold Dragon Emperor bloodline. A meaningful curve tugged at the corners of his mouth. Nanny. Not a nanny. This Frost Dragon clan orphan. Do you know where she is? You study his expression. Your instincts tell you this man is plotting something unsavory again. What are you planning now? Nothing. He shifted his gaze, the smile on his face turning suddenly very serious. I'm just feeling an impulse to expand the family. Huangzi City, a tattered tavern. The wooden bar is scarred with knife-mark stains, and the air is thick with cheap liquor and the stench of various beasts. Shi Huang sits in a corner, 2 bowls of a suspiciously colored mush before him, said to be the cheapest fare here, desert vermin porridge. Is this all? Shi Huang picks up a wriggling worm with his chopsticks, his face turning green. Make do. You're penniless, and any food that fills the belly is better than nothing. You sits across, tightly wrapped in Shi Huang's outer robe, not revealing a trace of skin. She calmly drinks a mouthful of the worm porridge, her composed demeanor as if savoring imperial cuisine. The former hunter indeed was formidable in harsh environments. Shi Huang pinches his nose and drains a couple of bites, then pushes the bowl aside and begins to fish for information. Boss, what is the background of the Toad King in Huangzi City? The one-eyed old demon behind the bar wipes a cup and glances at him. An outsider. The Toad King is the region's most formidable local power at the Earthcore Realm 5th tier, with 3,000 toad soldiers under him. In this broken place, he reigns supreme. Earthcore Realm 5th tier. What about the Ice Dragon bloodline's last descendant on the wanted list? What's the situation? The expression of the one-eyed tavern mistress becomes subtly complex. Why ask about that? That girl is the Toad King's forbidden treasure. Anyone who lays a finger on her would slaughter the entire clan. Tell me more. Shi Huang pulls out the last fragment of silver he has, one he had just borrowed from a thief on the road. The one-eyed tavern mistress takes the silver, lowering her voice. That girl is named Long Shui, the last speck of blood from the Ice Dragon bloodline. Their entire clan was wiped out 10 years ago by the Toad King, who had allied with nearby forces. The extermination was for their dragon treasury and the legendary Frost Dragon bloodline. After Long Shui was captured, the Toad King planned to forcibly refine her bloodline to break through Earthcore Realm's 7th layer. But the stubborn girl refused, even biting off one of his fingers. The one-eyed tavern mistress says this with a touch of admiration. Later the Toad King locked her in the dungeon, slowly wearing down her will with poison, hoping to act once she fell apart. But a few days ago somehow the girl escaped. The Toad King plunged into a madness, hunting everywhere, and bounty notices were posted. Shi Huang listened in silence, tapping a finger on the table. Frost Dragon bloodline. The last survivor. The clan wiped out. Imprisoned. On the run. A complete thread of a story formed rapidly in his mind. Do you know where she might have escaped to? The one-eyed tavern mistress shakes her head. Outside the city lies an endless desert filled with beast and quicksand. A badly injured young girl, where could she have gone? Likely not for long. Either she will be eaten by wasteland beasts or caught again by the Toad King's men. Shi Huang does not ask further and rises to head outside. You follows, lowering her voice. Are you really going to search for that dragon-blooded orphan? Of course. You are only Earthcore Realm 2nd stage now. The Toad King's underlings number 3,000. He himself stands at Earthcore Realm 5th tier. How do you plan to fight? Who says I am going to fight? Shi Huang grins. I will pull her out first. Fight or not, that can wait. And you forgot what I am best at. You considers showboating. I mean improvising on the fly. The two leave Huangzi City, heading straight for the desert. Shi Huang uses the sensing power of the Demon Emperor's heart to search for life energies around them. Although his cultivation has fallen to Earthcore Realm, the essence of the Demon Emperor's heart remains unchanged. It is still the supreme treasure, a gem forged from the first Lion Emperor's heart, the ancestral dragon's soul, and the origin of the Void Predator. But energy is insufficient. Most functions lie dormant. Over there. Shi Huang suddenly halts, his gaze fixed on a northeast cluster of rocks. There is a faint life energy bearing an extreme cold attribute rapidly waning. The two hurry forward. Soon deep inside a collapsed cavern, Shi Huang finds the target. It is a girl curling up in a corner. She looks about 17 or 18 with silver blue hair spilling behind her tattered clothes and many wounds. Her skin is white to the point of transparency, not healthy whiteness, but a sickly pallor from long poisoning and lack of sunlight. Even so, the face is as delicate as an ice sculpture, beautiful enough to make the heart tremble. High cheekbones, slightly upturned lips. Even in a coma, those tightly closed eyes show stubbornness and resilience. On her forehead lies a pale blue diamond-shaped mark radiating a faint cold glow. That is the Frost Dragon bloodlines emblem. Still alive. Shi Huang crouches, checking her pulse. But very weak. Inside, her blood and meridians are rife with toad venom. If not detoxified soon, she can last at most 3 hours. Can you detox? You ask, surprised. No. Shi Huang shakes his head honestly. But I can do something else. He extends a finger and draws out a drop of golden origin essence blood, dropping it onto Long Shue's lips. This is Joey Shi Huang's royal blood. Although her cultivation has fallen, its purity and energy are greatly diminished. The fierce yang and imperial aura within still counter the toad venom's cold attribute with remarkable potency. The golden blood melts on contact, becoming a warm stream that slowly flows through Long Shue's exhausted meridians. The dark green toad venom entrenched within her body upon contact with the royal blood hisses softly, as if ice meets scorching sun, rapidly dissolving. Long Shue's complexion improves at a visible pace. Beneath the pale skin, a faint flush appears. Her brows loosen, her breathing becomes even and steady. Phew. Shi Huang exhales, wiping the sweat from his brow. Extracting essence blood is no easy feat for him at this moment. Just as he is about to rise, the pace of the world seems to shift. Long Shue suddenly widens her eyes. They are ice blue, like the purest ice forged into pupils. In them lies vigilance, fear, and murderous intent. Back off. Her hoarse voice rings out, and a wave of frost-laden dragon energy erupts from within her, even in weakness. Crack. A thin layer of ice forms over Shi Huang's arm. Hey, sister. I'm here to save you, not to capture you. Shi Huang steps back, quickly raising his hands to show he means no harm. Long Shui curls in the corner, icy blue eyes fixed on him, and you like a wounded beast. Liar. Her voice trembles, weak, but resolute. You are sent by the Toad King. What do I have to do with that frog demon? Shi Huang rolls his eyes. If I were the Toad King's man, I wouldn't trouble detoxing you. I'd simply knock you out and drag you back. Long Shui hesitates, as if what he said makes sense, but she still does not loosen her guard. Then why did you save me? Shi Huang opens his mouth. That line, because you are my future material, almost slips out, but he swallows it back. Look at you, you pitiful thing. He ruffles his hair, adopting a kind-hearted old Shi demeanor. In the desert, finding a dying girl, you can't just walk away. Long Shui watches Shi Huang's roguish face, then glances at the dwindling toad venom within her, the vigilance slowly giving way to a tangle of emotions. You really are not the Toad King's man. I swear I have nothing to do with that frog demon. Long Shui remains silent for a moment. Thank you. She turns away, voice muffled as if not used to thanking someone. But your saving me is of no use. The Toad King will soon find this place. Then you too will be implicated. You should hurry and leave. Leave? Shi Huang crouches, meeting her ice blue eyes with a smile. Little girl, do you know who I am? Long Shui shakes her head. I am a man who dares to tear the heavens. A mere toad demon can't be tougher than the heavens. He extends a hand toward Long Shui. Go. Walk with me. From today onward, no one will be able to hurt you again. Long Shui looks at the broad, warm hand reaching for her, and something in her icy gaze shatters. That was the ice wall of despair she had built up over 10 years. She hesitates for a long while. Finally, she extends her cold, frail fingers and gently places them on his palm. What is your name? Shi Huang. Shi Huang holds her cold hand, lifting her from the ground, a smile on his face that she finds both irritating and oddly reassuring. Remember this. From now on, your Toad King problem is on me. Outside the cave, the sky was growing dark. The desert sunset dyed the horizon an eerie crimson, as if a palette had been overturned. Shi Huang built a bonfire at the cave entrance and roasted a sand scorpion he had hunted in the desert. The scorpion's flesh was coarse and gamey, but under the roasting fire it was barely palatable. Long Shui curled beside the fire, wrapped in a beast pelt Shi Huang had found from somewhere, nibbling the roasted scorpion meat in small bites. Her movements were tentative and cautious, like a stray cat taken in just days ago. She stole a glance at Shi Huang. The man was lounging on a rock with his legs crossed, picking his teeth with a twig, while exchanging casual remarks with you, the aloof beauty. Nanny, when you were a hound for the rancher, have you ever seen other abandoned quadrants? What valuable items would such a desolate place typically hold? Don't call me Nanny. Yu's tone remained cold, though less biting than before. Abandoned quadrants are usually stripped bare, yet occasionally remnants of the rancher's abandoned infrastructure may still be found. Infrastructure. One could view it as the shattered remnants of tools the rancher once used to manage and harvest this universe. With enough luck, perhaps fragments that still function could be salvaged. Shi Huang's eyes brightened. Interesting. After settling matters at hand, he would hunt for treasure. His gaze shifted toward Longxue. Little dragon lady, where is the Toad King's lair? How many guards stand watch? Having spent 10 years imprisoned there, you must know the layout well. Longxue bit her lower lip, hesitating. You truly intend to seek out the Toad King? Absurd. Unless that toad demon is dealt with, he will persist in hunting you. Do you wish to spend your life hiding in this desert? Longxue bowed her head, silver blue hair falling to veil half her face. But your cultivation? Only the 2nd level of Earth Heart realm. The Toad King reaches the 5th level of Earth Heart, and his commanders stand at the 3rd. Should you go, you would only seal your fate. Young lady, you worry too much. Shi Huang yawned, leaping down from the stone to stretch. When my cultivation ran even lower than this, I cleaved through everything without hesitation. 5th level of Earth Heart. At my peak, I split even half-step supreme beings in twain. Longxue lifted her head, disbelief etched in her ice blue eyes. Half-step supreme. She assumed the man was boasting. Yet you offered no contradiction, merely casting a fleeting glance at Shi Huang before the faintest curve touched her lips. It was true, though hardly believable. Just then, boom. A deep rumble erupted from the distant desert. The earth trembled faintly. Here it comes. Shi Huang's smile remained untouched, yet his gaze sharpened instantly. Longxue's face drained of color as her body began shaking involuntarily. 10 years of torment in that dungeon had carved terror so deep that the familiar aura she sensed consumed her reason in an instant. It's the Toad King. He's found me. Longxue tried to rise and flee, but her legs turned to jelly. Don't be afraid. A large hand settled on her shoulder. Shi Huang stood before her, his back to her, facing the desert. His silhouette wasn't imposing, diminished cultivation had sapped much of the aura that once inspired dread at his zenith. Yet somehow, watching him, the fear churning within her slowly, gradually subsided. Stay seated. Shi Huang glanced back with a grin. Watch how your brother Shi Huang deals with this toad. Before long, a storm of dust rose at the desert's edge. 300 massive toad soldiers, their skin seamed with warty poison glands, charged toward them with murderous intent. Each soldier possessed spiritual energy cultivation, exhaling acrid toxins that tinged the surrounding sand and stone an ashen green. At the formation's heart, a gilded palanquin, drawn by 4 giant golden toads, rolled forward. Upon it sat an ugly middle-aged demon, stocky with a toad's mouth and pig-like snout, crowned by 2 massive poison gland bulges. He lounged with one leg crossed, casually cracking spirit fruits. The Toad King, dominator of the 5th Earth Heart realm, local tyrant of the entire marsh wasteland. There ahead, I smell that little female dragon. The Toad King leaped down, his bulging toad eyes gleaming with avarice and sleaze. Huh, little beauty, after 3 days of running, have you finally been caught by your king? Once I take you back, I'll chain you to my bedpost, and then slowly. Hee hee. His laugh scraped like nails on chalkboard, raising goosebumps. Yet when his force reached the cave and spotted the man sitting carelessly by the fire, his back to them, the Toad King's laughter died. Where'd this feral kid come from? The Toad King appraised Shi Huang with his bulbous eyes sneering. 2nd level of Earth Heart. Can't even defeat my soldiers, yet you dare play the hero. Seize this annoying bug and bring me that female dragon. Yes. A dozen of the largest toad elites leapt forth, gaping maws unleashing streams of corrosive green acid toward Shi Huang. Shi Huang. Longxue cried out. Quiet. Shi Huang didn't even rise. He merely raised his right hand, palm outward. Imperial Majesty suppresses the prison. An invisible force, less than 1/10,000th of its zenith power, yet brimming with supreme imperial authority, radiated from his palm. The dozen elite toads struck by this imperial might as if thunderstruck. Their ferocity vanished, replaced by primal, irresistible dread. Plop, plop, plop. All 12 toads collapsed in unison, bellies skyward, croaking pitifully. Flipping belly up. The Toad Clan's instinctive gesture of absolute submission. The Toad King stared stunned. 300 toad soldiers stood equally dumbfounded. Imperial might. The Toad King's eyes bulged like bronze bells. What in the hell are you? A mere 2nd level Earth Heart cultivator. How could you possess imperial bloodline? Shi Huang finally rose. He brushed sand from his rear and flashed the Toad King a smile that chilled the spine. What thing? Guess. He stepped forward. Vanished. The Toad King hadn't yet reacted. A large hand clamped onto his cranium, fingers tightening, grappling that wart-encrusted poison gland skull in an iron grip. Were those dog eyes of yours looking at my person just now? Shi Huang's voice came close, as calm as asking about the weather. Yet the Toad King felt like some ancient beast's prey, blood reversing in his veins, body frozen beyond control. Between 5th and 2nd level of Earth Heart there existed indeed a gap of 3 minor realms. But Shi Huang's body, forged by the Demon Emperor's indestructible physique, tempered by chaos laws, destroyed and reborn countless times, remained far beyond what a mere 5th-level Earth Heart cultivator could match even with diminished cultivation. Besides, he still wielded Imperial might, the absolute suppression over 10,000 demons from the deepest bloodline. I. The Toad King's face flushed purple. He tried channeling toxins to counterattack, but found his demonic energy paralyzed beneath that imperial pressure. Brother Shi. A trembling voice came from behind. Shi glanced back. The girl's eyes were red-rimmed lips, bitten raw body shaking like a sieve. Yet her eyes held no fear now. Only a decade of pent-up hatred. Shi smiled. He released the Toad King's head. He drew the gem-encrusted curved blade from the Toad King's waist and tossed it before Longshua. Do it yourself. Your vengeance, claim it yourself. Longshua froze. She looked at the blade at her feet, then at the Toad King collapsed and immobilized by Imperial might. The enemy who had tormented her for 10 years destroyed her clan, treated her as livestock. Now before her, powerless to resist, she bent down, extended trembling hands, gripped the cold blade, then walked forward. The scimitar was heavy. For Longshua, who was at her weakest, gripping it had already consumed all her strength. She took steps toward the Toad King, who lay slumped on the ground. Her silver-blue hair drifted in the night wind, and her ice-blue pupils reflected the flickering shadows of the bonfire. As the Toad King watched her approach step by step, fear on his face gradually gave way to a twisted rage. Longshua, you worthless woman. How dare you? I raised you for 10 years. Fed you and clothed you. This is how you repay me. You think killing me will save you. Outside Huangzi City there are demonic beasts far stronger than I everywhere. Without my protection you won't survive 3 days. Foam continued to spray from his mouth, and his bulging toad-like eyes were filled with malice and resentment. Longshua stopped before him. The curved blade was raised midair. Her hands trembled violently, not from fear, but because an overwhelming flood of memories and visions surged forward at this moment. She recalled that bloody night 10 years ago. Her father, the patriarch of the Frost Dragon clan, a great silver-white dragon, was surrounded by the Toad King and his allies covered in blood, yet fought to the death without yielding. With his last strength, he shoved the young girl into the ice crystal space. Swear live. Those were his final words to her. Then she was dragged out, watching her clansmen fall one by one, watching the Toad King trample upon her father's corpse, laughing triumphantly, watching their treasure vaults plundered, watching their homeland turn to ashes. 10 years. She was locked in a lightless dungeon, forced to drink bowl after bowl of toad venom, dragged out countless times for the Toad King's guests to gawk at, displayed like a trophy. She had thought of revenge countless times, and of death as well. But she survived. Because of those words her father left behind. Live. Now the enemy stood before her. The blade was in her hand. One strike would end 10 years of hatred. Yet her hand hovered in midair, unable to fall. The scimitar's edge hovered less than 3 inches from the Toad King's throat. You won't do it. You dare not kill me. Seeing her hesitation, he cursed even more viciously. You're a cowardly piece of trash. Your entire Frost Dragon clan deserves destruction. You're all useless. His rant was cut off by a heavy slap from a large hand reaching in from the side. Shi Huang backhanded the Toad King, sending both his remaining words and several teeth flying. Stop your whining. Shi Huang withdrew his hand and stepped back, leaving Longshua space to act. She glanced at the dazed Toad King, then looked back at Shi Huang. The man simply stood quietly by the fire, arms crossed, his golden eyes flickering in the flames. He didn't urge her on. He made no decisions for her either. He just remained there, a silent assurance that whatever choice she made he would be there. Longshua took a deep breath. She turned back. The blade fell, without hesitation. A wet sound echoed as warm green blood splashed across her pale cheek. The Toad King's bulging eyes widened in shock. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. A deep gash marked his throat. The grotesque head rolled to the ground, kicking up dust. 300 toad soldiers scattered in terror. Longshua stood firm, the curved blade in her grip. Her hands had stopped shaking, but tears flowed freely down her face. Tears poured from her ice-blue eyes, tracing paths through the blood on her cheeks before falling onto the desert sand. Each tear carried a biting coldness, crystallizing into ice as it touched the ground. She wept silently, no sound escaping her lips. She resembled an ice sculpture slowly melting. Shi Huang watched quietly, unmoving. You did not shift either. The bonfires swayed in the wind, stretching their shadows long against the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, her fingers finally released the blade. It clattered to the ground with a dull thud. Her legs buckled, and she sank to her knees beside the headless corpse. Lifting her tear-filled ice-blue eyes, she looked toward Shi Huang. Her voice cracked with 10 years of pent-up grief and relief. Father, your daughter has avenged you. Those words were not meant for Shi Huang. They were for the father who had died 10 years prior. Shi Huang felt something tighten in his chest. He walked over and knelt before her. He offered no empty comforts. Instead, he pulled a relatively clean cloth from his robes and handed it to her. Wipe your face. Longshua took the cloth and pressed it to her face, her shoulders trembling violently. Finally, she broke into sobs. Not loud wailing, but the broken, gasping cries of someone whose grief had been restrained for far too long and could finally escape. Shi Huang sat beside her. He did not touch her, nor did he leave. He simply stayed, keeping her company in silence. Stars flickered faintly through the ashen night sky. The desert wind moaned as it threaded through cracks in the rocks. Time passed. Long Shui's crying slowly subsided. She lowered the cloth, revealing ice-blue eyes swollen from tears, yet strangely bright. Shi Huang. Yes. You said you were strong before. I was. Can you still grow stronger? Shi Huang looked at her and smiled. Naturally. And I'll be even stronger than before. Long Shui lowered her head, her silver-blue hair falling to veil her expression. Then, her voice was barely above a whisper, soft as the sound of ice melting. Can I go with you? I don't want to be alone anymore. Shi Huang reached out and gently tousled her silvery blue hair. You foolish girl. Didn't I just say it? From today onward, no one will ever hurt you again. Long Shui raised her head to meet his golden eyes, warm and glowing in the firelight. Her lips trembled slightly. A final tear slipped from the corner of her eye and fell onto Shi Huang's hand. It crystallized into an ice bead. Shi Huang glanced down at it, then at Long Shui's red-rimmed rabbit-like eyes. All right, stop crying. Keep this up, and I'll get frostbite on my hand. Long Shui let out a soft laugh. Brief as it was like ice beginning to melt. There was a childlike warmth beneath her coolness. You stood a short distance away, watching the scene unfold, a complicated feeling stirring within her chest. She looked down at Shi Huang's outer robe draped over her shoulders, her fingers instinctively gripping the fabric. The Toad King was dead. His 300 toad soldiers scattered like birds and beasts. Shi Huang returned to Huangzi City with Long Shui and you. Word spread quickly, sending the entire city into an uproar. The once arrogant Toad King had been killed by an unknown upstart from the desert. The demon folk who had suffered under the Toad King's tyranny were initially skeptical. But when they saw Shi Huang casually hanging that grotesque head on the flagpole at the city gate, they finally believed it. Long live the new king. The cry came from somewhere in the crowd. Then the entire demon population of Huangzi City dropped to their knees, chanting in unison. Shi Huang looked at the kneeling masses and sneered. This wretched town would have been beneath his notice before. But now, even a mosquito's leg was meat. Besides, he needed a foothold. Enough, get up. Shi Huang waved his hand and began taking control of everything the Toad King had left behind. Though the Toad King was a scoundrel, he had amassed considerable wealth. The warehouse was half filled with elixirs and materials at the Earth Realm level, plus remnants from the Frost Dragon clan's treasure vault that he had plundered. Shi Huang divided the spirit stones and pills from the Toad King's treasury into 3 portions. One for Long Shui's recovery, one for his own cultivation, and the last. He took the final portion and approached you, extending it toward her. Take this. You paused, surprised. For me, eh? You haven't fully recovered yet. Stop looking so miserable all the time. Eat well, rest well, build yourself back up. You'll be fighting alongside me soon enough. 3 days later. In Huangzi City, the former residence of the Toad King. Shi Huang sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, his demon emperor's heart pulsing steadily and powerfully. With each beat, it refined the violent spiritual energy he had devoured into pure, concentrated power. After 3 days of uninterrupted cultivation, supplemented by the modest yet abundant pills and spirit stones from the Toad King's treasury, his cultivation base had recovered to the 5th level of the Earth Heart Realm. The recovery speed far exceeded expectations. The reason was simple. His foundation remained intact. The Demon Emperor's heart, the Imperial Tao Furnace, and the indestructible Demon Emperor body. These deep assets had not truly vanished, only fallen into dormancy from energy depletion. Like a Ferrari running out of fuel. Once refueled, it was still a Ferrari. It wouldn't turn into a tractor just because it had no gas. 5th level of the Earth Heart Realm. Shi Huang opened his eyes, clenched his fist, feeling the power surging anew within him, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. At this rate, returning to the heavenly human realm within a month is no problem. But relying solely on absorbing the violent spiritual energy of this abandoned quadrant was still too slow. He needed greater opportunities, more intense energy. Are you awake? Shi Huang called out in his mind. ZZZT. Energy restored to 3. Barely able to run basic functions. Alternate candidate 10086. What are your orders? Didn't you say this abandoned quadrant might have remnants of the rancher's infrastructure? Scan this area for me. Scanning. Scan complete. Detected approximately 300 li northeast of Huangzi City an anomalous energy fluctuation. The fluctuation frequency matches fragments of the rancher's management system. Warning: this area is shrouded by a residual spatial seal. The interior is unknown and may be dangerous. Excellent. Shi Huang stood up, stretching his limbs. He pushed open the cultivation chamber door and walked into the courtyard. Long Shui was sitting on a stone bench, carefully circulating her qi to heal her injuries. After 3 days of recuperation aided by the royal blood antidote Shi Huang had given her, her complexion had greatly improved. A faint blush returned to her pale skin, and her ice blue eyes regained their luster. When she saw Shi Huang emerge, she immediately stood and bowed slightly. Brother Shi Huang. Don't call me brother, it makes me feel old. Shi Huang waved his hand. Just call me by my name. Then, Shi Huang. Long Shui's face flushed slightly, as if unaccustomed to addressing him directly. How are your injuries? They're about 70 or 80% healed. Long Shui raised her hand, condensing a ball of pale blue frost energy in her palm. The toad venom is mostly purged. In a few more days I should fully recover to the Earth Heart Realm. What level of Earth Heart Realm? Before I was imprisoned, I was at the 3rd level of Earth Heart Realm. After 10 years without cultivation, I'm probably only at the 1st level now. That's enough. Shi Huang nodded. Pack up and come with me to a place. Where? Treasure hunting. Meanwhile, Yu was leaning against a withered tree, resting with closed eyes. She had changed into a black, tight-fitting outfit she found in the Toad King's mansion, which hugged her curvaceous figure, adding a touch of heroic elegance. Nanny, let's go. You didn't even lift her eyelids. I've given up correcting you. But I warn you, if you call me Nanny again, I'll stuff sand in your mouth while you sleep. So fierce. Shi Huang shrank his neck, but the smile on his lips deepened. The three of them left Huang's city and sped northeast. With Shi Huang's current cultivation at the 5th level of the Earth Heart Realm, flying at full speed for 300 li took less than half an hour. Soon an area starkly different from the surrounding desolation appeared before them. It was a stretch of black metal ruins emitting an eerie luster. Enormous twisted metal components, as if from another civilization, were scattered across tens of li. Some looked like snapped bridges, others like crushed spheres, and still others were bizarre fragments of unrecognizable shapes. Above these metal ruins, a faint semi-transparent spatial seal, like a giant bubble, enveloped the entire area. So this is the rancher's infrastructure ruins? Shi Huang looked around, marveling. Yes. According to analysis, this should be the remains of a harvest station. Harvest station. The rancher establishes several harvest stations in each cosmic quadrant to periodically harvest the civilizations and life essences that have grown to a certain level within that quadrant. When the quadrant is completely drained, the harvest station is abandoned. However, abandoned harvest stations usually retain some energy and equipment that cannot be fully recovered. For low-dimensional life forms, these remnants still contain extremely terrifying power. The rancher's trash is my gold mine. Shi Huang rubbed his hands together, a greedy gleam flashing in his eyes. Let's go. Check it out. He stepped into the spatial seal. The seal offered a slight resistance, but under the operation of the Imperial Dao furnace, that force was instantly devoured and refined. The seal was as good as non-existent. The three entered the ruins. The scene inside was even more breathtaking than the outside. Upon closer inspection, the enormous metal components were engraved with countless intricate patterns and runes that seemed to transcend the understanding of this universe. Although those patterns were now dim and lifeless, the Dao resonance they contained still sent a tremor through Shi Huang's heart. This was not law. This was a level higher than law. Rule coding. Even if I took these things to the demon realm, no one would understand them. Shi Huang sighed. But they can be eaten. He reached out and touched a palm-sized piece of metal fragment. The Imperial Dao furnace activated automatically. A trace of residual energy on that metal fragment was instantly extracted, refined, and absorbed. Though it was only an insignificant wisp, the quality of that energy was staggeringly high. My. Shi Huang's body trembled, and his cultivation base actually loosened by a sliver. Good stuff. His eyes lit up completely. The residual energy in these abandoned metal fragments, though small in total quantity, far surpassed any heavenly treasure or earthly gem in this abandoned quadrant in quality. If he could absorb all the residual energy in this ruin, his cultivation base might skyrocket by several major realms. Roughly how much total energy is stored in this ruin? Rough estimate: if all residual energy is extracted and refined, it could support the host's cultivation base to rise to the 3rd to 5th level of the heavenly human realm. The heavenly human realm. A brilliant light burst from Shi Huang's eyes. Although the heavenly human realm was still a major realm away from his peak of the heaven-covering realm in this abandoned quadrant where no one exceeded the Earth Heart Realm, the heavenly human realm was enough to sweep everything. More importantly, once he returned to the heavenly human realm, many of his dormant abilities would be activated, and his strength would far surpass those of the same cultivation level. Let's do it. Shi Huang hesitated no longer. He sat cross-legged in the center of the ruins and began to wildly operate the Imperial Dao furnace, devouring the residual energy from the surrounding metal fragments. Long Shui, you keep watch outside. If anything approaches, call me. Okay. Long Shui nodded obediently. You also had no objection. She folded her arms, leaned against a huge metal pillar, and kept a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Shi Huang closed his eyes, throwing himself wholeheartedly into cultivation. The Imperial Dao furnace spun wildly. The residual energy from the metal fragments scattered across tens of li turned into visible golden threads of light, converging from all directions and pouring into Shi Huang's body without end. His cultivation base began to steadily climb. Earth Heart Realm 5th level. 6th, 7th. 1 day passed. Earth Heart Realm 8th level. 9th. 2 days passed. Boom. The bottleneck of the 9th level of Earth Heart Realm shattered with a bang. Shi Huang's aura underwent a qualitative change. Heavenly Human Realm, 1st level. He had once again stepped onto the threshold of the Heavenly Human Realm. That feeling of resonance with the laws of heaven and earth of divine sense, spanning 1,000 li, in an instant returned to him. But he did not stop. There was still much residual energy in the ruins. He wanted to devour it all in one go. Heavenly Human Realm, 2nd level. 3rd. The 3rd day. When the last wisp of residual energy was completely absorbed, Shi Huang slowly opened his eyes. Heavenly Human Realm 4th level. Though still far from his peak in this abandoned quadrant where all cultivators were below the Earth Heart Realm, he was undoubtedly the number one. Who? Shi Huang let out a long breath and stood up. He felt power surging through every inch of his body. The divine abilities and talents that had fallen dormant due to the drop in cultivation were awakening one after another. The Imperial Domain 10,000 Dao Dragon, Might Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Though their power was still far from their peak, at least they were no longer mere decorations. Shi Huang. Long Shui's voice suddenly came from outside, tinged with tension. A group of people is coming from outside. So many of them. Shi Huang raised an eyebrow and stepped out of the ruins in a single stride. Outside the ruins, a dense crowd of demonic beasts in various forms stood darkly. There were snake clans, scorpion clans, eagle clans, and several mongrel breeds he couldn't name. A rough count put them at no less than 10,000. Leading them was a tall, bull-headed demon covered in black scales with 2 curved horns atop its head. The bull-headed demon grinned, revealing 2 rows of pitch-black teeth, its voice like a cracked gong. So you're the outsider who killed the Toad King. I heard you've taken over Huang's city and seized the Toad King's treasury. I am the Demon King of the Iron Horn Bull Demon Clan. 7th level of Earth Heart Realm. Now hand over your treasury, your women, and your life. Otherwise. He spread his arms, gesturing to the mighty army of 10,000 behind him. We'll trample you flat. Shi Huang looked at this rabble, then at the cocky bull-headed demon at the 7th level of Earth Heart Realm. He laughed. Heavenly Human Realm 4th level versus Earth Heart Realm 7th level. A gap of 2 major realms. Like an adult stepping on an ant. Nanny little dragon girl stepped back. Shi Huang cracked his wrists, producing a series of crisp pops. Don't want to get splattered with blood. Still have to wash clothes tonight. Tai Jiaonyou Mo looked at the man with a careless smile on his lips who hadn't even taken a fighting stance, and a strange irritation welled up in his heart. He had lived for most of his life and had seen arrogant people, but never anyone quite this arrogant. 1 person, 2 women. Facing his army of 10,000. Yet not a trace of tension on their faces. Pretending. Keep pretending. Tai Jiaonyou Mo erupted in fury and slammed his foot down, splitting the ground into a trench dozens of zhang deep. Brothers. Charge. Bring me those 3 alive. Flay the man's skin. The women. Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Huang moved. No heaven-defying transformations. No ancient tribulation techniques. Nothing from his peak power. He simply advanced 1 step. A tremendous, invisible pressure radiated outward from him, as ancient and primordial as the dawn of creation. Heavenly Person Realm. The majesty of a heavenly person. Within this abandoned quadrant where no warrior exceeded the 9th layer of the Earth Heart Realm, the pressure of a heavenly person was like the sun descending upon an anthill of ants. Thud, thud, thud. The serpent, scorpion, and eagle demon soldiers at the forefront collapsed en masse like wheat before a scythe, prostrating themselves before him. Fear and bewilderment filled their eyes as their bodies went limp against their will, limbs splayed outward, offering the most abject posture of submission to this suddenly manifested powerhouse. This was not their conscious choice. It was bloodline instinct. The absolute obedience carved into the genes of lesser creatures when confronted by a superior existence. Tai Jiaonyou Mo's face drained of color instantly. His legs quaked violently as the iron horns he prided himself on cracked and shattered beneath this pressure, crumbling like biscuits under an invisible hand. A heavenly person. How could such an existence appear in this abandoned quadrant? This was a dump drained dry by the rancher. The laws of heaven and earth here were fractured and incomplete. By all rights, no being could possibly break through to the heavenly person realm. Yet the man before him had done exactly that. He crashed into this forsaken world like a meteor striking upon, shattering its entire order and hierarchy, without mercy. Thud. Tai Jiaonyou Mo's resistance finally broke, and he dropped to his knees, hitting the ground heavily. His thick oxtail tucked between his hind legs, he raised his head to meet the man advancing toward him. Those golden eyes seemed to pierce through all concealment, and his Adam's apple bobbed frantically. Lord have mercy. Tai Jiaonyou Mo's voice, once so arrogant and domineering, had shriveled to a wail softer than a mosquito's hum. This humble one failed to recognize Mount Tai. I had no idea you were a supreme being of the heavenly person realm. I deserve to die. I offer all my territory and wealth. Please spare my life. His forehead struck the ground repeatedly like a mortar pestle. Each impact carved another depression into the earth. Shi Huang stood before him looking down at the bull-headed demon who had been boasting about flaying and capturing just moments before and found the spectacle utterly dull. Too weak. So utterly feeble that he couldn't summon even the desire to strike. Still the fellow commanded 10,000 troops, a numbers game that could prove dangerous despite their poor quality. It might prove useful to keep them around. Shi Huang said flatly. Tai Jiao Mo scrambled to his feet, as though granted a reprieve, though he still dared not meet Shi Huang's gaze. From this moment forward you and your people fall under my command. Shi Huang's tone brooked no argument, delivering the decree with the finality of an unalterable law. Within 1,000 li of Huangzi City, I am the one who decides everything. Those who disagree may leave now. His gaze swept over the tens of thousands kneeling on the ground. Not a single soul moved. No sound of breathing dared escape. Good. Shi Huang nodded with satisfaction and turned toward Long Shui and Yu. Long Shui's ice-blue eyes widened in astonishment. She had always known Shi Huang was formidable, but witnessing him personally drive back over 10,000 demon soldiers still sent shockwaves through her worldview. You're truly remarkable. Long Shui's voice carried a softness laced with admiration. This is nothing yet. Shi Huang chuckled. When I return to my peak, I'll show you what real power looks like. You stood with her arms crossed, expression unreadable. Yet a closer look would reveal the slight softening at the corners of her tightly pressed lips. His recovery speed exceeded her expectations. At this rate, returning to the demon realm was merely a matter of time. Rejoining Suji would come soon enough. The thought stirred something indistinct within her chest once more. Her fingers instinctively tightened around her sleeve before she forced herself to relax, slipping back into her usual icy composure. In the days that followed, Shi Huang centered his operations around Huangzi City and began sweeping up the faction's remaining forces in this abandoned quadrant. His approach was straightforward. If they couldn't defeat him, they would join him. Under the overwhelming dominance of the heavenly person realm, no force in this region could withstand him. Within a week, every demon faction across thousands of li had submitted to his command. The remnants of the Toad clan, Tai Jiao Nyomo's legion, the Sand Scorpion tribe, the Grey Eagle tribe, over a dozen races united, totaling nearly 100,000 souls. Though most were mere spiritual energy and mystic spirit realm cultivators, their sheer numbers compensated. Under Shi Huang's imposing presence, they proved more obedient and loyal than any flock of lambs. Shi Huang appointed Long Shui as Ice Dragon Legion commander, tasking her with training and leading the 3,000 elite warriors. Yu was named Shadow Commander, overseeing intelligence gathering and reconnaissance. Yu had no objections to her appointment, as intelligence work was precisely her specialty. Her sole complaint was different. Must my title really be Nanny Commander? Ha. Shi Huang laughed until he nearly toppled over. His cultivation never halted. Once the residual energy from the ruins was fully absorbed, Shi Huang began seeking new sources of power. He dispatched Yu and her shadow forces to scout across 10,000 li, eventually discovering several deeper Harvester Station ruins. The residual energy contained within was far superior in both quality and quantity. A month later, Shi Huang's cultivation had broken through to the 7th layer of the heavenly person realm. With the imperial blood and alchemical pills Shi Huang had left behind, Long Shui too recovered to the 5th layer of the Earth Heart realm. Yu, drawing upon the terrifying reserves accumulated during her time as a hound, surged to the 9th layer of the Earth Heart realm under the stimulus of this violent spiritual energy, standing merely one step away from the heavenly person realm. Everything was progressing favorably. That evening, Shi Huang stood upon the walls of Huangzi City, gazing toward the distant gray horizon. The setting sun painted the sky in deep crimson, mirroring the exact hue of the sunset on the day he had departed the demon realm. Thinking of her, Yu appeared behind him without warning. Shi Huang didn't turn around. Yes. He withdrew a communication jade pendant from his robes, its luster long faded. After crossing dimensions, the pendant's transmission functions had completely failed. He could neither sense Suji nor Xiaoban Zhuan, nor send any message to them. Losing contact with his dearest loved ones tortured him more than any decline in his cultivation. You'll return. Yu's voice was barely audible. She stepped beside him, leaning against the city wall, her slender figure stretching long in the sunset light. At your current recovery rate, within 3 months at most, you'll return to the heaven-covering realm. By then, with Ark's power, you'll be able to tear through the dimensional barrier and go back to the demon realm. Shi Huang nodded and stowed the jade pendant away. 3 months is too long. He turned to face her, his golden eyes blazing with that signature unquenchable fire. I want. Faster. His gaze pierced through the sky above Huangzi City, through the gray expanse above, as if he could see that distant realm spanning endless time and space. Suji, Xiaoban Zhuan, wait for me. I will definitely return. With greater power. With harder fists. And with more. Family. Just then Ark's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Emergency alert. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the dimensional barrier of this abandoned quadrant. Source of the fluctuation external. Something. is attempting to breach this abandoned quadrant. Analyzing energy signatures. Analysis complete. Warning. The energy signature of the approaching entity bears a striking resemblance to the rancher's management system. It is not a hound nor a shepherd. It is the recycler, a cosmic-level sanitation unit tasked specifically with clearing out residual value from abandoned quadrants. Shi Huang's expression darkened considerably, yet the corner of his mouth curled into a perilous smile. Cosmic-level cleaner. Perfect. My cultivation was indeed lacking a source to replenish. Meat delivered right to my doorstep. I'd be foolish to let it go to waste. The reclaimer had arrived. Beyond the dimensional barrier, a colossal mechanical life form woven from countless geometric shapes and rays of light was slowly tearing apart the outer wall of this abandoned quadrant. It possessed no consciousness, no emotion. It had only a single instruction etched into its underlying code: to sweep away all residual value and return everything to nothingness. Shi Huang stood on the city wall of Huangzi City, gazing at the rift torn open in the sky. Within his golden pupils, the cold mechanical radiance of that entity was reflected. The Ark's voice echoed in his mind. The reclaimer is expected to fully enter this quadrant in 3 hours. At that point, it will initiate the Zero Protocol, erasing all. It is recommended that the host evacuate immediately. Evacuate? To where? Shi Huang grinned. This broken place is surrounded by dimensional barriers on all sides. There's nowhere to run. He paused, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. And besides, who said I was running? Ark, what is the energy level of this reclaimer? Heaven covering realm 9th layer, grand perfection. Heaven covering realm 9th layer. Shi Huang licked his lips. What a coincidence. I'm currently at heavenly human realm 7th layer. 2 major realms apart. But I have a flaw. The more insurmountable something seems, the more I want to try. You walked over to his side, her ethereally cold and stunning face showing a rare hint of gravity. Are you serious? Never been more serious. Shi Huang turned around, looking at you and Long Shui. Listen up. This reclaimer is a soulless machine. It has no will, no fear. Imperial might is useless against it, and posturing is even more futile. The only way is to tough it out. Use the Imperial Tao furnace to refine and devour it bit by bit. But before I devour it, I need you two to hold it off for 30 breaths. 30 breaths will be enough. Long Shui clenched her fists, her ice blue eyes filled with determination. I can do it. You said nothing, simply drawing the reforged black short blade from her waist. The blade's edge reflected her eyes, as cold as frost. Silence was her answer. Shi Huang looked at them, then suddenly laughed. Not bad. You're starting to look more like my women. Who's your woman? 2 voices retorted in unison. Shi Huang shrugged and said no more. 3 hours later, the sky completely split open. That colossal mechanical life form, composed of countless geometric shapes and rays of light, descended slowly into this abandoned quadrant like a cold, artificial sun. Its volume was larger than a star. The energy fluctuations it emitted caused the entire earth to crack. The 100,000 demon soldiers recruited in Huangzi City were all prostrate on the ground, trembling, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. Only 3 people stood under that radiance of destruction, refusing to retreat. Begin. Shi Huang uttered 2 words. Long Shui charged out first. Her body expanded violently midair, silver-blue dragon scales covering her entire form. A frost dragon 1,000 zhang long roared and charged toward the mechanical sphere of light. Freeze 10,000 miles. An arctic dragon breath surged forth, freezing a layer of ice crystals on the reclaimer's shell. Although that ice layer evaporated the next second under the reclaimer's energy field, Long Shui had successfully drawn its attention. You followed closely. Her figure turned into countless afterimages in the void, each leaving a deep gash on the reclaimer. Though those wounds healed instantly, each attack caused a brief lag in the reclaimer's operation. 30 breaths. They only needed to hold out for 30 breaths. And Shi Huang had already closed his eyes. He sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, as the demon emperor heart within him began to pulse with a frequency never before seen. The Imperial Tao furnace operated at full power. The heaven-opening war axe hovered before him, strands of chaotic flow slowly gathering on its chaos-colored blade. He was gathering power, pouring all the cultivation of the heavenly human realm 7th layer, the ultimate refining force of the Imperial Tao furnace, and the energy accumulated from billions of pulsations of the demon emperor heart into this single axe strike. Not to kill the reclaimer, but to break open its shell, allowing the devouring force of the Imperial Tao furnace to act directly upon its core. 30 breaths. Long Shui was struck by a beam of light from the reclaimer, her massive dragon body crashing down from midair, creating a huge meteorite crater. He was also blasted away by the energy fluctuations, blood spilling from her mouth. Her black outfit was torn, revealing large patches of scarred snow-white skin. But they had succeeded. 30 breaths, not a single one less. Shi Huang opened his eyes. In his golden pupils burned a flame capable of igniting the universe. Devour you. He grasped the heaven-opening war axe, his body transforming into a golden streak of light, charging straight toward the core of the reclaimer, composed of countless geometric shapes. Open heaven. One axe strike. A chaos-colored blade light tore through the Reclaimer's indestructible shell. Shi Huang's body slipped through that crack and entered. He shot into the Reclaimer's body core like a bullet. Imperial Tao Furnace. Crank it to the max. Demon Emperor, heaven-swallowing art. A golden vortex expanded wildly inside the Reclaimer. The program code personally written by the rancher and powerful enough to operate for eons was crushed, decomposed, and refined like scrap paper before the Imperial Tao Furnace. The Reclaimer's light began to flicker frantically. Its volume shrank drastically, and Shi Huang's cultivation soared violently. Heavenly Human Realm 8th Layer. Heavenly Human Realm 9th Layer. Boom. Heaven Covering Realm. Heaven Covering Realm 3rd Layer. 5th Layer. 7th Layer. Ah. Shi Huang raised his head and let out a long roar, his voice piercing the collapsing shell of the Reclaimer, echoing throughout the entire abandoned quadrant. When the last trace of energy was devoured, that Reclaimer, once as vast as an artificial sun, dissolved into countless golden specks of light dissipating into the void. Shi Huang slowly walked out from that nothingness. Heaven Covering Realm 9th Layer Grand Perfection. The aura radiating from his body caused the laws of heaven and earth in the entire abandoned quadrant to bow in submission. And in his hand, he held something. A chip left behind from the Reclaimer's core. On it was engraved a set of coordinates. The Ark's voice sounded, carrying a tremor never heard before. This is the coordinates of the rancher's main body. It is also the central hub connecting all universe quadrants. If we can reach there, we can open a passage to any universe, including the demon realm. Shi Huang clenched the chip. He turned around and looked at Long Shui and Yu, who were struggling to rise from the ruins. Long Shui was covered in wounds, her silver blue hair disheveled, but her ice blue eyes remained bright. Yu knelt on one knee, her black outfit almost completely torn, but she stubbornly propped herself up, refusing to fall. Shi Huang walked over, supporting them both, one on each side. Let's go. His voice was calm, yet filled with unassailable strength. Home. The Ark restarted. The coordinates on that chip, like a key, opened the door to the rancher's central hub. And Shi Huang did not hesitate. He led Long Shui and Yu into that space-time passage connecting countless worlds. At the end of the passage lay a boundless space composed of pure golden light. That was the rancher's central hub, the nexus of thousands of universes. And at the center of that space, a colossal pitch-black figure, as if condensed from the entire cosmos, floated silently. It had no face, no features. Only a pair of abyssal eyes which gazed at Shi Huang with keen interest. We meet again. Number 10086. That voice, filled with ultimate malice, sounded once more. You still haven't managed to escape my pasture. Shi Huang stood before it. The cultivation of heaven covering realm 9th layer grand perfection remained as insignificant as a speck of dust before this being. Yet there was no fear in his eyes. Escape? Shi Huang laughed. Who said I came here to escape? He raised the heaven-opening war axe, the chaotic flow on its blade surging violently at this moment. I'm here to tear down your house. And this time I'm not alone. The moment his words fell, boom. The communication jade pendant, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst with a divine light that illuminated the heavens. A thought that crossed infinite space-time, filled with supreme imperial might and chaotic Tao resonance, descended with a thunderous crash. Dad, I'm here. Big eyeball. Take this brick. Then another gentle, yet domineering empress's might pierced through the void. Shi Huang. Su Ji's voice, traversing countless worlds, reached his ears. I told you, I would wait for you to come back. But I didn't say I would wait obediently. Boom. The walls of the central hub space were torn open. A colossal nine-tailed celestial fox, shimmering with chaotic light, leaped out from that rift, carrying a little boy with a delicate jade-like appearance who held a golden brick in his hand. Su Ji. Little brick. They had found him. Shi Huang looked at those two familiar figures, his nose stinging, barely holding back his emotions. But the next second, he broke into a smile brighter than the sun. Wife, son, you came just in time. Help me beat this old geezer. He raised the heaven-opening war axe, pointing at the colossal pitch-black figure. Into the ground. Little brick raised the golden brick high, the aura of the chaotic Tao embryo exploding fully, that terrifying power that made even the heavenly Tao tremble, blooming without reservation. Here you go. The brick left his hand. It transformed into a golden meteor carrying the chaotic force capable of rewriting rules, and struck precisely at the rancher's abyssal eye. At the same time, Shi Huang struck with his axe. Su Ji unfurled all 9 tails, gathering thousands of laws. Yu and Long Shui also charged forward. The whole family united in battle. Boom! That deafening sound shattered the rancher's central hub. It shattered the cage that had imprisoned countless universes. It also shattered the final shackle of that so-called pasture. A long time later, the demon realm. Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. The Imperial Garden. Shi Huang lay beneath a huge spiritual peach tree, legs crossed, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Suji leaned against his shoulder, her stunning face wearing a blissful and languid smile. Her cultivation had already broken through to the sovereign realm, her 9 chaotic-colored fox tails swaying leisurely behind her. Little Brick rode on the newly regrown fur of the 9-headed serpent, waving that golden brick which had been upgraded to the Chaos Divine Treasure level, chasing butterflies around the yard. Dad, this butterfly flies too fast. I can't hit it. Dummy, use the brick. Oh, smack. The butterfly was gone. The flowers were gone. The tree was gone. There was a 3-zhang-wide pit in the yard. Suji massaged her forehead. Nearby, you leaned against an old locust tree, wiping her blade, a trace of gentleness which had appeared at some point, softening her cold face. Her cultivation had already broken through to the heaven-covering realm, becoming the shadow commander of Qingqiu Fox Kingdom, while also serving as Shi Huang's self-proclaimed household manager. Long Shui was giving a lecture to a group of little foxes on the other side of the yard, her silver-blue hair sparkling in the sunlight. Her ice dragon bloodline had awakened to its peak, her cultivation reaching the heavenly human realm 9th layer, and she had become the Ice Dragon Legion commander of Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. At the entrance to the garden, the 9-headed serpent's massive body was curled up, its 9 heads dozing off, occasionally letting out a yelp when kicked by Little Brick. The 12 ancestors of the 10,000 Holy Mountain had voluntarily applied for retirement ever since Shi Huang brought his family back, no longer needing to serve as power banks. Rumor had it they went to a hot spring together and soaked for 3 months before recovering. Qing Yi stood respectfully at the entrance of the bedchamber, but a hint of gratified smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. The great elder no longer dared to harbor any dissent. His daily work consisted of leading the elders in studying how to flatter more effectively. After the rancher was defeated by Shi Huang and his family, the shackles that had trapped thousands of universes shattered completely. The heavenly Tao Palace collapsed. The divine realm was annihilated. All civilizations and races that had been treated as livestock gained true freedom. And Shi Huang was hailed by the beings of countless worlds as the eternal first emperor, the demon emperor, the liberator of the universe. Of course, he himself scoffed at such empty titles. What he cared about more was, "Wife, what's for dinner tonight?" "You cook." "I don't know how to cook." "Then go hungry. Then I'll eat you instead." "Get lost. The kid is right here." "Dad, I'm hungry too. That big eyeball didn't taste very good in the end. I want to eat grilled wings." All right, Nanny. No, you go grill some wings. Grill them yourself. Little dragon girl, freeze a few glasses of juice for me." "Okay, brother Shi Huang." Si Long Shui is so obedient. "Call me Nanny again and see what happens." The sunlight was just right. The breeze was gentle. Shi Huang lay beside the half-stump of the spiritual peach tree, watching these noisy, lively people around him. The corner of his mouth curled into a genuine, heartfelt smile, one he had never worn before. This life, it was worth it. The end.